think that's who's that? Is that Harry Brook? No, it's Pope, who is taking Abrar on, and I think very wisely is either taking a big lunge forward or taking a couple of steps down the wicket, which he does there, and they come through for a couple.
I suppose the other thing we should say is Babar is off the field at the moment, unwell, isn't he? And so Rizwan has been subbing in for him with a very conservative field.
Very conservative field, yes. Milking runs, and that's a very nice flick off the legs. Just not exactly a nurdle, but very nicely guided between the two men just behind square leg. And Pope takes another couple. He moves on to 37 off 41. So the scoring rate's not the problem. Pope 35 off 41. That ball is keeping so low. That again flicked off the legs. No. Sorry, as you were just having a look at a replay for a moment. They're falling into the Tony Bishop trap for a second.
The TM, but no, it's incredibly low. I mean, it was almost up to Duckett's waistline. It was so low before.
Oh, cruel. Anyway, we're still halfway through the over. Yes, so we're going to introduce. Not sure. There's a variety of options for us on who's on socials. We're going to find out rather excitingly at the end of the over.
Well, it's meant to be me.
Is it meant to be you, Jace? Right.
Yes, it is.
All sorts of people it could have been. There's about 4 different candidates there, but it is in fact Jason. Hello, Jason. You must have. That's a dot ball. Well, you haven't missed anything there. And again, so it'll be Abrar's 5th ball of the over, and that one is swept by Pope very nicely. But there's a man out on a deep square leg, so they just come through for the single. He moves to 38. It's high jinks in Gorilla Towers this morning, Jace.
Yeah. Didn't get much sleep beforehand. I only got less sleep when I got here. Woken up with a rude awakening of non-working tech.
It's like I don't know, that horrible thing when a plane hasn't arrived and you're in the wrong terminal or something at 4:30 in the morning with 3 children. Come on, everyone, run!
Yes, now! No, there's no time.
I know you're tired. Just run.
Yep, I've had that too. I remember being in Atlanta with my parents and we were in the wrong terminal.
Wrong terminal, classic. Last ball of Abrar's over, and that's defended by Harry Brook, who's on 1 off 3 balls at the end of that over. England 65 but for 3 wickets. Over to Jace now. I dare say there's a little backlog of tweets.
There is. They're mainly about the fact that they can't hear anything. But Jonathan Shawland says, is it now an appropriate time to say we're doomed?
Yeah, sure.
Messages says, and Rudy's caught us late. First ball. Yes.
Indeed.
Look away and things happen. Unfortunately, we're off air.
Yes, still. At least we didn't meet. I don't know. We didn't miss Stuart Broad's 8 for 15 or something like that. That would have been a shame.
No, at least the first half hour was relatively painless,
relatively
and then
sedate. By Bazball standards, it was relatively sedate. Yes.
But
have you seen anything of Stuart Broad in the Sky studio?
Oh, you mean the tall Harry Potter Draco Malfoy?
Yeah, he's had a makeover. He looks like a trendy academic now.
He does indeed. Nauman in with this again continuing the old-fashioned theme, coming between the umpire and the wicket, and that one spun wide and getting a little wider, left well alone by Ollie Pope. Dot ball.
It feels like the sort of cricketing equivalent of Brexit. This. Of Pakistan dragging everyone back to the good old days.
Well, certainly we've got a good old days crowd of almost no people. That's a classical forward defensive by Ollie Pope to the one that doesn't spin by now. Seeing some local adverts for a Sarka Tubular Deep Cycle Premium. What's that?
What is this? Because we've got a bottle of water and also something saying Pakistan's #1 battery.
Very confusing. Down the wicket comes Ollie Pope and glides it, but straight to the man at mid-on. But they hurry through, scamper through for a single.
You say, actually, using the word glide there, I mean, that feels like how Pope has batted this morning. He's 39 off 47. and he's just been sort of slowly milking everyone. It's almost like a Root-esque innings, isn't it? Where suddenly you look up and think, how the Christ did he get there?
No, it's absolutely correct. Yes, 39 off 47. Wow, this is that's excellent stuff. That's a touch fuller by Nauman, so Brook was able to snuffle it without any suggestion that it could have spun, because it almost landed on his toes. No run.
Yeah, I've nicknamed them ghost runs because they don't.
Ghost runs, yeah.
Or stealth runs.
They still count. And that's the one that's pushed a little wider, but Brook is able to guide it to the man sweeper on the offside boundary, who just comes in 10 yards off. They just come through for a single. He moves to 2.
And what we're seeing on the TV is that Nauman is really varying his pace here.
Yes, 79 slows to 88 fastest. Yes, he's a wily old customer. And that's swept off leg stump by Pope, down to long leg where the man comes round. Probably Azhar Ali, not sure. And that is the end of the over. And Pope's on 41, Brook's on 2. England 69 for 3 at the end of it. Jace.
Yep, Prong says, greeting from there. Hope everything is well. Well, it's better. Collapse is on. Could be me if these bastards try to make me pay a ridiculous fee to leave Bangladesh. Simple, if I haven't got the money, then I guess to go to jail. Australian High Commission, absolutely useless. Well, I've got my own story about the Australian High Commission, which I might tell you in a bit. Mog says, hello there. And Ravi Nar says, my cousin from the US once had a teenage son at school to England, so I went with her to Clapham Junction to pick him up. So if she didn't arrive on the platform she expected.
Yes, I think I'm hoping that these are... Oh, yes, I think there's the replays there we're looking at.
He said, after half an hour of panic, I got at a standstill and went and found him.
Well, I think we've just had a mighty 6 from Brook.
Oh, we have had a mighty 6. Well, far from being a replay, what we actually saw there was Harry Brook in real time scampering down the wicket and launching Abrar over his head for 6. So let's have 6 of these. We done, Jace? Can't tell.
Oh, yes.
All right, okay. In for the second ball of the over, and forward defensive. He's not going to get caught out like that.
But it felt like a replay because it was so out of keeping with what's come before, didn't it?
Well, thank you for saying that, James. But also, I was paranoid of falling into
do another TB.
Exactly. So to that one, Harry Brook's come way down the wicket, hit him on the pads. It may well have hit the wicket, but there's no way that an umpire's going to give that when he's come 3 yards down. The DRS timer, meanwhile, is ticking down to 5. 4.
This feels like an intimidation review, it's a discussion rather than an actual review, doesn't it? Where someone sort of squares up to you.
Yeah, Abra's forbid to hit it on the pad first, which he did. But as you say, he's at least 2 good steps down the wicket. No.
Yeah. Half the way to Peterborough. He's not going to get given out for there.
Yeah, that's right. It's when a team surrounds the referee and gesticulates. Yeah. It's not really for that decision that they just for the next one. Yeah,
it's Roy Keane holding them all back.
Exactly.
Boys, I've got this.
So Brook, not entirely convincingly, manages to snaffle that one. We're having a look at the replay. Impact his umpire's call over 3 metres. It would indeed have gone on to hit 3/4 of the way up middle stump, but it's not going to get given when he's 3 yards down the pitch.
Yeah, that would have been very harsh, wouldn't it?
Very harsh, yes. Trying to think of an umpire who might have want to make a name for themselves by giving that one out.
I can think of one not too far away who might have given it out.
Brian Joe Wilson, perhaps.
Yes, I think you're right, Tim. That one was snuck round the corner for a single by Harry Brook, brings Pope back on strike for the last ball of Abrar's 9th over. He's on 1 for 34, but the hero of the hour, literally this morning, has been his co-spinning colleague from the other end, Nauman, who's took 2 in 2 earlier. In comes Abrar. We'll have to think of a turnaround in our own rotation in a moment, and that That one is a dot ball defended by Brook. England 76 for 3 at the end of that over. Brook on 9, Pope on 41. Jace, I think we've got time for one
Diana
more.
Patterson gives thanks to the bear, who's still prowling, for getting us back on air while basically IT crowding the machines and turning them off and on again. And we're up to date on that. I'll have a look on YouTube. We're back, says Brian Barish.
Yes, we are.
And disinterested hand job. Holy shizzle, there's stuff on. talking about actual audio, I think, and not just crowd noise.
We have got a bit of a conference between Nauman and Babar.
Oh, he's back. He's back on the field.
Yeah, but right, yes, well spotted, James. Yes, is Dicky Tummy we've heard this morning? Is that correct? Do we think?
If you don't have a Dicky Tummy in this Test match, you might as well fuck off.
I would have thought the locals would be sort of accustomed to the local conditions, but I guess anyone can get a Dicky Tummy at any time if you have the wrong prawn at the wrong time. In comes Nauman for the start of his first ball of his 6th over to Harry Brook. He's got quite an open stance and just plays that out defensively to the recently arrived Babar, I think it is, dot ball.
Do we know why? I noticed in Tony's magnificent notes that Brook's middle name is Cherrington. Do we know what? Do we know the origins of that, or do any of the gorillas out there know the origins of Cherrington?
Put it out there. I do not know.
I do not. I assume it's a family name, but
sort of thing that now Nauman in again, drops that one short, so Brook rocks back onto the back foot and cuts it. It'll just go straight through to the sweeper on the boundary for 1 run. I've got a family middle name.
I was going to say, yeah.
Ditto.
Yeah, Dika. Have we all got? James, what have you got?
What it's Gordon, and that is the all the male people in my family have a middle name of Gordon, going back to the Gordon clan.
Well, that's interesting, because when they were sitting around trying to decide what Alan Partridge's middle name was, the 2-hour meeting, and in the end, after they went through all the Cherringtons and the hilarious ones, they said, Gordon, that's perfect.
Gordon, yeah, no, absolutely. It's a badge of honour I've always carried to have the same middle name as Partridge.
Meanwhile, Ollie Pope facing up to 3rd ball of Nauman's over, just defends it down to short leg, where it's fielded successfully, dot ball.
I'm like James. I've got a family middle name, which is Greer, Greer.
Yeah, as in Jermaine.
As in Jermaine, yes. Yeah. Also from the northeast as well.
Greer and Dika are both a lot more interesting than Gordon, I feel.
Well, they all, I suppose.
They are.
Nauman goes a little wider of the crease to get a little more purchase, perhaps a few more revs on the ball. And it does spin a touch more, but successfully smothered by Brook.
I've been introducing my son to Alan Partridge, and he's really happy that Partridge has the middle name Gordon like him.
He is.
He's very excited about it.
Are you also going to show him Gordon is a moron?
Yes. Wilson John.
Well, also, I think he lives in a post-Gordon Ramsay world where Gordon is much more acceptable than he used to be.
Poor defensive from Pope. Dot ball to Nauman's 5th ball. This will be the last ball of our trio's time together, and then we'll have a turnover.
Switcheroo.
Yep. It's the old switcheroo. His name was Roald Dahl's short story, I think. The old switcheroo. In comes Nauman again, one of his adult short stories, and that's forward defensive from Pope. Dot ball.
Have you actually read
77 for 3.
I was going to say, have you actually read Switch Bitch? Because it's not about what you think.
What is it about?
Yeah.
It's a very 70s activity.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well summed up. The slightly darker side of Roald Dahl's.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the dark side was there already.
Now then, I think we move to James on BBB, me on special comments, and Messi on tweets. Is that correct?
That's right. And I shall do the magic now.
It's a drink.
Hey, well done. Thank you. Drinks break. Okay, there's a couple of tweets. Hawks that says, Ray the Brook LBW shout. Australia versus South Africa 2016 in Perth. Alim Dar gave Steve Smith out LBW when he was 2.8 metres down the pitch. DRS confirmed it was hitting. Mog says, my father's name is Gordon. Scottish grandmother sort of that. Yeah, yes. You see, you got Gordon the bloody everywhere, James.
Yeah, no, it's the Scottish thing. I think I said this previously. I certainly said this when I was on with Forthy once. But here's Cole joining us now. Hey, how are you, Cole?
I'm not too bad. All I hear when I hear Gordon is just Brian Blessed screaming, "Gordon's alive!"
Yeah, Gordon's alive. Exactly. It's one of that, but it is a name I think that's come into its own a lot more since Gordon Ramsay started swearing in sous chef's faces. Before that moment, it was just Alan Partridge's middle name, and was almost a source of embarrassment.
The trouble is, with the repeats you get on television, Gordon Ramsay's going to be doing that for another 50 years.
Yes,
because he's just constantly there.
You say that when I got up this morning and I turned the TV on while my laptop was slowly charging up, the first thing I saw was Gordon Ramsay screaming in someone's faces to prove your point.
What an arsehole. Mayank says this match is boring. Cover the South Africa versus Australia train. 136.1 overs bowled all tests, and Australia need 34 to win. Yeah, South Africa were right for 99, having put on 30 for the last wicket. If they can do it in 4 overs, it will be the 7th shortest completed test, edging in front of India versus England day 2, 2-day test last year. And Ahmed, what is it?
Not bad.
I always get that wrong. I've got a blockage with that. And Mox says, surely it was Gordon Brown that made the name cool again.
Oh yeah. I think at that time we forget that fiscal responsibility was very much the in thing. A sort of post-Cool Britannia feel to it.
Certainly post-Cool.
I noticed he's been making a bit of a comeback on the political scene, Gordon Brown, recently.
Yeah, he has been.
Well, compared to the successors as Prime Minister, he looks an absolute paragon, doesn't he?
He really, oh my God.
I just fill you in the Gabba. The match will be over before the end of the second day. Cummings took 5 wickets in the second innings. It's an absolute shambles of a wicket. It was so green, it was ridiculous. As I tweeted out, if England had produced a pitch like that at Lord's, they would have been absolutely pilloried for pitch doctrine.
I did see a picture of it before it was, and I thought, oh, okay, this must be a couple of days before the actual test. They're going to shave it down. And they went, no, they're away to play in 10 minutes' time.
Well, that's what they always used to say about Trent Bridge. Look for the white lines to find the pitch, because it'll be as green as the rest of the field. As Babar is back in here to Brook, who he kind of befuddled Brook, didn't he, in the first innings of the last match, but Brook sort of slowly worked him out. It'll be interesting to see what happens here. As he's in again, Brook rocks back, cuts it out, no problem so far, just for a single. Back in there.
What I found really interesting is that Channel 7's coverage, which I was following this morning, they're in the middle of negotiations over renewal of contract. They were skirting around the fact that it was a shit wicket, and it took Peter Lawler from the Australian to come into the box and say, is this crap? And they had to agree it was.
As Pope strokes out for one of a number of misfields that Pakistan have made this morning. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. There seems to be an extraordinary amount of misfields this morning.
I haven't. Oh my God, 10 minutes ago. So it's...
Oh, you lucky bastard. So if you got up 10 minutes ago, are you one of those people who can just immediately wake up and be at it, or are you still in the process?
We'll soon find out.
Very peculiar delivery there. Didn't seem to pitch. It hit on the leg there. Now they are considering a review here for LBW. Yes, we do need to see the game. It was so surprising. It was almost difficult to take in. They're all standing around looking slightly confused, so they don't know where the ticket is for the seats, and they've reviewed it. Babar suggesting that it is out. Abra
It's going down leg, surely.
It looked to me like it was going down leg, and Pope and Brook are standing there, slightly mocking them, little shakes of the head, like a disappointed teacher almost. Brook does
I wonder
not
what they would. I wonder what they would
bounced off
consider.
the pad onto the bat, and the pad was outside the leg stump when it hit.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, it's very peculiar because Brook looked like he was on his way to fall down. His knee was almost on the floor there. We're just seeing it again. So the bat is at a 45-degree angle. It misses the bat and the front pad and hits the back pad. There's no doubt about that. But as impact is umpire's call and wickets is missing. One of the oddest reviews you might say. I think it's just because Brook sort of looked like someone had just thrown him into a blender that it looked so inelegant. They thought something must have gone wrong. Abra, who already looks like someone who has actually gone to Specsavers, maybe should have gone to Specsavers with that one. Babar.
It's not a million miles off. It wasn't ridiculous.
It wasn't a
but-
million. No, it wasn't. It was, but it was a little bit hit and hope, wasn't it?
Yeah.
As he comes in again, and this time Brook decides to use the front of his bat and just strokes it down there onto the offside.
And normally they've got a good gauger of where the batsman stays after he's been hit in the pad, but Brook fell over comically, so you had no idea where he was actually standing or being hit.
It was as inelegant as it could have been there. As Brook now, as in riposte to your comment, strokes that away to Cow for one of these fellas.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, he just dropped short there, and it was an easy pull away. End of the over, 83 for 3. Messi.
More on Gordon. Mayank says Gordon Brown was a sex symbol for Brits everywhere. Mog says that Brisbane pitch is a fucking disgrace, but because Australia will win, everyone will wax lyrically Bradmany about the quality of the bowling attack. That's exactly right. But it is shit, and they will get demerit points or whatever it is they award for bad pitches. You can bet on that because it really is shit. I noticed that Dan Liebke was saying he's a bit worried he's got tickets for day 3 in Melbourne, but it'll still be raining then, I suspect.
There we go. Either bad pitches or rain. That's what you get in Australia nowadays. And so we just missed the first delivery of the Nauman over there that Pope did not connect with properly at all. He was trying to play it out squarer on the leg side than he actually managed to in the end. If the Pakistan field had been more attacking, which we've not seen at all this morning, he might have been in a little bit of trouble here. But Nauman, the 2 for 23 man this morning, now coming in again between the umpire and the wicket to Brook. Brook plays a nice little forward defence there, although with minimal footwork. Brook must just be seeing it like a balloon in this match, given the series he's had, right?
Yeah.
That fall over ball didn't really look good.
It's true. Well, I think that's the trouble with the balloon. Often it floats in a way you don't want it to. As Brook nibbles there on the offside, out to point where it's easily fielded. We've not seen too much Baz balling this morning, have we?
Nah, bugger all really.
I think there's one thing that's a guarantee that no matter where the pitch the ball, it's not going to go over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, it's kept incredibly low, hasn't it? This morning, There was one that Pope. I had no idea how he kept it out. It just almost crawled along the ground. It was like a drunk on New Year's Eve. As we come in again, Nauman easily played away by Brook. But this feels much more like an old-fashioned test match. We've got to recalibrate our brains again.
Even that one that Abra and Brook came down the wicket to pad out like 2.5 meters out, it still was hitting the stumps halfway down.
Jesus, it's incredible, isn't it? As you come again, Nauman Ali, the Methuselah of the team, coming in, darts it in. He just come from wide of the crease there to dart it into Brook, but no problem for Brook. Much slower. He's really varying his speeds here, isn't it? He's kind of almost like the definition of an experienced old head.
He is. And he's got a face that says, "I've had a hard paper round."
Fucking hard paper round. As he comes in again from the paper round, dancing again, very, very similar ball there and a very similar result. Brook knocks it out. We are at 84 for 3. We're now in 2 for 23. Messi, what's happening on socials?
Furong has just seen the ultimate flog stroke tosser, etc. at the local market. He's wearing an Argentinian football jersey with a France tracksuit jacket over the top of it. Guess he's also wearing. I guess he's also wearing Brazil jocks as well. Pity I couldn't get a photo.
Gosh. As bad as the half and half shirt.
That's amazing. My friend of mine is married to someone German, and we went to see England-Germany at Wembley, and I was trying to convince him to buy a half and half scarf for his son, but he was so angry. He was not happy at that suggestion at all. As Babar comes in again, facing to Pope, who, as Jason was saying, has got 43 ghost runs already. We're never quite sure where they've come from, but he's up there in a Root-esque manner. Still keeping quite low. Babar comes in again, number 40. Now Pope goes back to that. Now he got very lucky there. I think if he felt like he was very close to an LBW, he was almost presenting his pads there, but he just hit the ball onto his pads in the end.
Isn't there a rule that you can't count the runs you score when we're not on air?
I think that's right. I think that's something that the PCB are looking to bring in future, an exclusive deal with Guerrilla Cricket. But as we are on air, I can firmly report that Pope just stroked that off his legs for a single there. More ghost runs for the Ginger Prince as Brook lines up here, 15 runs off 22 balls. And Babar comes in again. Babar, who bamboozled him so much in the first match, but who he learned on the job against, doesn't seem to be causing as many problems for him. But Brook clearly not entirely happy with how this is going at the moment. Babar comes in again. Brook strokes out onto the leg, but there's no run there. Do you think Brook's just itching to get motoring here?
A wee bit. I'm concerned how deep in the crease they're batting.
That's a really good spot. They really are. It's as Brook sweeps that round this time.
You can see what's going to be coming. It'll be the quicker one. LB.
Yeah. It's
especially
a really good
if it keeps low.
Yeah, but Brook has just swept for one of these. Yes, I think that's a really good shot. They really are. I mean, he's almost stump crunchingly back there, isn't he?
Yeah, and it's weird because with it not playing bouncing at all, I would want to come forward. That's my kind of my thought process.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? So he's been praised, hasn't he, Brook, from his ability to pick length and rock backwards and forward in the crease. But he does seem to be trapped a little bit further back. Sorry, Messi, we're at the end of the over there with 89 for 3.
Well, it's okay. Twitter's up to date. We've got a few people with us over on YouTube, including Emily Elizabeth and Mog, and Frank Rockefeller and Stephen Kelp, Kevin Smith. Welcome to all of you.
Yeah,
Frank
morning to you guys.
Says apropos of nothing in particular, as far as I can tell, Christian Beatty.
Kevin Smith.
Master.
So I'm not the bad movie director.
Oh, I think we've been here before. I know the answer to this, and we should say that Nauman just bowled to Pope before, and Pope swept in for another of his ghost runs, ghost protocol. Pope, as Brook now faces up to the senior citizen and strokes this out to deep cover boundary for a single. Yeah, Kevin Smith is one of a number of fake accounts that someone has set up using celebrity. Yes, using celebrity names. We got this exposed. I was looking to the FBI to get onto it. As Nauman comes in again, squares Pope up there a little. Look, Nauman enjoying his work here. Not the nice starting point, but you can just see he's having a day out at the seaside here. As given his age, he should enjoy maybe a few sandwiches, flask of coffee, stay in the car all day.
Under his check.
Mike is one of our most travelled fans. He goes all over the world, but he obviously uses different names wherever he goes.
Well, different passports maybe, as well. As it's stroked out there by Pope. Yeah, Nauman is enjoying his work. He's become more and more animated as his spell has gone on. And we're being pointed out here that his average speed, even though he's varying his speed a huge deal, he's by far the quickest spinner in this match. Feels like he's got the pace of the pitch right here.
Yeah, he's bowling with much more confidence than he has up until
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can just see he's got a spring in his step as that step takes him into the crease here, and it's whipped again onto the leg side by Pope. Might get a couple here. Yeah, has got a couple. Taking Pope unbelievably up to 47. Quite know how that's happened actually.
From what I can see, they've got a very offside field, but continuously bowling leg side.
Yes, it's maybe it's their equivalent. It's their sack ball kind of approach is to bring in even more controversial tactics than Stokes can do. But yeah, it's very odd that it really requires extreme pinpoint accuracy here, and they're not getting it. Now that's more on the offside, and that's slapped by Pope like a man hitting a ham for one of these, giving him his 50.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Half a 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 century.
What do we feel about that 50? It strikes me as just amazingly impressive.
Yes, it is.
No chances almost.
There has, well, I don't know how to describe it too much of. There's been moments where he's been hitting it in the air as like potential chances, but there's not been any fielders nearby, so
yeah, maybe managed risk. Do you know what I mean?
That's it. That's the best way to describe it.
But
I'm still coming to terms with the simile of like a man hitting a ham, which is not an expression I've heard a lot.
Do you know what I'm thinking of it?
Sounds slightly sexual.
I was exhausted. I've been hitting my ham all last night. You know why I'm thinking this? I was talking to my son about Scott Walker yesterday, and I think I've got in my head one of his later experimental albums. As I just break off here to say that Babar is coming in. Ooh! And I think has he bowled him there?
He must have, because nobody's appealing.
That was out of nowhere. Pope having secured his 50, having tucked it under his arm. That was fantastic bowling from Babar there. As we see the replay there.
Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely perfect
peach.
Leg spinner. Yeah, absolutely. So pitching on middle and leg, hitting the top of off, and no wonder he looks happy. He looks like a man who's heard the 2-for-1 Specsavers sale is starting early. But Pope shakes his head. Pope, frankly, you got a good one. I think you got a good one.
Oh dear.
Are we jingling? I feel like we're in a jingle moment. I think
we're clear.
We're clear. It's sort of, whenever the jingles come on, it sort of gives me a little kind of preview of what it's going to be like in a care home with me going. Are they speaking? Are they talking as the man, the ringleader, comes to the pitch?
Ben?
Well,
Ben Stokes.
you have to credit Mogg for consistency. He says one consolation about the Brisbane Test being over so fast is that Dave Fuckwit Warner won't be able to make her a lot of runs. And Australia are actually 9 for 1. Kawaja was up for 2.
Jesus,
Warner's
that
on
pitch.
3.
And to be fair, those 2 bowling attacks don't really need a lot of help.
No, it's
No,
yeah. We're going to blindfold the batsman just to make it a bit interesting.
Tie one hand behind their back for all the players. Yes, I was going to say, yes, so Scott Walker, in one of his later experimental albums, to create a very specific sound, brought in a boxer to just punch a massive side of ham over and over again. And I swear, I think this is what I've got in my head. When you can only get that sound by bringing a boxer in and getting him to hit meat.
Oh yeah, that well-known sound.
We've all been there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure in an Islamic country it goes down all that well either.
No. You tune up the guitars, you tighten the drum skins, you hang the ham, and you're ready to record. As a bra comes in again.
It just sounds seedy when you say it there. I'm just gonna hang the ham.
I swear, I'm hanging the ham, so please come in and get ready to hit it. It's a Tory MP's night out. It really is. As we should point out that England are now 98 for 4. They're 206 behind as Babar comes out to Ben Stokes again, who has now played 2 defensive strokes, which means he must try and hit the next ball for 6. As we see the beautiful leg spinner once more.
Yeah.
But I don't think Pope can be too unhappy about that. He's just got out. Yes, Stokes, like Anton de Beek, dancing down the pitch just for a single. It almost runs into Hassan Raza there, which, I mean, will be comfortable landing for Stokes, shall we say.
So horrible.
Now you're just trying it on, aren't you, James?
No, well, that was my favourite thing yesterday, a bear seeing Hassan Raza for the first time in the match and going, fuck me, who's that fat bastard? It's good on so many levels. As Babar comes in, and Brook hoists him high into the skies for one of these.
That was fairly effortless.
Yeah, it was. My God, he's a good player. And I think that takes us to the end of the over. So, Messi, what's happening in the Twitterverse?
Okay, Tony Bishop's with us. He says, batting deep in the crease gives off worrying Gary Balance vibes. Also, good morning. You're all doing very well. One thing I would say, Tony, is that we actually need an extra shift on the end of the rota because we've got 5 sessions after tea rather than 4. It's like yesterday. Mayank says, in case people don't know, the reason I made a YouTube account under Kevin Smith is because I sign up for YouTube Premium's free trial every month, then cancel. Can't use my real name, that's just too obvious. I'll have a new one tomorrow. What should I name it? Ho ho ho!
Here we go.
Hamboy, I think.
Hambo. I think.
Ham on Hamboy.
Ham on Hamboy. Ham on Hamboy. My God, if there's a porn name there, that is there. We've got to get Ham on Hamboy knocks at the door and comes in to well, rather like Gorilla HQ the other week comes in to fit a washing machine for Bear. As Nauman, the veteran, comes in to Stokes, ever ready, goes back into his crease looking to score but not getting anything there. What is, by the way, does anyone know why there are so many of the 11s times table on the back of England shirts? Is that just a thing one person started and everyone copied, or is that a deliberate thing? Nauman comes in to Stokes to 55. Stokes, who rocks back. It's coincidence, but it's quite a big coincidence. I think as Stokes gets a single there, I think it's one of those things where a couple of people do it and then the new players coming in think it's the done thing and want to become part of the gang.
I think somebody came in and said, I want number 7, and they said, no, you can't have a single digit. I said, oh, okay, I'll have 7. You know, they can only manage to remember one number, so it's fine.
There was a South American football player I remember, it might have been Salas, who wanted number 11, but he couldn't get number 11, so he got 910 and put a plus.
Yes!
No, it was something like that.
Yes, I think that rings a bell as Nauman comes in again. Brook, you'll be surprised to hear this goes back in his crease, but you might actually be surprised this doesn't get any run. Yeah, the whole thing about numbers is so particular, isn't it? People get so precious about it, but I wondered. I never in cricket thought that was true. It was sort of like Route 66 is the all-time great pick of a number. As Nauman comes in again. Brook just sort of toddles that off onto the leg side and an easy single there. But Brook is 88, which just makes him look like an unoriginal git, really, doesn't it?
It does.
Oh yeah, Chris Gale.
Chris Gale, yeah. Yeah, that's pure universe boss territory, isn't it? Why wouldn't you have that on your shirt?
I'm putting my high score.
Yeah, you know me. As Nauman comes in again to Stokes, who kept low again there, but Stokes actually keeps out relatively easily. There, a slow start from Stokes. You can see the frustration building up on his rodent-like face.
So I want to make all you Anglos really happy by telling you that Warner's up for 3 and Australia are 9 for 2.
Oh, you're breaking our hearts here. As Stokes sweeps out just for a single to end Nauman's over. England are 108 for 4, and I believe we're having a changeover now. But shall we have a few tweets before we do this?
Yeah, well, I'm staying on because Brian's gone to bed, so I'll do the tweets. Mayank says, chasing 34, Kawadra has gone for 2, Australia 8 for 1, collapse of biblical proportions on the cards on that pitch, and as I say, Australia are now 11 for 2. Mog says, if you want an early taste of dementia, apart from missing grass, try listening to the Caretaker's End of Time Everywhere at Once stuff. Sounds very much like Hitchhiker's Guide stuff. Ravi Nair says, so has the Bears' semi-prediction come true? After the first 2 tests, have Pakistan decided they need to prepare a turner and to play to their spin strengths? Looks a bit that way. Josie Oak says, we're doomed. Mike says, Warner going for 3, 9 for 2, get in. And Mog says, the Australian collapse is on.
Boo.
So who's on with me?
It is still myself, moving on to ball by ball, and Forthy's rejoined us.
I am. Hello.
As we have Abracadabra still staying on, and it's first ball, Stokes on his leg side, just parries it down to short leg for no run. England on 108 for 4, trailing of 196. Second ball, and this time Stokes decides to come down the wicket, couple of steps and pads it out onto the offside for no run. Half muted appeal from Abra, but I don't think anyone's taken him on of that appeal, realising how far Stokes had scampered down the wicket. How you
I've only got one review left too.
Abracadabra, I want to reach out and grab ya is not the lyric that would get written in the Me Too era, it's fair to say.
Abra this time pulling over the wicket, and Ben Stokes attempts to sweep it, gets a good pad on it, but I suggest they don't take this as a review, because it's impacting well outside leg side.
No, not a lot going for that one.
No, pitching, impact, everything leg side. Might have hit the stumps.
It might have hit the stumps, but it's clearly pitching outside leg.
Abra in over the wicket again, this time half squaring up Stokes. He gets sort of a thickish edge onto the offside and scurries through for a quick single. And that's that over, gone.
Oh wow.
Bloody hell.
Quick as a shot.
Jeez.
109 for 4.
Are you sure? It says
there's a couple of balls left.
There's
I think there's a
left.
couple of balls.
Oh fuck. I'm looking at the wrong thing, sorry, my apologies. He's cut to gully for no run.
Easily done.
I don't know what I was looking at there. I got confused between the trail and suddenly how much overs there'd been. I don't know why. But this time, down the leg side, and it's been guided to deep backward square leg. Get through for one single. And this time it is over.
Take a breath, Carl. Take a breath. Marek says if they can get Steve Smith and Labuschagne, I'd come in my pants. He also said, "Abracadabra, I'd like to grab you." Is trademarked by Donald Trump. Madame Mohan Sharma says, "G'day, Guerrilla Cricket. Now you're available on YouTube as well. There were some problems initially. You're all looking good, but England is not looking good in Karachi." They're struggling a bit.
Struggling, but still 110.
Yeah, but they're 200 behind, I think. We've seen England come from behind from parlous positions this year and don't rule them out, but Pakistan are currently hot favourites.
Nauman continuing. First ball, slightly short of a length, and it's guided out into the offside, into deep cover boundary, and only went through for a single.
Since the advent of baseball, have we had a decent sized Stokes innings? I'm not sure we have we?
Since the advent of baseball, yes, we have. I'm trying to remember which it was.
There's one he'd never played like baseball. You got 80, I think.
Yes, that's right.
Ever since then, he's batted a bit like a tit.
Yes.
As Nauman comes round the wicket, and this time it's just driven down to mid on for a 1-run.
Technical analyst there.
Well, pretty much to every one of them, I can understand the baseball, and it's worked very well for them. But when he gets caught for a ridiculous shot, it seems a bit stupid at times. Nauman in through the umpiring stumps, and it's just defended down to short off.
It's quite an interesting question as to whether they deliberately play baseball even when it doesn't make sense to play baseball, like they did on the third morning of the last test. It made literally no sense, but they played it anyway.
Yeah. Nauman in. It's been driven beyond the bowler's reach, all the way down to deep long off for a 1-run. Yeah, there's a lot of the times he's over-aggressive. Now, I've described this before. You can be aggressive without trying to go aerial every time. Look at Brook right now. He's on 31 from 35 balls. That's still classified as aggressive for tests. And Stokes does not heed my warnings and straight away plants his leg and sweeps it to cow corner for one of these. He's connected fairly well with it.
Another way of looking at it, Carl, is that maybe Stokes isn't feeling in the best of form, and as many batsmen do when they're not feeling in the best of form, they decide to swing from the hip and hope for the best. And maybe he's got so many sort of things weighing down on him as captain that he just feels the best way to play is to swing.
He has a higher batting average as captain than as not captain.
Yeah, again, Nauman this time. It's just and he's nurdled it down to deep long on and scamper through for one single. 118.
His average 4. His average as captain, which includes that one test in the West Indies, is 38.2. His average not as captain is 35.7.
So I did look into it, and I must say it's sort of hyperinflated his average at the minute because of the team and the scores he's playing in. Also was his average whilst he was playing in a pretty poor England side that kept on losing was always going to be a lot lower than what it should be. So he's gone from polar opposite ends of what I would consider as a reputable kind of source for an average.
By the way, a straighter at 24 for 4.
You got to warn me for these things. Abra comes in over the wicket and it's just blocked into the offside.
It's a good thing they're not chasing something outlandish like 75 or 80, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are all the pitch rollers in Australia broken or something? Is that? Oh, I thought that was out for a second. Abra comes in and Stokes whole clubs it to the short leg fielder, who I think hits him in the neck. Is where he's holding.
Abdullah.
It's not that bad.
Rabada's taken. Sorry, Rabada's taken 4 for 13.
Well, yeah, he didn't take it absolutely on the full. He hit it into the ground, Stokes, and it would have taken quite a lot of the pace out of it. And he's smiling. I have to say, this series has been played in surprisingly good. Well, surprisingly or not, it's been played in good spirits, isn't it? I haven't seen any bad blood between the sides, unless I've missed it.
Yeah, I think they just love having Test cricket there. The same could be said of the Australia-Pakistan series.
That's just what I was about to say. It became all very lovey, which
yeah,
I didn't mind for the first kind of few days. Then I kind of really wanted to punch up at some point. I just
once a Scot, always a Scot. Cole.
Kind of.
Mog's got a very good question for you.
Yeah.
And it's actually for Collins. It's batting like a tit is a weird saying. I like tits. Why is that bad?
It's a very good point, yeah.
So you have no answer.
I don't even know the etymology behind batting like a tit, but it may be just something of my own kind of creation. That, although I've certainly heard it before when I've been batting. To be honest,
I got quite. I do like watching birds, and I saw something slightly unusual in my mother-in-law's garden on one occasion, and came bouncing in to say, "You've got great tits."
Yeah, it's like something from the Fast Show.
Yeah, totally. It was. Yeah.
Mike's beside himself. He says, "I'm so happy seeing the back of Steve Smith. Just need Labuschagne's bitch ass to head to the fucking pavilion. Man, South Africa just need 30 to 40 more and they'd be in a position to win the test."
Oh, exactly.
And he says, "Wow, head, golden tuck, 10 to win, but Rabada are on track for 10 for it this rate."
Again, a 10 for and being losing on the second day is quite a weird mix-up.
Yeah. And he says, "Does Australia hate Test cricket? It's been an absolutely abysmal summer so far with these useless tests." Well, it's been interesting.
Yeah. Has it though?
So England's been making decks that have gone 5 days, and now Australia are making decks that only last a couple of days.
So I've got to say, 25 for 4. With Australia needing 10 to win, Norch has just bowled 5 wides, which really doesn't help them in the circumstances.
Well, not really.
When your total's that low to hit, that's a very large percentage of your...
Yeah.
50%.
He's got a bloody porn moustache, which explains it too. It's a shit moustache.
Just want to be Australian.
Bowler, anyway, back with the cricket.
Yeah, Abra this time very full but on the stumps, and it's just guided round to a vacant leg side for 1 run. Brook moved on now, or Stokes has now moved on to 11 from 17 deliveries. Brook now facing 31 from 35.
It's been, I guess it's been, sometimes you can win a series and no one really emerges, but they must be very happy with Harry Brook's progression within the side recently.
Yeah, it's certainly a nice place to come for your first test innings over at Pakistan, which is notoriously roads, but I must get the last couple haven't been quite so.
In other ways, I suppose it's quite a hard place to visit, or has been historically. Travel and all.
As Abra comes in for his 4th delivery, just blocked onto the offside, and then quickly coming back for his 5th, blocked again back to the bowler. But the 6th ball slightly floated up again, and it's been punched down to mid-on for 1 run. for Brook, and that concludes that quickfire over yet again. Time with Messi.
This was a good one from Stephen Kelk. He says Australia channeling their inner Thunder, who you will recall were like 15.
Abra, his figures are. He's got a couple of wickets, but they're not looking too great. I think he said 13 for nearly in the 60 range. Which is it's going hard. And even Nauman, 2 for 42 off a 10. That's still 4 and over. So this England side could fairly back up and get close to this trailer. Still trailing 184. As Nauman continues onto the backside. Brook.
They've got a decent length tail though, England these days.
I was just going to go through Stokes'
Robinson, Leach, Anderson, and Foakes.
I wouldn't quite classify Leach and Anderson as a decent tail. Not in my view.
No, I wouldn't. That was
Now and then, very full, and it's been helped, driven down to deep long on for 1 run. Stokes.
Well, I was just going to go through Stokes' innings since he became captain at the beginning of the England summer. He's had 1, 54, 46, 75 not out, 18, 25, 20, 20, 103, 6, 41, duck, 30 and 41. So that's not too bad.
Stokes? Well, okay. I don't know what, in my head, he's had a bad trot, but obviously just in my head.
Yeah,
he's had some silly dismissals in there, I think.
Nauman in. Admissible. Nauman in, and it's been blocked down onto the offside, and then followed by his third ball, just stock delivery and blocked onto the onside. Yeah, it's shot mid wicket. Yeah, it's the halo horns or the Mo and Ali effect where you always remember his last chip to long on for 5 runs.
Australia scraped home by 6 wickets.
What a win! On that short leg, wide of the stumps, and it's sort of cut down to the shortish fielder who's
it's that thing called peak end syndrome, isn't it? Where you always remember the last thing and the peak thing from any experience.
Yeah, so we do it in assessments, and it's called the halo horns effect.
Halo horns, same thing, I guess. Yeah, interesting. I hadn't heard of it.
And to finish the over, Nauman comes in, stock delivery, and it's just blocked back to the bowler for no run. And that concludes the over. 1-2-2 for 4, trailing 184. Stokes on 12 for 18. Brook from 33, 43 deliveries.
Mayank.
Go for it.
Mayank, who I think is probably now bitter that Australia actually did win, says, I believe they should play 3-day tests, 60 overs a day with 90-minute sessions. Still better than the fucking 100.
Yes. I don't think you'll have much. I've still not seen 100 game.
So here's an interesting question I'd throw up. I know there's been a lot of talk lately of how difficult it is for smaller nations to actually play Test cricket, and as a result they're hardly playing any. With the abolition of ODIs, it's surely going to take away any chance of them getting any experience of anything other than T20. I just think it's a really good reason for keeping ODIs in the mix.
It's a very good point, because it's quite hard to get Test nation status nowadays for a smaller nation. I can't remember if the criteria has changed, but it used to be, it involved the women's cricket team as well as the men's cricket team to get it. And quite a lot of nations don't have that. As Wasim comes in to start his overs. Getting a jingle for Wasim.
Ahmed Wasim Jr. played for Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and the thing
first ball comes in and it's blocked down to mid-off for no run. Second ball round the wicket, and there's an appeal from behind as the ball scurries past Stokes, but doesn't seem to be interested as he flicks in his nicely coiffured hair and stunning jawline, I must say.
So there's quite a few, speaking objectively, there's quite a few appealing young men in the Pakistan side. But anyway, I'll leave that for Annie to comment on whenever she's on.
I feel jealous by the utterly jet black hair also.
Jet Black R.I.P. in the last month, of course, the old Stranglers drummer.
Oh yeah. There was he meant for the third ball, round the wicket, and it's just blocked back to short mid wicket for no run. Stokes during that second ball deciding to come down the wicket to him, which is probably why he nearly caught on edge. Although this might be the reasoning behind him coming down the wicket and smashing over and things like that. He's on 12 from 21 deliveries.
Very un-Baz-like.
Wasim in short of a length, and it's on the backwards foot, driven to cover for no run.
Early on, we were seeing some balls, particularly from Babar, just shoot through, barely getting above knee height. But I think as the effect of the heavy roll has worn off, we haven't seen quite so many of those recently.
Yeah, I don't think we're just going to be the initial 10-minute spells of every roller.
Yeah.
What's he coming in for his fifth ball round the wicket? Stokes again comes down the wicket, gets a hold of it, and does actually manage to go over the top of cover and go to the one of these.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Although Stokes did manage to get it good enough, it was still very toey. So maybe anyone of a slightly normal cover might have been more of a shout for catching it, but still finding the gap and getting those runs. We've done 16 from 23. Wasim in for the last ball of his over, round the wicket, and it's a good metre outside of off, and it's cut on the back foot to a deep backwards point for one run, and that will conclude the over. Another quick one.
Mayank's getting all heretical now. He says there shouldn't be a test status thing. Like rugby, if two countries want to play red ball cricket, they can arrange their own test match. It could be 3, 4, 5 days, just like first class. Mog says ODIs are redundant enough these days that I'm often surprised when they're actually played. I actually enjoy them more than T20 on the whole. And Ravi now says, well, at least we saved the follow-on.
That's true. Good point.
I would say I enjoy watching a T20 a bit more, just because of the boring middle overs. As now it comes in, start is over, and it's blocked back to the bowler for no run. But if I was to go to a match, I much more prefer going to a test or an ODI. Just more bang for your buck. I don't want to go there for.
The noise at the T20s drives me insane. Constant.
And this one is cut to cover, but not with any grace or power.
I think for me it's more to do with meaning. I sort of feel with T20s, most of them you've forgotten them the next week, like a snack of peanuts. But the actual World T20 we've just had, I quite enjoyed that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
it did mean something.
This time Nauman in, and it's a decent-ish length. Stokes gets down on one leg, sweeps it to the square leg boundary. One of these.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah,
And to be fair, I've got my brother-in-law, his family's got three daughters, and they're really into the women's BBL, and they when you go round to their house, I'll just break off the thing.
no, I mean, and this time it's just come down and front foot blocked onto the leg side for no run.
They support Melbourne Renegades. They're really into that. They've got all the kit. They go to all the matches, so it means a lot to them. So no problem there.
Yeah. And I think the women's BBL is actually much better competition than the men's BBL.
Well, it is at the minute if you're posting totals of 15. Neumann delivers one, a good meter outside of off again, and it's been clubbed through mid cover and mid off for 1 out. That was giving up a bit too much width in the crease for Stokes just to open his arms out. Really connects with this one.
I think the ultimate vindication of Babar really is you could imagine 4 wickets would have fallen on previous tours at this juncture, but the score would have been 60 or 70, not 135.
Yeah, that's definitely the point. Neumann in for the last ball of his on the stumps, but blocked down onto the mid wicket for no run. England 135 for 4, still trailing 169. Messi, let's chortling you.
Imagine Sally R56, one of our long-time listeners in Canberra. It says, in Australia's chase to 34, extra scored 19. Replacing Warner in Melbourne?
Well, they were threatening, the extras were threatening the Bannerman there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would have been fun.
How do you even get 19 extras when you're chasing 33? That's ridiculous.
I know, that's amazing. I'm just having a look. What did we get? 15 wides. That's unforgivable.
What?
That's actually a match
4 byes and 15 wides, yeah.
I guess what it was 3 lots of 5, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. But even so, that is pretty unforgivable. I suppose on that wicket, though,
3
it's
wild.
really, yeah.
That has to be the biggest proportion of extras in Test match history. I'd be amazed if it wasn't.
Wazim continuing on, and this time pulling over the wicket to Brook. Slightly foolish, and it's got an appeal. I didn't actually see if it was bat or pad, but it's gone down into the short mid wicket for no run.
Yeah, as Jason's correctly indicating, it was going down. That was a slightly somewhere between half-hearted and full-hearted appeal, but no, nothing would certainly have missed.
I do like the casualness of Harry Brooks. Just don't even make eye contact with the bowler, pretend that nothing happened there. Continue on. Wasim in over the wicket, down the leg side, and taken by.
Well done.
Yeah. That's a good take. What do you think the correct strategy, if you're trying to remain nonchalant and to put the umpire off if you're a batsman? Is it to what do you do? Do you maintain eye contact? Do you look away?
Do some gardening. That's what I've always done. Just go down and it was a good delivery and knock down at the pitch. Oh, it must have been that devious pitch there. Or even better is to look at your bat at the edges and go,
oh yes, that is a good one.
Wasim in for the third ball, he's over. Brook coming down the pitch slightly and connecting really well with it. It's a drive through cover. The fielder no way managing to catch up with it. Getting one of these.
Premeditated from Brook. He was already coming down the pitch, but he absolutely beautifully controlled off drive.
Not much power putting into it, but just timed brilliantly. It's sort of inside out-ish as well, because the ball looked like it was actually going down leg side, and he's managed to put that through cover.
Yeah, I think the bowler followed him, and it didn't make any difference.
Was he in this time? Slightly shorter of a length. hits him in the pads and just ducks down into the leg side for no run. As
There's always a danger of hooking a young batsman up too much, but he does look impressive.
I would say he's made his runs already in this series to quantify him being, I'd say, England's player of the series.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So no matter what he does now, he could get out and get out for a duck in his last innings. He would still be. I see him in 5th ball on the pads, and it's been guided round the corner to deep fine leg, and they'll go through for 1 run.
Well, to be honest though, between Root and Stokes and Bairstow appearing about 10 years ago, and Pope and Brook emerging now, there hasn't been a lot in between.
No, there's been a lot of maybe half-hearted attempts or getting there, but most have been dropped back out.
Yeah.
Brook does look like he's been there for quite a while, and he hasn't.
I owe Sally R56, imagine, an abject apology. She's not in Canberra at all. She's in Albany. I'm sorry about that, Sally.
This is where she comes in for the final ball, round the wicket. Very full, and Stokes just ushers it back to covers for no run. And that's the end of the over, and it looks like on to, what would it be? Is it lunch or tea? I can't remember what it is, but
It's lunch.
Lunch,
must be
yes.
lunch, yeah.
28 overs.
So, the session summary coming up. 28 overs, 133 runs for 3 wickets, a run rate of 4.75, and Brook and Stokes departing with England 4 down. And if I just get the scores up, that's coming up for me. England closing in at lunch at 140 for 4 after 31 overs. Crawley departing for 0, Duckett for 26, Bull Nauman, LBW, Pope gone for 51 after a brilliant Abra ball that took his off peg. Root out for a golden duck, caught salmon, bowled by Nauman. Brook on 38 from 48 deliveries, and Stokes 25 from 31. And I'll pass you over to Jason, who will tell us what we've got for lunch.
I'll just do a couple of tweets before we sign off. Hawks says Ray ODIs here in Oz, they have gone behind a paywall and therefore are almost non-existent. Yes, that's very true. Very few comments that work compared to BBL, and last ODI series, Australia versus England practically fielded the B side and a post T20 win. Too much irrelevant cricket. I agree entirely. That was a ridiculous series to have ever played. Mike says yes, it was 3 bouncers that went for wides, but still absolutely stupid. 55% of the score was extras. And he also says, are they actually drinking any tea in that Tapple tea advert? Who drinks tea like that? Well, people who are dragooned into it, I think. None of them even looks the slightest bit happy when they're drinking that tea. It's not a great ad, it really is. Anyhow, that's it. Jason, all yours.
And we are going to go to one of the recent Who's That Weirdo episodes. And we'll see you in about 35-40 minutes.
Brilliant, thank you.
Catch it.
Mog by 6 points to 2. 6 points to
And
2.
with a stick, apparently.
Yeah.
And now it starts playing. For fuck's sake. That was weird. Hello, Jason. Hello, David.
Oh, morning. Morning, Messrs.
So, what's your read of where we're at?
I think England are in a very actually a strong position, and that the favouritism of the bookies for Pakistan is going to be misguided.
Well, they want
I've
people
got
to
to
bet.
say to you, David, you did say yesterday we should take the draw at 6-1. It's now 22-1. Do we still go on the draw?
No, that's just throwing away
That's the
money.
way you want to play it, is it, Messrs? We're going to be...
I couldn't resist.
You've
I really
broken
couldn't.
the unspoken rule of broadcasting. Don't remind your colleagues on air of their mistakes.
Sorry.
22 to 1 seems to be just an odds to encourage you to bet, knowing that it's not going to get... No, it's raking your money in with a very little chance of paying out, I would have thought.
Well, that's what betting's all about, isn't it?
That's the plan. Never forget it's a
Well,
business.
can I just come back at you at that one as well, Messrs?
Yeah.
Sorry to be so confrontational so early in my appearance, but obviously I'm betting on an exchange, so there's no bookmaker involved. I'm simply finding...
It's a market.
It's an exchange market,
Yeah.
so I'm simply finding someone else to take the bet. So it's purely transactional. Betfair take 5% commission. You can't blame them, and it's not it's not the evil bookmakers setting prices. Although I actually do enjoy flirting with Bet365 because I find their algorithm doesn't take into account the sort of what we're seeing on the field. So I've made money this morning on the over market, and right, here we go.
Excellent.
Good morning, afternoon, and we are starting again at Guerrilla Cricket here. First ball after lunch, and it's played defensively by Harry Brook. No relation to me, David Brook, or indeed to Messrs or Jason, who are alongside me. Here's Harry, and he plays defensively. Tempted to look through the family tree to see if there's any possibility of a Yorkshire branch of the family.
Now, we don't want to turn you into Ditch, who's related to everybody under the sun.
I would just settle for this man, Harry Brooks, on 38 not out, and it's Abra bowling. Abra, so I've got to get my pronunciation right. And I have to say, it's wonderful to be back in Guerrilla Towers after an absence. It's the first time post-COVID that I've been here on account of being out on the Oxfordshire, Wiltshire, Berkshire borders, and a bit of a trek, bowls, and that's covered up by Brook. And also a tribute to the Bears' technical skills in that we can all now do this from the comfort of our homes. And indeed, Messrs, that's brought you into play because I believe you're talking to us from Australia.
Indeed. Well, we had 5 continents represented in the last Test match we covered, I think.
That's
so
marvellous.
It's not bad, is it?
And Brook goes defensively to that one, 140 for 4. Because, Messrs, I couldn't help hearing you on air this morning talking about your playing career, which I hadn't heard you talk about before. You said you averaged less as an ordinary player than you did as a captain with the bat. As Brook goes forward defensive, 144. Quickly, tell us about your playing career, Messrs.
No. I was talking about Ben Stokes. He's averaging more.
I thought you were
as,
comparing
captain,
yourself to Ben Stokes. I distinctly thought I heard you say that you personally.
Oh no.
Had no, right? I misunderstood. No playing career.
I don't. All records of my playing career have been destroyed under the 20-year rule, I think.
Well, very tidy over from Abra there, and going to restart again with Wasim. So I'll just jiggle him up. Here we go.
Ahmed Wasim Jr. played for Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and the thing is half his eyes is to be a star.
Yeah, so Wasim going to bowl unchanged from before lunch, as Abra did. He's bowled 4 overs for 29. He's not looked particularly threatening, apart from that one ball that snaked away from Ben Stokes early on in this spell before lunch.
Here's
The one point I would make, David, is that the good thing about the 20-year rule is that there's nothing to stop you making up stories about what you made when you were a kid.
indeed, that's true. Wazim bowls round the wicket, right arm, sort of lively, medium pace. He's 0 for 29 though, off 4. Messers, going back to the previous point about the wonders of Zoom, because you were known in the early days of Gorilla as being the most prolific of the tweeters. Has Zoom technology allowed you, as it were, to cross that divide and, sort of get into the actual broadcast action?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I first actually appeared on air with the Gorillas back in 2016, was it?
And this
There was
ball
a
is
series
played
against South
by
Africa.
Stokes down to the deep cover point boundary. Stokes just walks up to the other end for a single. He goes on to 26, Brook 38. But that was a fleeting appearance, was it, Messers?
Indeed it was. And then I was over in 2019 for the World Cup, so I did 7 or 8 games then. But yeah, COVID changed everything in so many ways, didn't it? And some of them were very good.
Yep.
And this was one of them, thanks basically to the Bears' expertise and capacity to,
the Bears'
change the way we
brain
do
power.
I mean, let's face it, we've really relied on the Aussie contingent, the Guerrilla Cricket Aussie contingent, for most of the coverage, not just of...
this World Cup, certainly. Yes.
Yeah, and throughout the year. I mean, Messers, you've been omnipresent, which has been wonderful.
Well, I don't have a life other than Gorillas, you know that.
Well, that's plenty to keep you occupied. That's forward defensive by Brook. Nobody knows about your other life, Messers. I'm hoping that we might tempt a few listeners over from rival state networks if you can reveal even just a couple of clues. I think you were doing something. Were you doing something creative, perhaps? So I put you down as an artiste.
Oh, you flatter me. Although I've written stuff from time to time, but no, I spent many years working as a union official in Australia.
Here's Wazim. He's bowling this right arm medium pace, nicely flicked round the corner by Brook. That's going to be a fair old jog round the boundary for the fielder, and they come through for a comfortable 2. Brook is on 40, Stokes on 26, 143 for 4, and we're only in over number. Jason, please, can you assist?
29, I think.
That's great. That means my over bet has come in again on Bet 365. I bet that they would score in the first 30 overs more than 126.
33, in fact.
Oh. I've got to check my balance in that case. I think I might have celebrated too early. Here comes Wazim Jaffer. He bowls, and that's played out nicely. A lovely flick from Brook. That's going to go. Is it going to go to the boundary? No, the fielder's down there, acrobatically stops it, and can't locate the fielder quite now. Both batsmen at the same end. It's a run out here.
God.
A crazy run out. Both batsmen ended up at the same end, and Stokes it is who takes the sacrifices himself there. I thought I was seeing double. I haven't been up that long, and to see both batsmen at the same end, they were looking for a third. One of them didn't go. I guess Brook must have turned his back on his skipper. Last time I turned my back on the skipper, I didn't get another innings for the rest of the season. Let's see what happened there. Brook played it out. It was a nice shot through mid-wicket. Maybe Brook thought it was going for 4. He turned round for the second. They're both ball watching. What happens now? Stokes turns round for the third, and Brook starts and sells Stokes down the river. He sells his skipper down the river in a manner that was done to Babar Azam in the first innings, although this was a different set of circumstances. I mean, Stokes is waiting for the final decision. I'm not sure what that is, to make sure the bells are removed okay, but he's having the conversation with the third umpire. Pretty much he's off the perimeter area, so it looks like Stokes.
Just checking it's not a 4.
It looks like checking it's not a no ball, in fact.
Right.
I think.
It looks like Stokes.
No, it could be a no ball.
Yeah,
but it's checking it's not a 4 because he was very close to the boundary line when he fielded.
Have you ever done that, Jays? Have you ever sold your skipper down the river, sent him back halfway, and then?
Yes, I have.
You have.
It's not on my high score, funnily enough, because I was batting at 4 that day, being promoted, and I sold my skipper down the river for 36 when he was already earning 100, And I thought, I'm not going to get a bowl today, so I may as well stay out here and batter all the session.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not going to get a bowl, you're not going to get a word, you're not going to get a beer. It's a lonely place when you've run out your skipper. And let's just see what happened here. They're checking to see whether Brook was actually in at the other end. No, what are they doing?
Well, they're checking to see who regained the ground first, and it actually was Brook by a very short nose indeed.
So Stokes, he was quick to sacrifice, and I think he made a gesture to Brook, not that sort of gesture. I think he made a gesture as if to say, don't worry about it, get on with your innings.
Get on with it.
Which is typical of Captain Stokes, who, he's had to sacrifice his wicket. He's out for 26, and England now 145 for 5.
There must be a run out here. Oh, how tragic. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
Well, it's going to bring this man to the crease, I believe. And he's got a lot to prove in this first test of the tour. I believe it'll be Ben Foakes.
Well, he's better than just Butler, and his name's Ben Foakes. Well, he can keep wicket at least 9 times as well. Ben Foakes, you're the best.
I do have some good news for you, David.
Yes.
The score at the end of 30 overs was 135 for 4.
Phew. It was over 130 I needed. Messrs, if you were here, I'd share the money with you now after giving me that bit of good news. As you're not, if it's okay with you, I'll keep the whole lot, because Jason wasn't really involved in this exchange. And you can see Stokes there with the, as if to say, look, it's fine, Harry, or Brookie, as he's probably known, knowing the nickname circuit. Yeah. It's fine, get on with your own game, I'm fine about it. Don't let it affect you. That's what he was saying. So Harry Brook's just got to dig in now and make it count. He's joined by the England restored wicketkeeper Ben Stokes. Ben Foakes. Oh, it's a schoolboy error there. Foakes, Stokes.
At least Chris Foakes isn't in the tour.
At least he's not on tour. We're just looking again at the run out. Brook had played it out onto the leg side boundary. It was a nice shot. He goes for 2. He's ball watching. He calls Stokes for a 3rd. Stokes is all the way down, and then Brook decides not to go. Doesn't even send him back. He just almost returns to his crease, hangs his bat over his shoulder in shame. But Stokes all the way through was saying, look, don't worry about it. And Brook also put his hand up to apologise. Meanwhile, the Pakistan fans are celebrating big time. Can I just give a shout out to the Free Foresters on tour of India? Big shout out to Nick Turk, who's the fixture secretary at the Free Foresters, currently listening to us in a wonderful hotel in India, the Ranthambore Hotel, and they've had a cracking tour by the sound of it. The Free Foresters, one of our leading touring sides in historic touring sides, and it sounds like they've had a wonderful tour of India. They've played all over at the Bombay Gymkhana ground and various other places. They played at the Jaipuria Cricket Academy in Jaipur, and they're now got their last match coming up at the Roshanara Cricket Club in Delhi. That is today. It's tomorrow. So if you're in Roshanara, get down to see the Free Foresters in action. Here's new over now from Babar, bowls to the guilty man. No, it's not. It's Foakes, the new batsman, who plays that out into mid-wicket, and there's no run. Have we jingled him up?
We have.
We have. Good. Ben Foakes returning to the side, made a notable run out in the first innings, made his contribution to run out Babar Azam with a bit of acrobatics, taking a wide throw and knocking one of the bells off. He's forward defensive here. Be interesting to see whether Foakes, whether he plays his natural game or whether he feels he's got to up it a bit. I hope he plays his natural game. He's not a natural. I've got another Surrey member alongside me. He'll tell us all about Foakes in a moment. I mean, I'm fair to say, Jace, as that Surrey member, you've watched a lot of Ben Foakes. Would you say he's best off playing in his natural game here? And
I would have thought so. It suits the game. He's more of an accumulator than an out-and-out shot maker, but then that suits him to play second fiddle whilst Harry Brook is
And almost another run out there as Foakes gets off the mark with a fast run single. And yes, Abrar gives a bit of applause to the fielder there who did damn good job. I'll start identifying some of these fielders in a moment. Jace, feel free to help me out on the boundary in particular. But yeah, so Foakes, this situation is perfect for Ben Foakes, isn't it? 145 for 5, 146 for 5. England trailing by 158, and yeah, it's perfectly that you're not missing anything here because Brook has actually stopped the bowler from coming in. Someone was moving or something happened behind the bowler's arm. It's Brook on 42. Foakes is at the non-striker's end. Abrar bowls. It's the leggy, and that's cut down. Nice bit of fielding there, and who was that?
I have to say,
I do apologise to Pakistan fans.
As well.
I'm struggling to recognise them. It was number 55, 57.
It's
number 50.
Shafiq, I think.
It's Shafiq. Good bit of fielding there from Shafiq. A couple of new names, of course, in this Pakistan team, who seem to be sort of feeling their way to their best 11. Quite why we didn't see Abrar in the first Test match, God only knows.
Well, I think the idea was to protect him on a dead wicket and pick him on two slightly better wickets towards the tail end of the tour, which I can understand because Rawalpindi was really a very flat wicket indeed.
Good morning to everyone in the UK waking up on a Sunday morning. Don't forget, Messers is waiting for your tweets. Give us a tweet. Let us know how you're feeling this morning. 146 for 5. England, what's your prognosis? How are you feeling about this? Here comes Wasim bowling new over, forward defensive to but Messers, I apologise, I'll come to you at the end of the next over. We've got a lot of tweets waiting to be read.
We got a few, no rush.
No, right, 146 for 5. In the meantime, just heard from a very good friend, Roland Butcher, of course, the first black player to play for England, of course, distinguished at Middlesex. And he makes a very, very interesting point, Messers and Jace, which I'd like you to comment on, particularly pertinent given what's just happened in Australia, where that match is all over in 2 days. Wasim Jaffer bowls defensively by Foakes, and there's no run. He says, Roland says, good morning, guys. Listening to you now. I hope the ICC is paying attention to what is happening in world cricket. South Africa have just lost their third game in a row in 2 days. West Indies, pretty much the same. Bangladesh just got well beaten. Pakistan getting the same treatment. Well, is it a coincidence that the three winning teams are Australia, England and India? Unless there is greater distribution of ICC money, the great game that we love will certainly disappear. Here's Jaffer bowls. Played nicely by Foakes, but there's two men in close, short mid-wicket, no run. Who wants to watch England, Australia and India all the time? If nothing is done, and quickly, children in all those other countries will not be attracted to the game. ICC be warned. Not my words, the words of Roland Butcher there from, I think just got back to Barbados, listening to us in, actually no, he's in Slough. He hasn't gone back yet. But thank you very much for that, Roland, and very well made point. I'm going to open that up at the end of this over to Messers and Jace to discuss. That's forward defensive by Foakes. That's the end of the, no, it's not the end of the over, it's only 4 balls. Messers, if I can just bring you in there, because you've been witnessing the carnage at the Gabba with that game over in 2 days, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, over in 2 days, a bloody awful pitch, frankly. But, well, I totally support what Butch is saying. I actually think his data is a bit naff. I don't think the difference between South Africa and Australia is very great at the moment.
You say that that's driven up to mid-on and there's no run, but 99 all out South Africa, beaten in 2 days, Messers.
Yeah, well, Australia lost 14 wickets over the same 2 days as well. They were 4 for 30 odd, winning it.
Can you see South Africa winning a single Test match against Australia in this tour? Is there 3 they're playing?
Oh, I think they've got every chance if there's a reasonable wicket. I don't think their batting's quite up to scratch.
Would you like to do a little guerrilla betting exchange, Messers, and put your money where your where that eloquent mouth of yours is? No, he's gone very quiet. Now, I knew that would shut you up. Very rare that you hear Messrs lost for words there. He's thinking, I can't say yes because that's going to cost me money, and I can't say no because that's not going to look good. End of that over. England 146 for 5. Messrs.
I better do a couple of tweets before I indulge myself any further. So, in response to the suggestion before lunch that Pakistan were actually producing a pitch for their spin strength, Leah says they have spin strength, and Ravi says, well, when they want to, they can pull Babar Ahmeds and Ali's out of a hat. England have nothing like that. Mayank wants you to play the Stokes Foakes jingle. Moggs says not to be picky, but, and he's picky here, the website says we're listening to the third Tessie. Oh, fuck off, Mog. Sorry. And Madame Mohan Sharma says, what a coincidence, both captains have been run out in this match in Karachi. It's unusual.
That is unusual.
Are you implying that there's some betting patterns involved?
I don't.
Surely not.
Abrar bowls, that's covered up by Brook, and there's no run. So the onus is on Harry Brook to yet again win the highest scoring English batsman market.
He's batted very well so
yes,
far.
I invested him in at 11-2 at the start of the game, which I thought was very good odds. Here's Abrar, and he bowls. That one's tossed up, but down the wicket. Optimistic appeal, because he was almost halfway down by the time that hit him. And umpire Joel Wilson not having anything to do with that. Pakistan just the one review remaining, so they're going to use that judiciously. And captain Babar Azam, who was off the field earlier, not feeling so well, not interested in that appeal. That's nicely stroked out by Brook with all the time in the world out to the extra cover boundary for a single.
Brook's almost averaging 100 on this tour now, and one injudicious shot in Rawalpindi side. He's batted very sensibly now for 3 innings.
Absolutely, and it reminds me of his start to the county championship season earlier this summer, where he was also averaging 100, nearly 100, but over 100 at some point before he joined the England setup and was then benched for the rest of the season. That's defensively by Foakes. I thought that was the one error of the Stokes key McCullum regimes, not giving Harry Brook a berth in the Test series last summer. That's defensively. Oh, that's the wrong one, and Foakes didn't read that one at all, and it missed the stumps by a whisker. What sort of player of spin is he, Jace?
He's pretty similar to Ollie Pope, really. He uses his feet quite well. I'm not sure he necessarily picks the ball well, but that one didn't really turn as much as he wanted to, otherwise he would have been in trouble.
You'll be pleased to know, Jace, that I'll be joining you in the ranks of the Surrey membership today. This coming season, I've joined up for 2023. I've left Sussex and joined Surrey. That's bowled and that's played. There's only so much anyone can take of what's going on at Sussex. Down, that's dropped down on the to his feet by Foakes. There's no run there. Foakes is on 1. Brook is on 43. England 147 for 5.
Ravi Nair says, somehow thanks to baseball, I can't believe England will lose this, at least until the 4th innings. Mayank points out, Wasim Jaffer is long retired. This is Mohammed Wasim Jr. Moggs says, hard-hitting editorial work from Dave Brook, as ever. And Leah says, Roland's right, time to do a Kerry PAK or something like Wet Class Cricket Federation or something like that. I mean, notwithstanding my argument about the data, I do think Butcher's fundamental point is spot on. There needs to be far greater distribution of cricketing development funds.
Well, it's just to stop people moving into franchise cricket per se en bloc. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
because if you're a West Indian cricketer now, the only thing to look forward to as a means of income in the longer term is franchise cricket, isn't it?
Mohammed Wasim to start a new over. Thanks for the correction there. Did I call him Wasim Jaffer?
Yes, you did.
I did. That shows my
shows your age,
my vintage. That's played out onto the leg side, and there's no run. So just trying to work out what happened here with my
another bet.
My bank balance is not. Oh yes, it's just come. Oh, he's landed a big one. He's landed a big one. I went big on that 30 over market because Stokes and Brook were really flailing it around. Brook has a little flail at that one outside the off stump, and there's no run there. That's made me very happy to be so flush with cash so early in the day.
Yep, Jason, I just heard David say he's taking you down the pub after, okay?
Yeah, if I wasn't playing piano at lunchtime in my great aunt's retirement village restaurant, then again, no, this is why I'm here, because the retirement village is in Beckenham, which is very close to Sydenham, which is not far from Colchester, where Oliver's listening to us, and thank you very much for your message, Ollie. Down the leg side, and there's no run there. Looking forward to seeing you, Ollie, when you come up to town. The Colchester Mafia coming up to visit. Be nice to have someone visit from a first-class county. Essex, one. Well, no, because I'm in 3 minor counties: Oxfordshire, Berkshire, Wiltshire. Not really much to shout about. Although the
2 of them are quite strong.
Yeah, club cricket is very strong, and indeed, the national county teams are strong. In fact, I met the fellow who was the main statistician for Oxfordshire Cricket recently at the one of the Oxfordshire Cricket Association dues, and there is a wealth of interesting statistics available. And he's published 3 books on the subject, and he's currently writing the 4th on the history of the minor counties cricket, or national counties, as we must now call them in that anodyne ECB speak.
Brook at the moment is just trying a little bit too hard to get after Wasim. Wasim's bowling quite well with just a little bit of tail in, so a little bit of reverse swing I think for him at the moment, and he's just not timing the ball. It's just not coming on quite as much as he would like.
He bowls, and that's defensively by Brook, which is good to see. It's easy to lose your wicket when you've just run out your skipper, which he did just about 10 minutes ago, but it would be absolutely pointless to get yourself out shortly after. But I think he's lost his timing because he's lost his focus after that incident, and he needs to just tough this period out, Jace.
Yep, definitely. No, he's won for the big score, definitely, but he needs to grind out a few runs at the moment, and Foakes has just got to dig in beside him.
Here's Wasim, and that's played out into the gap. The 3 close fielders finds the gap. They jog through for a single, so that's the end of a fairly uneventful over by the standards of this test match and by the standard of this England team. At the end of that over, England are 148 for 5. Messers, what's going on the social media?
Well, here's a really interesting tweet from Sally R56 Imagine. She says, this is an interesting stat from the Australia-South Africa test, and it's from Rick Finley, the ABC scorer, who's a great statistician. And he says, South Africa lost wickets at the rate of 1 per 25.8 balls in the Gabba test. Australia lost wickets at the rate of 1 per 25 balls. That is more often. Australia's speed of scoring was the difference. So, it's the baseball thing to a certain extent. The faster you score, if you're losing wickets, the more likely you are to win.
Administrators are going to hate this because he's going to take 5-day games and turn them into 3-day games.
Arbra bowls, and that's played out by Brook, and there's no one. Well, there's no coordination amongst administrators, so nothing's going to happen about that, because that goes back to Roland Butcher's point. There needs to be some coordination at ICC level, who need to organise a redistribution of funds in favour of the smaller nations. That's dropped short by Arbra. It's a rare gift of a ball. Brook doesn't miss out, goes on to, he waits for it, sees the bad ball and puts it away. That's a boundary. Absolute gift there for Brook. It was a slow leg spinner. Brook had all the time in the world to put that where he wanted, and he wanted to put it over the deep mid-wicket boundary, which he did for 4. Went a couple of bounces in. That's the 150 up for England. Brook down the wicket, almost gets yorked, and there's an appeal for a catch at short leg, not with any great conviction, and Joel Wilson puts his hands up as if to say, steady lads.
I think he's either jammed that into the turf or it's gone straight off the pads to short leg. But
I mean,
again, Joel Wilson is going to have a look and talk to his colleague. I don't think there's any doubt that he caught it. The question is whether he got any batter in it on the way through.
Yeah, I don't think that's out, and I'm not going to dignify it by pausing for too long. Joel's going to look for he is going to call for a replay and the soft signal being not out. Just going back to Ravi's point. Hello, Ravi. Always good to hear from you. And Ravi Nair's point that you made just now to you, Messers, and on the Twitterati, that you can't really assess England's prospects until essentially the fourth innings, if you extrapolate what he was saying, because whatever England score in this innings, whether they get a first innings lead or not, it will just hasten the point at which they can go for a run chase for victory. And indeed, that's very much Stokes'. He likes batting second, actually, doesn't he? He had his success this summer by and playing it almost as a 2-1 innings matches. So you end up with a target in the fourth innings, and he always talks about that difficult third innings, which of course will be the one that Pakistan have to deal with at the end of this England innings. So those odds of 21 to 20, just above even money for England, still I think pretty decent bet. That Pakistan are the same. The draw's gone out to 12 to 1, as Messers reminded me earlier. That bet's been written off, the bet on the draw. I thought the pitch was really anodyne on the first session, but it's just taking a decent amount of turn.
Just a heavy roller, I think, and as I suspected, that is not out because the ball did hit the ground after he played the shot.
152 for 5. Brook faces up to Babar at bowls, and Brook plays circumspectly, showing that he is a man for all seasons, all formats, a multi-format player. 152 for 5. He's on 48. Can he get yet another 50 on this tour? He's been the man of the tour, averaging nearly 100. Abrar bowls to him. Is this going to be it? He's gone for a sweep shot. It's gone in the air. Is it going to be safe? It lands safely. Fielder comes in and actually makes a hash of it. It bounces by his ankles. They're going to come through for 2. Harry Brook, you are a half centurion.
50, 50, 50. Pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
That's another 50 for him, averaging 83.8 in test match in these 4 matches in his 4 matches. He's only played 4 test matches. Yeah. Would you believe it? He's already scored 519 runs, and with 2 50s, 2 centuries already. I mean, what a start to a test match career. And just as Joe Root's star is fading, we relied on him for so long. Looks like England are going to be relying on Harry Brook for the next few years, and it's going to be a real pleasure watching him. He plays the last ball of the over out onto the onside. He's moved on to 50, which included 4 4s, 2 6s, 74 balls, 154 for 5. England. Messers.
Anna Forsyth says, "Hello all, it's midnight and I'm walking home in the rain. The bar we were in had the cast of a TV show and quite weird cocktails, all round a typical Vancouver evening." Lovely. I'm quite jealous of you, I must admit, Anna. And Rich Turner says, "Good morning. Your YouTube output's a bit blurry, the rest of the screen is sharp, so it isn't myopia or general degeneration. What you may find, this happens to me sometimes, is the speed settings. If you click on the settings button on YouTube and on the playback speed, Rich, that may fix it for you. It's coming up fine on my feed."
It gives me an enormous amount of pleasure to introduce. I'm going to hand over the ball by ball now to the voice of the North. And that is Mr. Al Hodge.
Thank you, David.
And the tweets are up to date.
Thank you, Jez. First ball of this next over, Foakes defends, goes all the way down to middle, but there'll be no run. England are 154 for 5, just over halfway to the Pakistan first innings total. Joining me is Mr. Ian Forth.
Hello, Al. Have you had a couple of hours sleep after the false start?
I have. I had a bit of a doze, more than a nap, but less than a full sleep. As Wazim is in again, full length delivery outside the off stump. Foakes tries to push it past mid off this time, but can only find the fielder. And again, there'll be no run. Foakes 1 off 16 deliveries. Brook rather fortuitously getting to 50 there. Do you think, Forthy?
Yes, I think so. I was going to say that sounds like a proposition for a mid-strength beer or something. More than a nap, less than a full sleep. Mid-strength beer.
Because you've got... yeah. Gives you that lovely buzz, but doesn't wreck your evening. The Milky Way of sleeps.
Yeah, the sleep you can have between sleeps without ruining your day.
That's right. This ball clipped by Foakes. There's two fielders in the mid-wicket vicinity, and it finds the first of those, but again, no run.
Yeah, it was a little bit fortunate, but I'm just impressed by his technical apparatus, Harry Brook.
Yeah.
I haven't seen, along with Ollie Pope, I think Harry Brook may shade him actually in terms of technical virtuosity. Probably the most complete sort of batsman we've seen come into Test match cricket for England for many years, I'd say.
For quite some time. Wasim in again, Yorker length delivery just on off stump, and Foakes again defends. Brook, I suppose, is the jewel of what Stokes and McCullum have found over the course of 2022.
Yeah. I mean, he's a perfect solution in many ways, isn't he? Technically correct, but absolutely buys into the well-known strategy.
Wasim slightly wider of the crease this time, and it gives Stokes the opportunity to play in the offside behind square, and it beats the close fielder. The only question will be, will it make it all the way to 4? It does.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Well played by Foakes. He's coerced the bowler into bowling into a spot where he could play an aggressive shot behind square.
I like the idea of him coercing the bowler.
yeah. Gentle coercion.
Gently coaxing him.
A polite coercion. He seems a polite guy, does Ben Pope. Doesn't strike me as he's much of a sledger behind the stumps.
No, he's no Rishabh Pant, I'd say.
Yeah, I was going to think Matthew Wade actually. Is a sledger par excellence, or Brad Haddon,
or Dick Weller. That is a Yorker. That's a good Yorker to end the innings from Wasim. But Foakes is able to get the bat down on it, plays it to the second of the mid-wicket fielders, and that will end the over, and it's 158 for 5.
Well, theoretically, it's David on tweets, but
I'm doing the tweets.
Are you doing the tweets, eh?
Yep. I'm going to say, Pale Ale says that was a good bowling attack, just like last series, talking about Aussies versus South Africa. And Yoel points us to a tweet from Fareed Khan saying, exclusive, Pakistan captain Babar Azam didn't come with the team today. There are some rumours that he was in protest because he had a brawl with security at the team hotel. Well, you don't want to be doing anything to upset your eminent players, surely.
That's interesting. So the old.
Well, I mean, we are getting apparently presidential level security at in Pakistan for this tour, so there will be security out their ears and their noses and everything else.
Babar will bowl the next over. Brook just pushes it to the right of point, and a single's able to be taken.
Pakistan wouldn't be Pakistan cricket without shenanigans behind the scenes, of course.
Well, you could understand that sort of shenanigans in an away series, but in your own home series, that does seem a bit weird. Babar hustles and bustles in. That ball keeps very low, and Foakes does very well to be able to drive that ball through the covers, beats a despairing dive, and the chase of the fielder, and that's gone for 4. Well timed, sir. That did not get to, barely got to shin high.
Barely shin high. I was going to say it's an absolute pudding of a pitch, but Ben Foakes using his bat like a wand there, beautifully struck.
He cannot use his bat like a wand because he is right-handed. As that's the Karen ball, which is well defended by Foakes, fielded by short square leg.
I only spotted it was the Karen ball on replay when it became more obvious. Good spot. Did the Karen ball used to exist in cricket, or is it?
It's a fairly new invention. It was from Sri Lanka, I think. It was Mendes.
Yes, Mendes. That's right. He looked like he was going to take on the world at one point. Mendes, didn't he? But he rather faded.
This ball tries to square Foakes up, but he plays the ball out to mid-on. No run. And this one is tried to be turned to square leg, but can only find mid-wicket. And there'll be no run again. Last ball of the over coming up.
Very much old-style traditional Test cricket at the moment.
Yes, that's
playing
true.
the ball on its merits.
So Ben Foakes looks like a old-school, old-fashioned cricketer in many ways, doesn't he? A really good wicket-keeper who also bats.
Oh, and this one has come off the pad, maybe some glove, and he's out. He's caught at short square leg. And there's the requisite discussion between the two batsmen. Did I hit that? I don't know. I'm miles away.
Well, I think he's checking.
He's going to review it.
Is he checking? What is he checking?
I think the check is whether there is glove. Because it comes off the pad. It's just a matter of whether it's glove pad or bat pad. Or just
I think Foakes probably knows he's out. There's still 3 reviews left. I don't know. This seems a slightly forlorn review, but we'll see.
Close up of the ball. Spinning. No, he's not hit that at all. The bat has hit the pad, and the ball has hit the pad, but does seem to be quite far away from each other.
That's a really poor umpiring decision. That's miles away.
Poor umpiring decision. I think presumably what he's checking is, did you give me out LBW?
That is also in play, I imagine. Yes.
Well, all modes of dismissal.
If
that's pitched on Midland leg, which kind of going on.
If it's just clipping, which it might be.
Impact in line and missing the stuff.
I was going to say it would have been very unfortunate if it had been given out clipping for LBW, when in fact he'd been, originally given out for the inside edge. Classic Joe Wilson, in fact.
Joe Wilson, so bad he got it wrong twice.
Oh dear, I do feel a bit sorry for him. I think he's probably quite a nice guy, but he's a terrible umpire.
This is a results-based business for him.
Oh, that's the end of the over. We're over to
It is.
Right, on YouTube, let's just have a quick look. Dante Castro is with us. He said all 3 of the wides for the 19 extras in the South African 4th innings were overheads, so bouncing over the keeper would be called wide.
Okay.
So Root doesn't like Baz bowling. I missed his golden duck. Well, so did we. We were still struggling to get on air at the time. First of all,
you got a
good ball.
Root.
Ollie Pope got a better ball. I'm not sure Ollie Pope could have done much to defend that ball.
No. In fact, there've been 3 this innings, haven't there? Crawley got one last night as well.
First ball of this new over by Wasim is filth down the leg side, and so wide, no contact can be made. Good work by the keeper, who spent longer getting up than he got down sharply, and then as wicket keepers might be prone to do, makes it just like ow, that hurt. Getting back up again.
They must have back trouble in later life, wicket-keeper, a bit like drummers, I would think.
Wasim in again. This one just nips back slightly off the pitch, but Brook defends. No run.
I remember what I was going to say. We were talking about mouthy wicket-keepers a couple of overs. Suddenly reminded, do you remember that very brief spell in the one-day team for England when Paul Nixon took over the hands? Like 2006. Oh my God. The Badger.
Appropriately named. Just would not give up.
Oh yeah, it's quite impressive in its own way. Well, this one again tails back in to Brook, inside edge of the bat, but misses the stumps. Fielded behind square on the leg side, and no good. 163, trailing by 141.
It looked a little bit like Albert Steptoe Senior, didn't he, Paul Nixon?
Albert! But again, if you spend that much time crouching down every time you walk,
Yeah.
It all looks
I'll
like
ask you a
Albert.
question in a minute after this ball.
Okay. Yorker length delivery outside the off stump, not doing enough to tail back in. Maybe hints of reverse here.
Yes, I thought so. Yes, Jace.
Have any of you ever shook hands with a professional keeper? And if so, how many fingers did you manage to get hold of them? Because they're all splayed in all different directions all at the same time.
I don't think I have. It's
Given the many breaks that they have, keeping.
I have to admit, I've not felt the abrasive hand of the wicket keepers upon my own. Mills and Boone want to take that and use that in their next novel. That's perfectly fine. There's Brook. Oh, what a beautiful straight drive, just past the off stump of the non-striker, and by the time mid-on takes 2 steps, it thuds into the sponge. Glorious, glorious drive.
Perfect.
There's not one more for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
That's perfect, right? I'm rather imagining this wicket-keeper is the sort of rough diamond from the village in your Mills and Boone, who's carrying on with the lady of the manor. I imagine the title of the book might be Savage Embrace.
Fantastic. That is outside the off stump, and Brook with an equally exquisite extra cover drive. Back-to-back 4s for Harry Brook. Wasim caused him a couple of problems there earlier on in the over, but he has answered brilliantly with that short-arm jab of a drive through that full toss delivery. But the ball before, Jace,
lovely.
If you could give more than 4 for style points, that would be it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Such a high elbow. Almost Michael Vaughan-esque elbow there with the drive. Beautiful.
Josie Oak says, Blind Joel lives up to his name, and Mog says, has anyone ever wondered who old Blind Joel Wilson is diddling to keep his job?
Yes.
Well,
and Leah responds to that with something that probably shouldn't be repeated on air.
Is that something of an accusatory nature?
No, something of a sexual nature.
A sexual nature.
Ombre Nuevo says, morning fantastic gorillas. This is one for the ever amazing jinglers. Do you have a jingle for old Blind Joel yet? I think it's old Blind Joel to Old Man River.
Blind Joe Wilson. Blind Joe Wilson.
Mog says, I met Rod Marsh once, talking about cricketer, talking about wicketkeeper. I was too overawed by his moustache to check his hands.
So it would be. It was going to be a change in the bowling. It's going to be Nauman who's going to bowl the next over. Abra out of the attack.
A friend of mine met Rod Marsh once. He met him at. I'll come back to that.
As that ball spins and straightens, and Foakes in the end plays it with the leading edge. But Nauman immediately getting the ball to tour.
On the money straight away. Beautiful ball.
He bowls just a little bit faster than everybody else. He's a bit of a Jadeja stroke Axar Patel action to his bowling.
I love the Derek Underwood running between the umpire.
Yes.
That ball again straightens, but a little bit shorter, and Foakes is able to whip that ball through mid-wicket. And there will be a despairing dive to stop the 4, but there will be 3.
That kind of form of fast spin, if I can put it that way, which sort of Derek Underwood mastered, and you mentioned a couple of other bowlers there, Jace. I wonder if, SF Barnes, the most successful... back to the cricket.
No, that was a replay.
Well, yeah. SF Barnes said he bowled fast spin.
He bowled cutters, but they were probably faster than you would expect from a spinner.
Well, he said he didn't bowl cutters. He said he bowled fast spin and got angry with anyone who said he bowled cutters. But what's the difference, I suppose?
I suppose I might be talking about George Lohman, who was much the same pace.
What is the difference
between
a cutter and an off-field?
Defended into the offside field by
Lohman and Barnes, if you have a look at their records, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it'd be great to have some footage of them, something we'll never have.
Yes, unfortunately they were around pretty much at the infancy of broadcasting.
This one floated up or outside the off stump, handsomely driven by Brook, but only out to deep cover for a single. As we see the replay of the run out.
Oh God, yes. I mean, the good thing about the run out was after his initial human reaction, turned around and gave the big old thumbs up, which would make a big difference to a young batsman, I think.
Maybe the frustration, he knows that he's rang himself out a little bit, I suppose.
Maybe, yeah.
That one, again, slightly back of a length, and Foakes is able to turn that ball to leg behind square. Ball doesn't go any more than 20-30 yards, but a single able to be taken.
It's an agreed single.
Yeah. Can we... Am I okay to comment on maybe the bentness of Nauman's arm when he bowls?
Go right ahead.
You're saying it gets bent very slightly, you might chuck it just a tiny little bit.
Can we just have a look at this over the next couple of overs?
No.
That one too wide, pushed for a single by Brook. He'll retain the strike, I think. That's the end of the over. Something to watch it.
Maybe after
we'll watch that one.
It's a good one.
Talking about umpires and jingles, Mog says, geez, I did a bunch of umpire jingles a few years back and nobody wanted them. So there will be no Wilson jingle.
To the tune of Three Blind Mice, Blind Joe Wilson, I think he's out. Oh no, he's not. That's how you.
Thing is with creatives though, Al, as I know from
says that's
experience,
grossing gratitude. Responding to Mog.
If you put the idea in their heads, they'll just ignore it. You have to make them feel as if it's their idea. So make Mog feel.
Says that's the creative who.
I'm not a creative, actually. Yeah. What was I going to say? The other one, when 152 and England were halfway there, I know Mog would never deign to lower himself to rip off a Bon Jovi song, but it's rather crying out for it.
Does seem to be. It's going to be. Oh, the reason that Abraham was taken out of the attack is because he's replaced Wazim.
Okay.
Too short, pulled in front of square by Harry Brook. Doesn't get all of it, but bounce, dribble, sponge, 4 runs. Did wonder for a minute whether he plays the shot that he's just played, kind of a chip over mid-wicket, as you would play it in the T20 style zone.
But he picks up the leg so quickly that he just whacks it. No, he sees it almost straight out of the hand after about a foot that it's going to be short.
Certainly, good observation. Quicker ball, fuller length ball from Abra. Defended back to the ball.
Your point about Nauman, my impression was he doesn't actually straighten the arm, and you can bowl with a bent arm.
I know there's a degree of bentness that's permitted. Because that ball we don't quite see, but is played to the wicket.
It's actually what's illegal is straightening the arm, isn't it?
That's
what you can't. But you can bowl with you can, if you wish, bowl with a bent arm as long as it's bent all the way through. And that was
Murray bowled with a bent arm all his life.
Yes, he did, which you can do.
Wide outside the off stump and pushed to long off. A single. 182 for 5. Brooks is on 66. Foakes 13.
So that famous bit of sky where he's bowling to Nasser with his arm in a brace, and it's bent in a brace, but it's in a brace, so he couldn't straighten it anyway, and he still managed to get massive turning off spinners and.
There we are.
Yeah. No. It wasn't. So as this ball really doesn't spin at all, and Foakes is able to pierce the mid-wicket ring of fielders, but half stopped, so just a single. It was really just the observation about it, seeing that the arm was bent. It's a question of, like you said, whether it's bent all the way through, or does it become more bent as it goes through the action. But just seeing it for the first time, you're like, oh, as that one is defended back to the bowler by Brook, and that ends the over.
Leah says, if we have a 3-bar nice jiggle for Joel, can we also hear him shots by Sean Connery? Yes, I think is the answer to that one.
Certainly.
And Hawkster says, so who in this lineup would you drop when Bairstow is right to come back? If it's Duckett or Crawley, who would you open? I think, well, we're talking about potentially putting Bairstow at the top of the order if we're going to keep Brook in at the 5. And therefore it would be Duckett or Crawley. I think on the basis of
it's not ideal, but I would say having Bairstow to open probably makes the most sense. And that would probably be instead of Crawley, who surely there has to come a time when you say
surely Mr. Crawley, you're feeling poorly.
In the English summer, and because it's going to be the next over, and it's bowled by now, defended straight back to the keeper by Foakes. If we're going to talk about the English summer, then the need for it depends on how you you rebalance the side in terms of batsmen and bowlers slightly.
Yes, well, you don't need 2 spinners, do you?
So
you do not.
So there is the potential for Bairstow to come in and everybody chuck the down one, as this ball is wide enough to be driven by Foakes. Semi-sharply taken single, well fielded at mid-off, but Foakes was always making his ground even with a direct hit. And Foakes seems a bit more comfortable, which is obviously the kiss of death for him. Sorry, Ben Foakes, you're going to be out for 15. As Brooks faces the next delivery, slightly reaches for that one from Nauman, but pushes it into the offside field in front of the square. Deep square leg deep point has to do some running, but is able to limit everything to a single, and Brooks on 67.
Wicket keepers often seem to end up being slightly the unlucky ones. Ben Foakes read Bob Taylor from many years ago.
Nauman in outside the off stump, and Foakes is able to again push this towards deep cover. And again, almost the agree as Jason referred to. It's almost a pre-contracted single.
Well, Bob Taylor was unfortunate to be playing round about the same time as Aaron Knott.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, Paul Downton had a brief spell as the number 1.
He did, although I don't think there's any doubt about who was the superior wicketkeeper of those two.
As this is defended watchfully by Brook, back to the bowler.
But as always, the question wasn't about the keeper; it was about the batting, I think.
Yes, exactly right. Is Paul Downton still employed in some capacity by?
I think not. I think he's gone back to the city. Which is where he came from to be employed by the ECB.
That one straightens from now. Brook defends more with the outside half of the bat more than the outside edge. Harmlessly to the fielder. At the end of the over, it's 186 for 5, and the deficit's 118.
Messi Jez gives us some BBL news. He says, shocked news, Hales nicks off of 16 from 12. Thunder smashed their previous score of 15. They're now 23 for 2 from 4.4 overs. Well, yes, that's no real news there.
Quite an embarrassing total.
Josie Oak says, Murley couldn't physically have a straight arm. His elbows wouldn't have let him. As his arm rotated through his action, he gave an illusion of straightening. Some people are as thick as Darryl Hare. They can't understand this.
Well, it's not an umpire's job to understand biomechanics. As a good ripping delivery by Abrar straightens Foakes up slightly, but he defends.
It's his job to assess legality, and he nibbled him 3 times.
Yeah.
That one drops slightly shorter, but Foakes is unable to drive past a short cover, and there'll be no run.
Takes a particularly bloody-minded individual to assume that he's come through every grade of cricket, but now in a test match I'm going to call him.
Absolutely. excuse me, that ball on the off stump, defended by Foakes with a big stride forward, and there's no run.
There was a fast bowler got called an Australian, Ian Jack, was it, in the 1950s?
Metcalfe.
Who couldn't complete the test. Who was it, sorry?
Ian Metcalfe?
That's it, Ian Metcalfe, I think it was.
As this ball is again, good ball, just outside the off stump, turning slightly. Foakes watchful in defence. Colin, have we got anyone? Jason, have we got anyone in the green room?
Yes, Colin Sitter is just about to join us.
Brilliant. As that ball is driven, but again unable to beat the fielder, close to the bat. And with one ball left of the over, still no run from this over. I think we're going to have a change at the end of this over.
We are.
As that one is played back to the bowler, and there'll be no run.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for that wonderful half hour, gents.
Very good.
It's going to be Colin, who's going to take over by ball. Messi Jez is going to be your social media expert, and summarising is going to be Mr. David Brook. And I'll see you all very soon.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, Colin.
How are you, Colin?
How are we?
Good.
Delicately balanced this match, I would say.
Yeah, I went back for a little nap in between my spells.
Oh,
And
did
woke
you
up-
indeed?
Woke up to see that Stokes had gone. I was half expecting, going,
You didn't have to wait. You didn't have to go to sleep for very long to watch Stokes get off. He was almost as soon as play restarted. We should be having a drinks break, I believe, now. So we need to wibble for a few bits.
That's okay. What we can wibble.
James Armstrong says he wants some breakfast cider, please, Jeeves. If Bear was there, you'd be on drinks by now. You know, it's late enough in the day. I know.
I
it's
think
Sunday
Bear had
morning,
enough
but-
last night, possibly. He was going to a 60th.
Did he end up going? Did he?
I don't know. It was some distance away, so he may not have done.
I think he would have been in an even more surly mood this morning if he had.
He wasn't particularly communicative. It was a bit of a bear with a sore head.
I don't know if Hawkster's tweet got read out, and anyhow we've got a different crew on, so you can answer it. He says, who in this lineup would you drop when Bairstow is right to come back? Is it, if it's Duckett or Crawley, who would open? It's a discussion we started off yesterday, but there's no harm continuing it. I'm always happy to see Crawley go. He's still only got an average of 28, and I'm not particularly impressed with him. But yeah, who would open? I'd put Pope up there and give him a go.
So you've seen enough of Ben Duckett in this one series to keep him as opener.
He seems to have a better technique than Crawley for negotiating the moving ball. He seems to tightened up his technique since he had his first test series in Bangladesh 5 or 6 years ago. I think the problem with Crawley is he looks $1 million on flat wickets like these ones in Pakistan, but on wickets with a bit of movement he can be somewhat vulnerable, and he keeps on making the same mistakes, a bit like James Vince.
Yeah, that's very true, I reckon.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Ben Duckett was, I would say, a little bit unfortunate, but not so much as because he rinsed James Anderson with a pint, was probably the main reason why he got kicked out of the side.
I think it's the fact he had a Gehring gate through which people could bowl him too often.
I think he was still producing some innings when he left the side. I'm trying to remember, it's so long ago. It's weird to have a player come back that length of time after being away.
Yeah, that's
well, he's
true.
been making runs for fun for Northants in the intervening period. Sorry, Notts in the intervening period.
And Notts in the first or the second division of the county championship.
Notts are in Division 1 now.
All right.
They got promoted 2021, I think.
Yes, and partly due to the performances of Ben Duckett, who's got himself into this England side, and the county championship, much maligned by some, yet again proving its worth. Harry Brook, of course, made his runs. Yes, he had a brief appearance in the PSL, but come on, he's come up through the Yorkshire and was averaging just over 100, I think, at the start of the county championship season, before he got called up by England and sat out the rest of the summer on the bench. He would have broken probably all the records, and he's looking like he's going to break another record today. He's on course for another biggie here. He's on 67 not out, and with Foakes they've put together a decent partnership here, Colin.
Yeah, as Nauman starts her, I instantly thought he was caught there. Nauman comes in to Brook, and Brook tries to drive it through cover mid-on, but the cover fielder manages to lap it up with a dive.
Along the ground, that one, Colin.
I didn't manage to see it from here because of the streaming. Nauman in again, floated forward defensive to Gully for no run.
It's interesting, we're seeing more traditional sort of test match batting from these two. I mean, Foakes, we would expect that. Brook is playing really watchfully, but very quick to pounce on anything loose. The short ball always gets put away.
Yeah, well, that might have the pressure of running out your captain to getting a definite 100.
I think that's right. No, I honestly think that is focusing his mind now, because you know the flashy 60-70 is not what England are after. He's run out his captain. He's got to make this count. Has to be a century, which I've taken at 11-8 that was available a bit earlier.
Nauman with a full ball, defended back to the bowler, no run. Coming in for the fourth, this time quite full again, but forward defensive prod is just given enough room for him on the offside to run through for a quick single.
I mean, Colin, you know I'm a bit of a punter, and of course investments can go down as well as up, but you might hear a tiny squeal of pleasure from me when Brook hits 87, because that's the target.
A tiny squeal of pleasure.
Yeah, that's the target that's going to sort out my Christmas money.
So what odds did you get on for that?
The odds weren't particularly great, but I've been sort of gently accumulating on it. So 87 would yield a 3-figure sum. That's all you'll get from me.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Nauman, quite full, heading down leg side, and it's just been driven straight to mid-on for no run. Nauman still going through. I think he bowled. Did he bowl the entire spell of the first session? So he floats one up, driven through the offside to mid-off, and went through for a quick single. Those folks to conclude the over. 188 for 5, still trailing 116.
Not quite. He bowled all bar a couple of overs which Mohammed Wasim Jr. bowled, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting to note that Harry Brooks timed his run really well. The IPL auction is on the 23rd of December, and it's noticeable how players who managed to do something in the couple of months before the IPL auction garner a good deal of interest. And I know this is Test cricket, but when you're scoring at a rate of 100 in Test cricket, as much as he is, there's bound to be a lot of interest in him, I would say.
It's Abra comes from the other end, slightly foolish again, and this time it's helped round the corner, but straight to mid-wicket for no run.
I like the way Ben Foakes is playing here. This is what you want from a number 7 coming in this situation. He's playing second fiddle, as he should be. No big shots so far, but that's a lovely shot through there.
Quite full, and this time it's been guided through the mid-on and mid-wicket fielders all the way to one of these.
shatta, super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, super shatta, rocka, super shatta.
I mean, it was a super shot because it was so well placed. It was effortless, but with the fielder close catcher in at short leg, there's no mid wicket, which Bear would have something to say about.
It's hard to tuck the leg
if he was awake,
ball off your legs going that far forward rather than going square. So it's a superb shot. As the next ball comes in, slightly more on the off peg, but this time just blocked back to the bowler.
Here at GC Towers, Colin, we're waiting for a much heralded and infrequent visit from the Bear on a Sunday morning because his kids' football's been cancelled. So hoping to see him at Gorilla Towers. Yes, so he said he was going to drop in.
Well, he's already been in, of course, to set things up when we were having problems.
No, I don't think he actually came on the premises. I think
he did.
Oh, he did. Right, so he would have risen at 6, and if Bear rises at 6, he's unlikely to reappear this morning.
The next two balls from our not very much for no run.
At 5, Bear came in at 5 to save the day. Can I give another quick shout out? Can I just slip in there, Messers?
Yeah.
And give a quick shout out again to the Free Foresters. They're on tour of India, and we have new listenership out there. Picking up following the Guerrilla Cricket coverage. The entire team at the Free Foresters there. They've got a big match tomorrow in Delhi to complete their tour, which has been winless so far. They've played against high-quality opposition at Bombay Gymkhana and various other places. They've had a great tour though, and the Free Foresters, one of the best sort of amateur sides in the UK, with a really fantastic fixture list, and that's organised by Nick Turk, the fixture secretary. I can see a little sponsorship deal here coming on, Nick. Free Foresters, Guerrilla Cricket sponsoring the Free Foresters in return for frequent shout-outs to our large Indian listenership, thanks to QuickTracker.com.
Right. Well, I jump back in, Tony, as Nauman comes in, floats one up, and it's just blocked back into the cover region for no run. This time, Brook comes down a couple of steps, but just bat pads it to that short cover fielder. Again, no run.
The Free Foresters, one of the more attractive the amateur sides on the circuit, and one of the most well funded.
Well, they're a big club, aren't they, all over the country?
Very big. Yeah, used to be get regular bulletins in Wisden. I'm not sure if they still do. Probably do.
No, in over the wicket. Brook goes after it, sort of slaps at it, but doesn't get any great purchase. He meanders down to mid-on and for no run. Brook's average of this series 106.2, something superb with this. The next ball, simple ball, stock delivery, just straight back to the bowler.
Really like the way Harry Brook is playing here, treating each ball on its merits. His defence is so solid. He's on 68, still on only 100 balls, but he'll put that bad ball away. But his defence looking very solid.
Nah, man. This time he goes for the sweep paddle shot, and it is going all the way down. The deep fine leg fielder, who is quite round more than the 45, manages to get round on the boundary to prevent the boundary, and Brook gets through for 2 runs.
Yeah, it was a nice little paddle shot because, of course, he's got all the shots of the modern day multi-format player. So, yes, Messers, I imagine the IPL franchises will be very interested in Harry Brook come this draft.
Through, and it's just hit to mid-on for no run. I think that concludes his over.
194 for 5.
Yep.
Jazzy Oak wonders what time will we get if Brook gets out before 87. Well, it'll be a double Brook whale, I presume. Some sort.
A gas.
And one of those punters, like most of us, who keep our losses to ourselves. The reason I've gone public on this is I'm just looking at the way he's playing. And look, I'm not encouraging anyone to bet, because obviously investments can go down as well as up. But they're giving money away at Bet365 at the moment.
Yeah, you can't keep mentioning them until we get a sponsorship deal.
I'm just back to the cricket as Forthy still tries to get his Bet365
chicken and egg
on the go.
Messrs. Chicken and egg.
Knocks through to mid-wicket for a no run. This time, Arbor with another stock delivery, but Foakes manages to lift this over the top of mid-wicket. Like one bounce for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Ka-ching! That was a partnership score I was after. I wanted this partnership to be over 100 and get the score past 194, and that was with that lovely lofted drive by Foakes. Hits the next ball for a single, Colin. Sorry to nip in there. Colin, where are you speaking to us from? Would I be correct in thinking that you're north of the border?
Oh, very. I'm nearly on the Arctic Circle.
You don't win a prize for guessing that one.
I'm the very northeast corner of Scotland.
It's called small talk, Messrs. I'm not after a fee for every conversation.
Arbor with the next ball.
I'm not like Gary. I'm not like what's his name, Gary Lineker.
Arbor coming through again. This time it's driven through the covers and they'll go through for 1 run.
I mean, the amount of money he gets paid for small talk, you have to. Anyway, he's worth every penny. 199 for 5. This partnership worth 54 between Foakes and Brook in the context of this match. I would say that's a damn good partnership.
Yeah.
Next ball, Labra comes and he's driven it through to mid-on, who tries to pick it up one-handed for an attempted run-out, but misses the ball. And
comedy bit of fielding there, Jace. Any chance of the old Keystone Cops jingle? Because it really was. I mean, the fielder ran in from mid-on, overran it. No, let it through his legs, nutmegged him. He has to go and do the run of shame. Here we go. Really was comedy fielding, otherwise known to our friends on the village circuit would recognise that as a village bit of fielding.
There was no real need for it. Like they weren't gonna run him out. He was near enough into the non-striker's crease, so just picking it up and keeping it to a single would have been much better.
Indeed. 202 for 5. Leah says Van Norman. Oh, sorry.
It's alright. Nauman's first ball straight and blocked back to the bowler. You want to slip in some tweets in between?
She says Van Norman fact. It's the last name of some German weirdo that tries to get a government in exile recognised in Moscow right now. I guess I referred to Ali as the Reichskanzler from now on. I'm useless at pronunciation of German, I'm sorry.
Nauman in for the second ball, blocked back. But no run.
There's a lot of rubbish talked about Bazball. You know, you do play the situation. No one has ever given any instructions to people to go out and hit everything. And what we're seeing now is just really good Test cricket from this England team.
I would classify it as respectful cricket, respecting the pitch for what it is. And Brook this time rocks back and nails it through covers, but there is a on the deep cover boundary.
Colin, how far north are you then? How far are we going? We're going sort of Aberdeen type situation?
I'm north of Aberdeen.
There isn't any north of Aberdeen. I've checked on the
There
map.
is. Definitely is north of Aberdeen. I'm 50 miles north of Aberdeen.
Peterhead?
North of Peterhead. Next ball is Foakes flicks through to mid-on for 1 run.
It's interesting because I did read that Aberdeen has the highest concentration of cricket clubs in Scotland. Can you confirm that, Colin?
Other than Yorkshire, so it used to be. Other than Yorkshire, it used to be the highest in the whole of the UK per capita.
And would we see you on the field in one of those clubs at the weekend?
Sorry?
Would we see you in action as one? Are you one of them?
I was injured for last year, but yes, I play for Fraserburgh.
What's
missed Brook drops back and rocks it to cover.
What's your club, Colin?
Fraserburgh Cricket Club.
Fraserburgh.
Fraserburgh.
And
yes.
I hope that Scotland will be calling you up as part of the inquiry into the racism in Scotland scandal, which has unfortunately tarnished the image of the game.
I don't think they'll need to call me up. There'll have plenty of people with more knowledge. Ooh, and the next ball comes in, catches the edge of Foakes, but drops short of the slip fielder.
That's the end of the over.
Now, I'm not quite sure what you've done to deserve this, but Lear has just tweeted, "Woo, Colin!" What I want to know is, you work on the rigs, don't you, Colin?
I do indeed, yeah.
Are they even further north than where you are, or are they just to the east?
There are plenty further north. Mine's is like, if you take the very corner edge of Scotland, of where I'm at in the northeast, and just go 100 miles east of there. That's where mine will be.
Just an interesting stat. Harry Brook closing in on David Gower's most runs for England in a test series in Pakistan. Gower holds that record in 83-84. Brook is 19 runs away from that.
On debut as well, which is more superlative for it. Abra continuing from the other end. First ball is put to point fielder for no run.
And if I
now
notice,
trailing by 99.
And Gower did it in 5 innings, and this is Brook's 4th.
What shot?
Get more. The next
What a
ball
great
floated
shot.
up from Arbra, who just heaves it over the top of mid-on.
I mean,
one of these.
That was given some air.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Yeah, let's talk about that one. I mean, you can call it a heave, Colin. I mean, it was very straight 6 over long on, and I would say, I think you understated that.
Yeah, he's heaved, but in a very, very controlled manner. It's
a controlled heave.
It was very much floated up into the slot for him. As Arbra's next one is driven down to mid-on for no run. This seems to be the nature of Arbra as well, as Rehan Ahmed was. There's quite a lot of two-fold deliveries that are.
Yeah, it's interesting that
quite easily managed.
Yes, it's interesting that he's getting a few words from the wicketkeeper there, Mohammed Rizvan, who's come down to have a chat with him, put on a consoling arm on his shoulder, which is usually a sign you're going to get some sort of stick and just be told what to do a little bit more. So Rizvan, with his experience, I think he spotted something there. So don't bowl it there to Brook, basically.
Either that or this is your last over, son. It's the next ball wide of the off stump, and it's been driven beyond where. I don't think they've got a mid-off anymore, so it's the deep cover boundary fielder has had to come all the way round to stop the ball on the boundary.
Brook now just 10 runs away from breaking that record of David Gower, and just 6 runs away from ka-ching!
Which is more important.
Equally memorable.
Arbra in again, very floated up, and he's driven down to the deep mid-on fielder.
I mean, I'm really enjoying this innings from Harry Brook. 82 in the context of this match. This is a great partnership as well. They've taken the score to 214 for 5. If you're just waking up in the UK, you missed the innings of Joe Root, which lasted 1 ball.
For the first time, I believe, as well. Next ball. Was it not? Oh, okay. I thought I heard someone say that. Arbra in for the final ball, and it's pulled to mid-wicket for no run. Finishing on the over 2-1-4-5, trailing 90 runs. Foakes on 29, Brook on 82. Messi, any tweets?
Yeah, just en route, he has had 2 previous Golden Ducks. One of them against England in an Ashes series, in fact 2 of them against Australia in an Ashes series. Scored 165 and 200 in the innings in between though, so
okay.
Feast or famine. It's all about you on Twitter. Dave Wood says, north of Peterhead, does Colin represent Iceland cricket? Who have a fantastic Twitter account. If you
no, but we know somebody who does.
Do you think,
Right.
Colin, if Scotland were to achieve independence, you might consider breaking off from the ECB and joining the Icelandic Cricket Federation?
And Nesta says, Colin, are you near Brora?
Brora, no, that's round the corner from Inverness. That's north of me.
There is north of you. Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, well, there's not. It's weird because of the zigzag nature of our coastline. But technically, it's north of me. Newman in, and this you got Brook still on, and he drives it through to the deep cover fielder. Goes through for a gentle single.
David Gower, of course, who's in Pakistan, commentating for Pakistan host broadcaster, the holder of this
Well, Leah
record.
points out he's commentating right now. It'd be disrespectful to break his record while he's in the box.
Nice. Newman in for the second ball of his over. Slightly foolish. Foakes just helps it to cover fielder, the short cover fielder
Say,
for no run.
anyone who missed the action earlier, Harry Brook, we're seeing a different Harry Brook here, very circumspect because he ran out his captain shortly after lunch.
Newman for the third ball. Foakes comes down the wicket. Oh,
He does play that shot well.
lovely played off his toes through the mid wicket.
A shot to warm the cockles of the Surrey members.
And your wallet. Oh no, that was Foakes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The bowler, perhaps seeing that he was coming down the wicket, puts it down more onto his leg side, but
Yeah, two
Foakes
Surrey
equal
members
measure.
here at Guerrilla Cricket Towers. We're enjoying this innings by Foakes. He's on 33.
Newman for the fourth ball. And it's attempted with three mid wicket as he pulls it, but no run.
I mean, Foakes deserves a lot of credit for the way that, he's played. He missed out on the first two test matches. First one because he was ill, second one he was left out, and he's making it count here.
Newman, fifth ball of the over, and through the umpire and wicket still with his run-up action.
I mean, Surrey
Let's
members
stand
will
to
be
block back.
sorry, Colin. Surrey members will be familiar with this style of innings from Foakes because he's got that wristy flick that keeps the scoreboard ticking over. You don't really notice him. Jason, who's watched him a lot, said he accumulates runs. That's what he's done today.
Ghost runs, as Jason put it, which I really much like. And the final ball of his over onto the pads, flicked round, but straight to mid wicket for no run. England finishing the over 219 for 5. Still 85 behind.
I tell you, Messrs,
Messi.
and Colin, I'm really looking forward to taking my place next to Jason in the members' pavilion. Jace, where will I find you?
Normally members, sometimes in the OCS, the JM 30, block 29 or 30.
Oh, a bit of sunshine up there.
Normally in the shade up there actually.
Right, okay. And
But it's a nice place to watch from. Depends where the wicket is.
Yes.
I'll go across to the other side on occasions.
Yes. And a big shout out to another listener, Terry Blake, who is the voice of Surrey County Cricket Club. Big shout out to Terry, who's a Guerrilla Cricket listener, and he is now the PA announcer at the Oval, has been for the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, after the previous one suddenly passed away at short notice.
It's an ill wind that
Cricket and
blows
that
no good.
sombre, back onto the cricket and that sombre view, where Abra gets it on the offside and it's driven through covers for a couple of runs before being knocked up.
I'm sorry, I can't help but chuckle at the thought that it's a requirement to give notice of your death.
Onto the pads of Brook, who guides it round the corner.
Yes.
An
You
easy single.
don't have to work out your notice period. just leave.
just a word of notice. I'm planning my death soon. I won't be in next week.
The last wicket fell at 145. That was Ben Stokes, run out after misunderstanding. Well, he was sold down the river by Harry Brook, and this partnership's taking it to 222.
I like how you nearly justified it, but nah, actually, it was all just Brooks sold him.
He sold him a pup.
Foakes looks to drive through the mid-wicket, but only finds a short mid-wicket fielder for no run. And the next ball, driven to covers for no run.
I hope those remaining critics of the McCullum Stokes, sort of what they usually call it Bazball as a term of critique, are taking note that this England team will play, for the circumstances, and that's what we're seeing with this partnership. It's conventional Test cricket.
Well, it's self-belief, isn't it?
Yes, it's a mindset change, absolutely, Messers. I think you've absolutely smashed that one on the head, that nail.
The fifth ball just driven, but to the short cover fielder for no run. And the final ball of his over actually gets a bit of turn this side on the offside, but missing the.
Well, again, that was well played by Foakes, because he just pulled his bat away from it. Didn't play at that. A lot of people, I don't think he played at that. I mean, it was decent delivery from Babar, and just getting the measure.
That's a very generous assessment.
Yeah,
I'm saw it again in real time.
I think he played at that. I think he just spun too much to get the edge.
Yeah.
Well,
Adrian Lowe says, enjoying what I like to call proper Test cricket. And Nesta says, I went to the Shetland Island Folk Festival years ago. That is very north. I'll bet it is. And we're on a change now, I think, aren't we?
We are due to have a change now.
Well, you've got to keep me on air for one more run from Brook. Come on. One more run. One more run, guys. That's all I need. And then the yelp of pleasure will be on the microphone. Harry Brook, 86, that all-important run. He needs to get to 87, ka-ching. And then just 6 more, then he breaks David Gower's record for the most runs an England batsman has scored in a Test match series in Pakistan, a record that goes back to 1983-84. As Jason just reminded us, this is on debut. He's only played 4 Tests. This is only his 4th Test match, and it's astonishing to see so much assurity from a debutant.
David, do you want to take this over?
Let me take that. That's very generous of you, Forthy, and typical of the man, I have to say. Forthy, loved your, really enjoying your contributions to Guerrilla Cricket. One of the regulars now, the regular voice you hear, Forthy and Al and Messers, of course, and Jason, keeping the show on the road when the big names like Hendo are still slumbering. Here's Norman bowls, and it's not a good shot at all, but it gets a top edge, and it could be delivering the runs. It goes for a single. Did he get a bat on that?
Yes,
any signal for the umpire? Let's see. Brook goes up from 86. Does he go up to 87? Yes, he does. I'm now going to pass back to Forthy as I'm going to unpop the champagne in the green room.
Well, that was almost 5 runs for Harry Brook there, because he's bottom edged that just past the lid behind the keeper.
Drinks are on me down at Gorilla Towers, boys. Anyone that gets around here in the next 20 minutes, anything you want from Bear's Drinks Cabinet, I'll compensate you, Bear, don't worry.
Fantastic stuff. Love to hear the enthusiasm from David, as ever. Nauman in for the second ball of his over. He comes over the wickets, and that's some horrible stuff down the leg side, which Foakes, who's seeing the ball well now, just guides down to the man at sort of deep square leg, comes through for a single. He moves on to 34 of 63. Unbazballian, perhaps, but doing a great job for England here. They're now just trailing 80 with 5 wickets in hand, and the game beautifully poised. Nauman in again for the third ball of the over, and that's oh my goodness me, he almost hold out, if that's the right word, to the man at 45 on the leg side. It was horrible cricket all round. A ghastly bit of bowling, probably deliberate down the leg side. It was a pretty unsure shot.
Good piece of keeping by the man on the 45. He nearly got beaten by the spin.
So, oh my word, all sorts of stuff happening here. So Nauman is deliberately bowling 2 yards wide, yard and a half wide of leg stump. To which Harry Brook reverse swept, almost sort of doing the splits in so doing, but picked up a single, moves to 88.
We're due to have Al Hodge as well, but he doesn't appear to have turned his camera on yet.
Are you there, Alice? Are you there, Alan?
He's in the green room.
He's in the green room, okay. That is just played down to the man at mid-wicket by Ben Foakes for no run. We're coming to the last ball of the over. It's been quite welcome for me, actually, because I've got to finish my... give me a chance to finish my last few mouthfuls of dinner. Very kindly cooked for me by my son, Scott. And that's some more rubbish down the leg side, which is hit away. Has it gone all the way? No, there's a man down there at deep square leg. So they come through for a single. That's the end of the over. England 226 for 5 at the end of it.
Morgan says, is Brook not wearing the extra protective gear on his helmet? I haven't looked, but possibly not. We certainly saw someone from the Pakistan side get lamped earlier in the game, and they didn't have the protective piece of equipment on the back of the neck. John Batham agrees with Messi. He says test matches lasting 2 days is the last thing cricket needs. As I often say when on Guerrilla Cricket, sport should be a contest, and this wasn't. It was always likely to be a bowler-strong series, but this turned it into a farce. Well, yes, if you had a look at the greenness of the pitch on day one, it was, where was the pitch in relation to the rest of the outfield? It was hard to tell. Leah says, I'm pretty sure assurity is not a word. And I say that as a German, and in German, what's a word is practically a matter of debate. And back to you.
Abra back into the attack. Confident shot by Foakes, but straight to the man at City mid-off. Partnership 81 after 128. Very satisfactory progress from these two. And that's not a textbook forward defensive, but that's essentially what it is. Yes. From Foakes, played quite wide. He probably could have left that one, but
yes,
it's a wily customer, Abra.
It'd be a really good session if they hadn't had that run out at the very start of it.
I think it'll still be a good session, even with the run out. Just for a moment, there was a thought about whether Foakes had managed to find the man at short City mid short cover. How do you describe that position? But no, it was on the bounce. Dot ball. This time Foakes gets it away, but only to Shan, who's feeling cover. These overs are rattling by.
They are. I mean, there's a plan here from Abra to bowl it wide and take all the force Foakes to stretch to get to it, and maybe chip it into the air very slightly to the short cover, the short extra cover. And that one, as we noticed, that one almost carried back to the bowler.
Did just almost got it on the half volley, and that one's even wider. Foakes again doesn't manage to get it away. Another over has gone by, and England are 226 for 5 at the end of it. Is there anything happening out in the Versa Twitter?
There is. Josie Oak says it's good to hear an old man getting some excitement from live, talking about Dave Brook and getting very happy about his bet winning. Josie Oak. Leia says, yeah, Brook does not seem to have stem guards, which are the bits on the back which take all the impact out of take all the energy out of an impact. And Colin talking to Dave Emrys says it's the next town up from wherever it was he was talking about. And on YouTube, Easy Rolly says, I would have thought Bairstow will just bat 7 and keep wicket in the Ashes. They've already shown they're willing to drop Foakes.
That might well be the case.
Also talking about the forgotten man, he says Jennings should get a chance to open in New Zealand. I'm not sure he's on that tour party. That's in late January, early February.
He is the forgotten man as well. There was a lot of talk to him before this series started. Foakes comes down the wicket to Nauman, launches it into the Karachi air. It's gone over the man who was 15 yards or so in at long off. Can't quite see on my feed, but I assume it would have gone down his throat if he'd have been conventionally situated.
Yeah, he had to turn and chase for that one. But it's more a wedge than a drive. It's plugged sort of on the boundary edge.
Yeah. So that was Harry Brook, and it really does plug. He moves on to 90, into the 90s. Don't know whether he's a nervous nonagenarian or not. We're about to find out.
I would have thought so based on his stats at the moment. I'm just wondering what's happened to Fahim Ashraf. He hasn't bowled at all in this session.
No Ashraf, no... who else haven't we seen? And that is Kane, 2 yards wide of leg stump. Harry Brook plays.
It's just been the three bowlers, hasn't it? It's just been Abrar, Naman Ali, and Mohammad Wasim. I don't think anybody else has bowled. And they've got Salman Aga can bowl.
That is again on well wide of leg stump. Just played defensively by Harry Brook. Got ball
If I look
fielded
at
by
the
Babar.
team sheet very quickly.
Now I'm in again for the 5th ball of his over.
I'll have to wait.
Reverse sweep. Out to the man. Sweeper, 10 yards in. That'll be a single. Brook moves to 91. Foakes to take guard for the last ball of the over. He's on 35. And rarely lets England down, if I can put it that way, either with glove or with bat. Chips in lower down the order.
Occasionally has a brain dead run out, but apart from that, yes.
Yes, well. I was thinking, to be honest, more of Foakes there. But, there's the last ball of the over. Oh, if there had been a man in at City Point, that would have gone straight to him as it popped off the shoulder of the bat. But there wasn't. And that is what they've earned by playing reasonably aggressive cricket. The fieldsmen have been pushed back. So at the end of the over, England 229 for 5. And we'll just check in, see whether anyone's commenting in the virtual world.
The Bish has joined us. He says, a fine Leeds hotel breakfast. Basking in the warm glow, a splendid away win for Watford, and listening to Guerrilla Cricket with Ian Forth in eloquent form. Happy Sunday morning.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks very much, Nathan.
And Josie X says, it's a bit slow, this. He's reset his speedo based on the more recent baseball. What I'm liking about this series in particular is the wealth of new talent that's coming through on both sides. I mean, you've got Brook for batting, but they've also got Rehan Ahmed, Will Jacks.
Yeah, it's been good in that way as well. As Foakes picks up the gauntlet and threads it between the two men in the covers on the offside, but there is a sweeper out there and just comes through for one run. He ticks over to 30, I thought 36, but maybe 35. Brook's on strike on 93.
And then on the Pakistan side, you've obviously got Abrar, obviously, but also Saud Shakil has had a very decent start to his test career.
Very decent indeed, yes. It's good to see young test players coming through. Harry Brook is now, as Gary Nader would say, contractually obliged to say, a multi-format player. And he plays that very nicely, clips off his toes, and the man at long on, Azhar, comes round, fields it, and they come back for 2, so he moves within one mighty biff. 95 of his, what will be his second test century, I think?
Third, I think. Didn't he get 2 in one? 2 in one test match. 1 in each test match. Dave has
1 in each test match. Yeah, that was third.
Yelling in my ear.
Cuts nicely through the vacant point area, but there's a man sweeping on the boundary. They just come through for 1, so he's through to 96.
And no, this is the changing of perception. Brook has scored his 96 in 128 balls, and then we would think that would be that'd be quick, but it hasn't felt quick at all.
No, that's right. I think the thing about Brook and Pope is that they don't seem to be sort of forcing it too much. Foakes plays the same shot as Brook did, a cut down to the man on the boundary, and Harry Brook has now got the most runs for England in a test series in Pakistan, we can reveal. So 453 runs, overtaking Gower's previous record from the 83-84 series of 449. Many congratulations to Harry Brook. Last ball of the over, he just negotiates out to the man at point at the end of that one, 235 for 5.
Colin Sidgers reported to Waldo Pom says it's baseball or nothing, and quite often in the Ian Owen Morgan one day period it was nothing.
Yes, well that's
Nestle Boys joined us. Says, it's an astonishing day today. That is Keith Richards' birthday. How is that possible? He's apparently 79 and he looks all of 179. And
Yeah.
Colin Sid says, who must surely be around 120 years ago, but still acts 18.
He does. It's a bit of a mystery. It's still, are they still touring? I mean, I know this is slightly controversial, but has there been a decent Rolling Stones song since the late 70s? Nothing particularly memorable. Nothing really.
Start Me Up in 1981.
Yeah. Well, okay.
And Undercover of the Night in 1982.
The hit single during the pandemic, Forthy. Don't forget that one.
Well, there we are. There's always some Stones apologists around, which I understand. That one is Nauman bowling for start of his 21st over. That's pitched outside leg and no problem for Foakes. He's seeing the ball well now.
He is now bowling over the wicket and going into a very defensive mode.
They are. They're sort of. This is not really what we want to see in Test match cricket, but it's understandable. Oh, and that's horrible stuff. Oh my goodness. Surely he's not going to get out to this. Okay, so that was bowled a yard and a half wide of leg stump. A sort of slightly lackadaisical sweep from Foakes. They go up behind the stumps. They think there could have been an edge.
But instead, it's one of these.
Pakistan think tank wandering about, DRSing, and they've decided against.
In the meantime, it was given a wide by blind Joel Wilson.
Well, it wasn't really a wide.
No,
it was well within
that's a one-day wide, but it's certainly not really a test wide. It might be
no,
wide.
But just to be fair, I think you can call a wide, can you not? If it's consistent negative bowling, or maybe
Yes.
a no ball.
I thought that was more a no ball, if you call that.
I think that's right. But knowing Joe Wilson, he's given the wrong extra. Not that it matters that much. That one's it's a bit straighter, not much straighter. Missed by Foakes.
Folks, you've got to be a bit careful here, because he's sweeping, going for the power sweep, and if he gets top edge on that, that's going to fly very neatly to the man on the 45.
Yeah, no, you're dead right. He could be falling into a trap here. Nauman in again, third ball of his over, again wide again swept by Brooks, again fielded by the man on 45, so cat and mouse.
And we're just looking at one of the previous balls, and there's nothing on Snicko and Ultra Edge, so good job they did use their last appeal on that.
Indeed. Just come to Colin's comment in a moment. And Nauman in again. And it's played by want of way of variation out to the man on the offside on boundary. They come through for one. Votes moves 37. Colin points out that wides in tests are meant to be determined by unplayable distance.
Yeah.
Which that was not.
And it also depends on height as well as it passes through, because a ball the same distance on the floor can be not playable, whereas one high up you can get a cut shot to.
Reverse sweep time by Harry Brook, who's on 96, and he moves to 97 as he sweeps it to the man on the off boundary. Effectively becomes leg side boundary if you play a reverse sweep. But Pope's back on strike for the last ball of the over.
We're going very nicely here. We think there's going to be another 10 minutes of play, but it might be an extended session, so you never know with Pakistan.
You never know. That is swept again by Foakes out to the man on deep square leg boundary. He moves on to 38, I believe, and the score moves on to 239 for 5 at the end of Nauman's 21st over.
Grand Theft Auto says, morning lovelies. So are we saying Brook has scored quickly but not looked harried? Nice pun, very well done.
Very good.
And on YouTube, Delayed Pilot says, seeing a glimpse of Bazball after our test was all over in under 2 days. Big fan. Well, it's not really Bazball as we know it at the moment. This, England are scoring fairly safely, but they're not going full Bazball at the moment. And
and I think that Bazball perhaps has been very slightly misunderstood to be we'll go full pelt at everything. I think the England team would say
it's not
judge matches on their merits, and they are sort of holding themselves back a touch in this one.
Well, yes, I wondered how they were going to play having lost the toss, because the over aggressive scoring in the first innings only really works if you bat first in the first innings. And once Pakistan had put a decent score on the total board, England were always going to have to react to that and try and make sure they at least got ahead of it. And maybe.
Indeed. It's Abra time once more, after a brief refresh of the batteries, and Foakes plays that one very nicely. Down to the man at long off. He ticks over to 39.
I really would be giving Ashraf a go. They seem to have forgotten about Ashraf. I would really be giving him a go, if anything, just to give his two-spin bowlers just 4 overs a break.
Yes, well, they may not get physically tired, but their fingers get tired, spinners. And Abra's only in his second test match. He's into his 28th over. I don't know how many overs he's used to bowling, but possibly not this many in a day.
Maybe the bowler first thing after tea, but again, that sort of breaks the thing that you should always bowl your best bowlers in the first session of bowling after an interval.
Maybe it's one more convention that's been torn up. I don't know.
And at the moment, the two best bowlers on the Pakistan side are Abrar and Nauman.
Yes, they are. Abrar comes round the wicket and takes a leaf out of Nauman's book by bowling yard and a half wide of leg stump. Brook tickles him round the corners of the man at 45. Doesn't sweep, but tickles him.
This is a tactic that works when the ball is bouncing, but on this fairly slow and low pitch,
it's just negative.
It's just negative, yes. It's no, he's looking for the batsman to make an error rather than inducing one himself.
Once more, you can probably guess what happened on this ball. It was bowled a yard and a half wide of the leg stump. It was negotiated round the corner in a sort of sweep by Brook to the man, leg side 45 dot ball. This one's a bit shorter from Abra, and Brook has got it away, and that is 4 runs. That is Harry Brook's 3rd century in 4 test matches. Many congratulations to him.
$10, $20, $40, $60, $80, $90, $100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Yeah. Low base, of course, but 470 runs, an average of 94, 150 and 300s in 4 matches speaks to the arrival of the next incumbent in the English middle order. He looks very much the part. Settles once more. Is it just us two at the moment, Jace?
It is. Al Hodge hasn't joined us.
Fair enough. He's probably fallen asleep after his early start. And who can blame him? That one. So we're having a look at Harry Brook. Strike rate of 76 to get to that 102 not out, with 8 4s and 3 6s. Would have been unheard of. It would have been certainly well commented upon in the past, but now half of the course in this new era for England. That one's defended by Foakes. First ball of Abra's new over, I think that is, or was that last ball of Abra's over rather? England 245 for 5 at the end of it.
Colin says, have you noticed Brook's old bat looking fairly clean except for nice cherry marks on its middle? And Josie X says he'll now chip it to cover and get out for 100 and not many. Possibly. I did notice that this is of his 3 tons. This is almost certainly his slowest off 134 balls.
Well, his slightly slower, maturer 3rd album after
given that the first two were on course to be the fastest centuries ever, both of them.
Yes. A bit like the Arctic Monkeys, perhaps their third album after the raucousness of the first two. If I can draw a musical analogy for one moment, we are back with the cricket. Nauman entering his 22nd over.
He's got his ton as well. He's on 1 for 105 at the moment, as is Babar. They've both broken their tons now.
I've got Nauman down as 2 for 84 here. There's that finds its way behind the batsman and behind the wicket keeper. It is. Well, I'm going to have another look at that one because was fielded on the fence. Couldn't quite see what happened there. Let's have another look.
He tried to reverse slap and got on bottom edge and did a nutmeg just past leg stump, or the new leg stump, the old off stump.
He rode his luck there. We're having a look at that one. I think it's probably okay.
Yeah, it doesn't get to the point where it would have hit the sponge, so that's...
I'd like to know in a test match how many times these endless reviews on the boundary have made a difference to the result of a match. I know they make a difference to individual totals and all of those things. Have they ever? Nauman. And again. Over the wicket. Horrible stuff. Wide of leg stump. Swept to the man at 45, leg side 45 by Foakes, no run.
Just looking at Nauman, he's got a very long run-up spinner. He's got about 7 walking steps before he starts the actual run-up proper, and has about 5 steps then.
Yes, interesting subject. Spinners with long runs. Well, moderately interesting subject. So Foakes manages to get that away down to the man at on deep square leg. He'll come through for a single. We're having another look at that nutmeg. Oh my goodness! It missed his. Stump by a fraction.
I have to count myself in that category because my run up is 9 paces. I tried running up from 5 paces with starting on my mark, and I couldn't do it. So I had to walk to my mark first, which is what Nauman is doing, I think. He's hitting a mark and then running from there.
It's really whatever works for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Brook comes down the wicket 3 paces, but pulls out of the shot and just checks it. Was in the air for a while, kept the short mid-wicket interested for a moment. Wasn't too far short of him, a couple of yards short. Dot ball. Nauman again. What do you think happened here? Well, on this occasion, that was swept by Brook to a filthy leg side, but this time straight to the man at square leg rather than the man at 45.
There's a bit of good-hearted banter going on from Nauman to Brook, I think, there, and also the square leg fielder.
Been pretty...
he seems a very cheery chappy.
He seems very cheery. He's been playing in a good spirit the whole affair. Now, and a little bit straighter that one, forward defensive by Brook. That completes that over. England 249 for 5, trailing by a mere 55 now.
Collins says, mentioning the Arctic Monkeys in an attempt of, look, I'm young and hip and trendy.
Hardly.
I would have said most of Arctic Monkeys, clientele are probably in the elder age group.
Exactly, yes, there was boomers. First Arctic Monkeys album was 2005, wasn't it? 17 years ago, so
yeah.
There we are.
If you're talking Oasis, that's another matter entirely. You go back another generation.
Oh God, yes. No, don't get me started on Oasis. I'm not a fan. Well, this has been very impressive by these two, Foakes and Brook. I haven't got this. Can't remember when they came together, but was it roughly 149?
I think they've got a 100 partnership now. Just checking.
Must be a 100 partnership. Yeah, if you just wouldn't mind double checking that one, that would be great, Jace. Having a tea moment, a Tapal Danadar tea moment in the tea lounge. Very enthusiastic tea drinking. Okay, she checks that. Oh yes, they love it.
Yes, 145. They've got 104.
104. So the 100 partnership is up.
And they have changed the bowling at last.
Yeah, so Salman's on. Finally. Now that first ball is on the money, defended by Foakes, the man at short mid-wicket. That one's played wider of him, down to the man at a wide long on, and they come through for a single. In answer to your question, Colin, I don't mind Blur, more of a pulp man from the mid-90s era.
Suede?
But I was never a fan of Britpop. I found it a very conservative movement, and don't think much of it will survive there. I'd love some Scottish bands if we want to get onto that subject matter, but perhaps for a later date. Okay, so that's bowled by Salman. Again, that's played down to man long on. My feed just broke up for a second.
You didn't miss much. It's all on the floor. They just basically walked a single down to deep mid wicket.
Gotcha.
We're having Harry Brook, who averages fairly well across all formats.
He does indeed. That's extremely impressive. It's the year of the Brook, not the year of the cat.
It's the year of the tiger, in fact, I think.
Yeah, it might be the year of the tiger. It's certainly the year of the Harry Brook. Averaging 52 in the PSL, 79 in T20s, and 115.5 in Test matches.
And counting.
And counting, yes. So, I mean, obviously, those averages will
go down as well as up.
Yes, well, they'll certainly go down if he has, as we imagine he will, a long Test match career, but it's an excellent start to it. And that one is cut. Bit short from Salman by Brook. They might consider 2. They take the 2, so Brook comes through to 108. Is this Salman's? Yes, that was Salman's first over of the innings. Remarkably, he just went for 5 off it, and I think that is the end of the afternoon session. Is that correct?
I think so. The bells are off. The players are walking off.
So England have taken the score to 254 for 5. They trail by just 50. Foakes will end up on 42. Brook on 106. They just lost one man. Ben Stokes to it's a foolish run out, but all run outs are foolish, aren't they? In Test match cricket, these things happen. So at 114 runs off the 30 overs in the session, just the 1 wicket for 4. The run rate was, by Bazball standards, a comparatively sedate 3.8. That's okay though, still plenty of time left in this match, and England will be delighted with their afternoon's work.
Yep, they will. We are going to not go to any programming because I'm not sure it's going to go through. So
it's Tea Time Babble.
It's Tea Time Babble with David Brook.
It's good to be back in the Tea Time Babbling chair, and I hope that I'm going to be joined by some of the guerrilla luminaries who aren't desperate to leave their microphones behind. Who have I got with me? Who's going to stay on for tea, guys?
I'm staying.
I'm happy to stay on.
Fourthie and Jace. Fourthie and
David.
Yes.
Got some news for you. Do you remember a man called Ross Barr?
Yes, I do. Yes, the head of planning, the planning director at the advertising agency Bose Massimi Pollitt.
He's coming to visit me, so.
Do really send him my best wishes, Fourthie.
He remembers you very well. He says, and he says he remembers you as a national hunt enthusiast.
Very much so. Yes, and there's not a lot of jump racing as we call it now. National Hunt to give it its previous term, but they've officially renamed it now as jump racing to avoid any misunderstanding that it's to do with hunting, which of course it isn't. And there's a bit of because of the frozen conditions here at the moment, Fourthie. There's not been a lot of jump racing in the last week, but the forecast, the weather is going to change. The temperature's about to go up from tomorrow. We're going to see a week of rain. I'm going to be in Spain for the week. I'm coming back in time for the holiday season and the much awaited New Year's Day meeting at Cheltenham, where your very good friend Grubby will be in attendance. And I think it was Grubby that introduced you to the Gorilla folder, Fourthie.
That is absolutely correct. Yes.
I wonder if we can get him out of his slumbers to contribute this morning. But we're going to have a tea time babble, Fourthie. Something that we did during the West Indies series last time we did it. And yes, it's all things cricket related. And I thought we'd start by just looking at what's happened in that South Africa-Australia Test match, and then we'll come back to talk about the Pakistan-England. South Africa-Australia, in case you missed it, it started yesterday and it's all over. What happened there in Brisbane? South Africa, their first Test match against Australia. West Indies series is over. This was the first Test match. Australia won it by 6 wickets. Have a listen to these scores. South Africa 152 and 99 all out. Australia 218 and 35 for 4. And he needed 35 to win, and Rabada had some. He wanted to show that it was the batting that was at fault, not the bowling attack of South Africa. He bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 13. He took all 4 wickets to full. In fact, let's just glory in that Australia second innings scorecard, 'cause it's the only bit of crumb of comfort for those of us who support teams outside of Australia, England, and India. The story of the fourth innings of Australia. I'm just going to read out the scorecard. You don't see this very often. Usman Khawaja caught Maharaj, bowled Rabada 2. David Warner caught Irwi, bowled Rabada 3. Steve Smith caught Verin, bowled Rabada 6. Travis Head caught Verin, bowled Rabada, no score. And that left Marnus Labuschagne on 5 not out and Cameron Green 0 not out. But the reason why they were only chasing 35 to win is because they bowled out South Africa in the second innings for 99. Only Bavuma and Zondo and Maharaj making double figures. Irwi was caught green, bowled Cummins 3. Dean Elgar, LBW, Cummins 2. Rassie van der Dusen bowled Stark, no score. Tembo Bavuma, LBW, bowled Lyon 29. Zondo hung in there, he was 36 not out. Verin, the wicketkeeper, caught Smith, bowled Bolland, no score. Marker Jansen bowled Bolland, no score. Maharaj caught Carey, bowled Stark 16. And then Cummins mopping up the tail. Rabada out for 3, caught Carey, bowled Cummins 3. Andrich Notcher caught Green for 0, and Ngidi caught Warner, bowled Cummins 9. That was 99 all out. It was all over in 37.4 overs. The bowling figures: Stark 2 for 26. Pat Cummins 12.4 overs. Of course, he didn't play in that last Test match against West Indies. 12, but he was rested or injured. 12.4 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 42. Scott Bolland, well, he's proved a more than able deputy, hasn't he? 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. And Nathan Lyon chipping in with a wicket. But it's raised a whole talking point, which we're going to babble about, Forthy and Jace, which is really inspired by a message from that we received from Roland Butcher, one of our regular listeners. Big shout out to you, Roland. You're back in Barbados now, I understand, and you tweeted us earlier, and you said, WhatsApped, guys, I hope the ICC is paying attention to what is happening in world cricket. South Africa have just lost their 3rd game in a row in 2 days. West Indies pretty much the same. Bangladesh just got well beaten. Pakistan getting the same treatment. Is it a coincidence that the 3 winning teams are Australia, England and India? Unless there is greater distribution of ICC money, this great game that we love will certainly disappear. Who wants to watch England, Australia and India all the time? If nothing is done, and quickly, children in all those other countries will not be attracted to the game. ICC be warned. Not my words, the words of Roland Butcher, the first black player to play for England, of course, Middlesex, and until recently selector for Barbados and director of cricket at the University of West Indies. He's got his finger in more pies than Frey Bentos, Roland, these days, but he's spot on with that. Jason Forthy, your comments on that, please.
You want to go first, Jason?
I will. I certainly agree with the worrying trend about players going out of the Test match arena into franchise cricket.
But it's related back to the lack of resources going into those areas. It is related
to the lack of resources going into support the other Test playing nations, apart from Australia, India and England, who have good travelling support and good home support for their matches anyway. I mean, what we've seen in this match already has shown that the young players can thrive in Test cricket. There is a place for them. They are valued. They're not monetarily valued necessarily because of the lack of resourcing, but they're valued for their experience.
Absolutely, but they're not getting that experience, Jason. They're not getting enough first-class cricket either, which is the bedrock of all Test match cricket. You know, you've got to have a robust first-class. West Indies, their first-class four-day tournament has been decimated by COVID and the aftermath of it. So you were seeing players coming out to Australia not with match practice. Marco Mindley famously pulled up after his second over. He hadn't bowled for 3 months. This is the problem. And fourthly, just to bring you in on that, I mean, would you like to see a future just of England, Australia and India playing each other?
Well, just like any normal person, of course not. And there's got to be some sort of a wake-up call, because the other thing is, it's not sure. So those other nations will lose interest, as you say. The children in those nations will lose interest, and there's so many more options, of course, in life, even more so than there have been in the past. But what I also notice is that in Australia, there's no great excitement about this series, as you might imagine there was.
I don't. That's interesting. I didn't know that. What do you base that on, Forthy?
Well, everyone likes a contest, I think.
But no, I mean, is there any? When you're saying there's lack of interest in it, what are you basing that on? That observation? That's quite a big one to lay on. Are you saying that Australia's not following this series?
Well, it's somewhat anecdotal, but the relationship between the Australian cricket team and the Australian public has been fractured for some time. You talk to the man on the street, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny. Sorry, just to interject, Forthy. I think you were in conversation. Was it you or Jason? Conversation with Dom, our latest recruit on Guerrilla Cricket, and he was saying precisely that. As an Aussie, he got disassociated. He lost interest in the Australian team in the manner they were playing, and became an England supporter. Are you saying that there's, in your view, widespread disaffection with this Australian team? Are you saying because they're winning too much? Is that
not so much because they're winning? I think there's a real divide between and to be really reductionist about this, there is a sort of characteristic outer suburb, old school Channel 9 guy, if I can put it that way, who likes a tough Australia and so forth. But there's an emerging demographic.
What, the metrosexual metro followers?
Yeah, so they'd be much more sympathetic to a Pat Cummins, and you can see it in the political shifts which are happening in Australia. There's a new demographic emerging which rejects the sort of old, hard-bitten school of Australia, and I think Australian cricket is not moving with the times, in fact, and Pat Cummins, funnily enough, represents a new form of Australian cricket, which is probably going to be more in tune with the country.
But the question under discussion is not the state of support of the game in Australia, Forthy. It's the support of the game in the smaller territories. I'm just going to give you some more facts. So I'm trying to keep this factual. India versus Bangladesh. This series, another game that's over. India winning the test match, the first test in Chattogram in Bangladesh by 188 runs. The score's there. India 404, and in their second innings 258 for 2 declared. Pujara 102 not out, and Shubman Gill 110. They could have gone on for ages by the sound of it. Bangladesh in response, their first innings score all out 150, with Yadav taking 5 for 40 and Mohammad Siraj 3 for 20. In their second innings, Bangladesh requiring an unlikely 513 to win. To be fair to them, they did all right. They got to 324 with a century from a name I don't recognise, Zakir Hassan.
Yeah, it was on debut. That's
on debut, right. And man very much not on debut, Shakib Al-Hassan, made 84, but they still finished 188 runs short, 324, and in the wickets for this time was Aksar Patel, the left armer who's keeping Jadeja out of the side. Well, Jadeja recovering from injury, 4 for 77, and Yadav again chipping in with 3. So this is what Roland Butcher is saying, Forthy, that these smaller nations haven't got a chance. Without more resources, they're going to lose players to franchises. There's no proper resources going into first-class cricket. They're getting fewer and fewer test matches. And so all these factors, England don't tour West Indies again for another 5 or 6 years. We give them 2 tests every now and again. The big three, attempted to hijack the game under the really lame leadership of the New Zealand chairman of the ICC, who seems to be a patsy for the BCCI, allegedly. So we're not going to be sued by them. We're not going to be listening. We talk about FIFA. And the issues they're having, at least they have an agenda of supporting smaller nations, sometimes with backhanders, allegedly, but at least they're interested in promoting the game and spreading the word. Now, I'm not talking, Ian Chappell wrote a piece recently in the Australian media saying that Test cricket, should be restricted to the 8 or 9 teams that have a decent first-class structure. He was arguing against Ireland and Afghanistan playing Test cricket, but just thinking about those teams outside of the big three, so Pakistan, Bangladesh, New Zealand, West Indies, who have I missed out? South Africa and Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka. These are teams that have produced some great memorable contests in international Test cricket. They're being squeezed out by lack of resources. In America, they have a draft that ensures that in NFL, all the teams have the same resources, and therefore you get a competitive league. I'm going off piste here a bit, but don't you think there should be some redistribution? Jason, bring you in on that.
Well, American sports, they have a franchise system where this year's performance determines where you sit in the pecking order for next year's draft picks, which tends to equalise out player picks over time. Now, there's no equivalent franchise system in cricket. Cricket is the only sport I know of which is not growing; it's in fact contracting in some respects. The best thing that could happen for cricket would probably be to get included in the Olympic Games, because then lots of people would take it seriously and put funding into it.
But what about Test cricket, Jace? There's money in the big three. Surely some redistribution. There needs to be a spirit of, look, where is the thrill in beating teams that have much lower level of resources? Where is the pleasure in that? Where is the interest in teams touring Australia and being rolled over? They produce conditions to favour their own side. The games are over quickly. There's no contest. As Mick Jagger said, watching Australia playing Test cricket is like watching a porno film. You always know what's going to happen in the end.
I don't know what Forthy feels on this, but my experience is that the bowling sides are actually pretty competitive across the nations. We've seen good Pakistan sides, we've seen good people in South Africa, we've got decent bowlers in India, in West Indies, but it's the batting that's letting people down at the moment. People are not having the skills to make big innings.
You're not blaming the players, are you?
No, I'm blaming the system for not giving them enough opportunity to learn the skills.
Yeah, and you learn them in first-class cricket, which is why the attacks on the English first-class system by the Strauss report is so unfair. But that's talking about reducing the county championship further. Some teams like West Indies are struggling to play more than 5 first-class matches. We saw batsmen coming over like Blackwood, Bonner, Thomas, who haven't played a lot of cricket. They're not getting enough practice, it really, it is all about practice. When West Indies cricketers came over to play in county championship and club cricket, they were developing their skills. It was a finishing school. I'd like to see English cricket being more welcoming to club cricketers from those territories. That's something that could happen with the support of the Home Office. But really, the ICC, who are they? What is their role? Why don't they take why can't, is it just the BCCI with another name? And what can we do to persuade India that it's in their interests too, as the new powerhouse of cricket, to help to develop first-class cricket in these other countries?
Well, without being too gloomy or again too reductionist about it, it almost feels as if cricket is just a subset of a broader neo-capitalist narrative, if I can put it that way. In the world has just moved inexorably towards a form of
But FIFA, it hasn't happened in football. FIFA, have ensured that smaller nations get supported, and that they're all.
I think it serves the purposes of FIFA to have those smaller nations on board for, to be honest, various corrupt reasons. Because it's one man, one vote. So the man from Trinidad and Tobago has the same.
Okay, one can blame it on the system, but I'm talking about practical things that can be done. The global socialist revolution might have to wait. I'm not sure you're not calling for that. Well, you might be. But the point is, what can be actually...
Be a bad idea.
Well, that's another subject for another babble. Wouldn't interest me, though. But I'm just saying what can be done practically. What needs to happen at this International Cricket Council, meant to be keeping their eye on the future of the game. There you've got the chairman, Barkley, the New Zealander, saying, oh yeah, Test cricket's inevitably going to decline and we're going to get a smaller and smaller number of the smaller nations playing Test cricket. Why is he saying that, and why isn't there more value placed on this premium product? We've seen fantastic Test match cricket, which is bringing the crowds out. Let's kill these memes like, oh, no one watches Test cricket anymore. No, not if you schedule it on a Monday morning and the games aren't competitive. But we've seen when at the first whiff of competition in this series, the crowds turning out in very large numbers in Pakistan. We had the largest crowd for a Test match at Adelaide Oval, the third largest ever in the first 2 days, 51,000. So people are turning up to watch it, so let's put that to one side. It's all about distribution of resources. Rahul Dravid made a speech when he to celebrate the 20 years of Cricinfo, in which he said it's the responsibility of the large test playing nations to support first class cricket in other territories, and we need help to get first class cricket up to standard in those other countries, so people are coming into the test match game able to be equipped. Because England, we can argue about the resources and the 100 or whatever, but these problems are minuscule compared to the problem of resources, kit, coaching, availability of players in these other territories. I'll put it down to an individual. Let's bring it down to someone like Nicholas Pooran, very talented player for West Indies. There's not enough incentive for him to play in the long form. He's not getting picked in the test match team because he doesn't play first class cricket, because he can earn more money on the circuit. Why? Because the West Indies central contracts are of limited value compared to what they can earn in a short career. So I'm not blaming Pooran, but you're going to get more and more of the smaller nations just making up the numbers in these international franchise leagues. And let's face it, who's going to remember those in a few years' time? It's Test cricket which is the pinnacle, and I just don't buy the narrative that it needs to be in decline because of short attention spans or the neoliberal capitalist system, whatever theory you want to bring. It's just about the governing body taking the action that's necessary. Jay, so are we getting any Twitterati joining in on this? Because I've just had a tweet from James Knights, who's listening to us in Spain, who says he's let's see, what does he say? He says agree with Roland Butcher, that's all he says, and we're back with the action. I didn't realise we were babbling so much, and I apologise, Forthy, you didn't get not much of a word in edgeways there, but that's the problem with the babble. And especially when you're in the studio, you can kind of boss it around. That's the first ball of the second section. I'm going to pass to your commentary team for this session with England on 254 for 5, and I'm going to hand over to
me,
Jason, and Forthy,
and Riley, who I've just let in the room.
Hello, Riley.
Hello.
Hello, Riley. Good, well, good, whatever it is to you. Now I'm in for dot ball, first ball, second ball. That eludes. Couldn't quite see what happened there. Jace will fill in on the shot, but it ends up being 2 runs to Foakes, so I think it's moved through to 44.
It's just dabbed it down through the gully area. That went sort of slid off the outside edge. And there's no slip, so it was a safe shot. They've now brought in a wider slip.
Hello, Riley. Haven't met you before. Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too, Forthy. Interesting contest at the moment.
Very interesting contest. Navman in for his. I've got too many comments. I can see too many people. Not enough cricket there. In for his third ball of the over. Dot ball. Navman's on 2 for 90 from his 22, so quite expensive. Foakes hovering over the bat now. He's on 44 off 88, which has quite a nice symmetry to it. And that one is bowled outside leg stump, but not too far outside leg stump, as we saw before the intervals. Dot ball defended by Foakes, rattling through these overs very rapidly.
There's no time to catch your breath really on these overs, is there? With the spinners on.
Apologies, Riley. I'll try to get you in. Foakes hovers over his bat, fifth ball of the over, and then that's played out. Nauman does his own fielding. How have you been seeing it so far, Riley?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's very much the opposite of what I think a few people would not deem baseball to be, but it's great to see. I think good to see England adapting, which is good.
Yes, I agree with that. Nauman in for a last ball of his over. Again, wide but not too wide. Defended by Foakes, down to the man, leg side 45. He remains on 44 on the score, and 256 for 5 at the end of that over. Is it Jason or Riley on
I'm on tweets. Josie X says Australians are just sulking because they didn't win the T20 World Cup. Well, yes, it did notice that attendances dropped off as soon as they went out of the competition in the semi-finals. Dr. Dan sends us a picture of Harry Brook, and Leah says, "Effing hell, Brook. The ICC are saints compared to FIFA. FIFA doesn't care about growing the game. They're interested in coke and hookers." Why are we talking about that during the Qatar tournament?
Yes, well, indeed.
I think we will come out to the end of the Qatar tournament and say the football was actually pretty good. The rest of it was questionable, shall we say? The spectator experience.
More than questionable, I think it's fair to say. It's Babar who he floats it somewhere all the way up to the toes of Harry Brook, who defends it. You like the look of what you've been seeing with Harry Brook, Riley?
Oh, 100%. I've thought he should have been in this England team for a little bit of time now. So the fact he's going out there and making runs and almost stealing runs off Joe Root, it seems to feel. It's great. It's great to see him in the team doing really well.
And that one was played out by him to the man on the sweeper on the offside for just a single. He moves to 109 and looking very much to the manable. Man comes in at long on, up to mid on, tempting Foakes. That's he plays that defensive shot with his bat a little wide of his legs. There's a bit of a gap, so he's vulnerable to the googly, but that one wasn't the googly. He spotted it. He moves on to 45.
Yeah, he just leant on that very gently into the offside.
Babar in again. Classic forward defensive by Harry Brook. Absolute textbook nose over the ball, dot ball.
I hope Brook got the encouragement during tea break saying, "Well done for getting your ton. Now just keep going. Don't change the thing."
Yeah, and forget that bloody run out as well. And that one's played by him down to the man at long off. So a nice quiet start to just milking Babar for a few runs during this over. Nothing spectacular. Brook moves up to 110. Where are you, Riley, in the country?
I'm in rainy Bournemouth at the moment. It is
Bournemouth.
Pretty horrible at the moment. It makes a change from it being cold, I suppose. So, but
variation. That's a dot ball to end the over. Played out to the man to cover point. England 259 for 5. Trailing by just 45.
Colin Caesar talks to Mog saying, "Drop A, have you been playing Rage Against the Machine?" I presume Drop A is a composition by them. Not one of my one that I followed, I'm afraid.
I always assume Rage Against the Machine is Rage Against the photocopier. That's the machine that I have most rage against.
Rage Against any machine, I think. Hendo's Rage Against any machine, that's definitely true. He's technologically challenged.
You should be technologically au fait, shouldn't you, as a young person, if I can put it that way, Riley? Do you feel technologically at one with the universe?
Yeah,
exactly.
I feel like I'm all right. I mean, it's not perfect, is it? Technology. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I feel like I'm in tune, as it were.
I think that is the one big gap, the big generation gap between yours and our generations. First ball of Nauman's over is another dot ball.
I really thought they would have gone with Fahim Ashraf by now, again, but
yeah, he's been missing for a session and a bit now.
Maybe he's got an injury. It is odd. Nauman in again.
I'm fairly sure he's been out there fielding, so I'm wondering. No.
Yeah. It's not one. That one's just negotiated for the man at mid wicket. Dot ball.
At the moment, to be honest, I don't really. They're not really threatening these two, I'd argue. But
well,
I mean,
the very occasional ball that's threatening, and they've got what? How many overs to go to the new ball? Another 17 overs. 17. Yeah. So.
Well, by that time, the scores will be level.
If not ahead.
Most likely ahead. Most likely quite a bit ahead, the way things going. That one's a gain, played down to the man at leg side 45. Nothing doing there. Foakes, quietly, is doing himself favours. 45 off 93. It's exactly never going to be a spectacular player. This is exactly what was required when he came in. Nauman in again, fourth ball of the over. Quite a wide open stance from Harry Brook, just opens himself up. And that's played down to the man at long on, just comes through for the single. You're a Foakes fan, Riley? Like to see him behind the wicket, or would you prefer to see Bairstow come back?
Well, I spoke about him last week, about how he gets back into this team, because he seems to be mightily unlucky with a lot of things. You know, he's a great player, fantastic. I mean, obviously, arguably the best keeper in the world at the world. So it's going to be hard, I think, the form that Bairstow had been in, for him to get back in. But you know, a century here today, who knows? But
it ought to be. Bairstow always seems like the more favoured player.
Definitely, yeah.
That was the dot ball, and that one's floated up. It's just a moment of whether that was lofted, but it wasn't. So that's the end of the Nauman's 24th over. England 261 for 5 at the end of it. Anything happening out there, Jace?
Mogg says to Collins Suter, he says, "Drop A. They wish they tuned that though. It's a guitar tuning." On the Foakes issue, I think he's a luxury player in many respects. I mean, you'd want him to be playing in the subcontinent where you want to have people standing up as much as you can. But I can see the argument that elsewhere, having Bairstow would balance the side better. You'd be able to have 4 seamers and a spinner. Whereas before in the subcontinent you want 2 or 3 spinners, and therefore you want your best keeper standing up to the wicket.
I mean, that's, obviously there possibly is an argument for having, both Bairstow and Foakes in the team, especially the way that Bairstow had been playing.
Who would you, assuming everyone's fit, who would you ask to step down?
I mean, that's even a question. I mean, it's hard, especially now that Harry Brook's come into the team and played so well. It's a really tough one. I think it depends on where you're playing, who you're playing against. Are you looking to go with, 3 seamers or whatever? So I think, it's a tough one.
I don't think it's necessarily tinkering around with the bowling. It's which batsman is going to make way for Bairstow to come back. That's the problem.
I do wonder whether it might end up being Crawley and they might ask Bairstow to open, which will be a typical fudged compromise, but it might be the least worst one. So that one's played off his toes by Foakes, wide of the man who's just in on leg side. Player who's just 10 yards in from the boundary. Nice looking shot.
Should say that Wazim has opened the bowling again. He's getting a bit of shape back into the batsman. with reverse swing.
Yes, I think so, yes. He's number 48 off his 9 overs, so been relatively expensive. Harry Brook, who's on Nelson. So David Shepherd, bless him, would be shuffling around right now. I suppose maybe he only did it. Oh, big appeal there. And that looks, yes, it's been given out. That did shake back, as Jace was suggesting. That did tail back, a bit of reverse swing.
He's not waiting either.
I think Harry Brook is, despite the fact that England have 3 remaining reviews and is a man on 111.
Oh, he's just reviewed. I think he just remembered.
Did he get it in time?
Well, I'm not sure he did get it in time, but
I think that's crashing into the outside of leg stump anyway.
Yeah.
I think that's umpire's call at worst.
Yeah,
did hit above his knee roll, but it was above. I think he sort of. What's happening here? Seems to be yes, Harry Brook. Well, he's definitely Harry Brook's going off. He's got 111 off 150 balls, and England are now 262 for 6.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, that might limit England's lead, I think. That starts to bring in the predominant bowlers. I mean, they can hold a bat, but we are...
Absolutely.
That's the last recognised batsman gone back in the hutch.
Well, I'm not obviously familiar with Ahmed because he's played so few
Actually,
matches.
that's a good point.
There's
Would it be Ahmed
talk of
now?
him being a decent batsman. We shall see.
Because Ahmed's had a ton and a 50 out of his 3 first-class games, so I think I'd put him ahead of Mark Wood. So
I would say so.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Here he is.
And it is Rehan Ahmed. Let me see if I can find a jingle for him. I'm not sure there's one in the carts here. I might need to search for it.
You seen anything of Rehan Ahmed before this match, Riley? I know I haven't.
Yeah, no, I'd seen him a bit in the Blast. He played for Leicestershire in the Blast a couple of times, and obviously at the Under-19 World Cup. To be fair, he looked decent. I was still certainly surprised to see him picked for this tour.
Here we are.
But
His mission from the original squad was to guard Rehan Ahmed from dubious jingles.
Yeah.
Well, there was some hesitation. Harry Brook may have asked for the review too late. Immaterial, and probably just as well he didn't bother because that was smacking into the top middle stump. And I think Wasim has bowled his first ball, yes, to Ahmed, and he's got off the mark first ball.
Lovely shot to get off the mark.
Actually flicked off his hip, straight down to deep square for 1.
Well, that'll be a relief. He won't be joining the Graham Gooch and Len Hutton school of a pair on his Test match debut. I'm sure there were others. Not that, I mean, those were openers, obviously, so eventually. Don't think Rehan Ahmed would probably end up opening the batting for
It wasn't an opener when he got a pair.
Never say never. Obviously, we're going back a bit. And that one is played by Foakes to a similar area of his hips, and the man swoops round on the leg side boundary. Possibly Babar himself, or maybe Azhar Ali. Hard to distinguish. Maybe Azhar Ali, and they come through for 1, so maybe 2.
I think you'll find that Gooch was batting at number 5 or number 6 when he got
I think he was number 6 in 1975 when he debuted for England. I think he was out to Thompson and Lilly, or maybe even Thompson twice, and then he got 6 and 31 from memory in the second game. He didn't play again for another 3 years, but came back with a vengeance from then on. And there was another 3-year gap when he disappeared on a rebel tour to South Africa. So a strange career. He scored all his runs really in the late 80s and early 90s when he was in his late 30s.
Against the West Indies predominantly as well.
Yeah. absolutely amazing innings. Yeah. In comes Wasim again for his 5th ball of the over to Foakes. This time he's on 49, just short of Abdullah, at short mid-wicket. Dot ball.
I think Foakes is going to possibly look to push things on now. I mean, tail.
What do you think? I wouldn't have thought it was quite his game, but
not quite Bazball it, but maybe just.
I don't think there's a need whilst Rehan's still out there because he apparently can hold a bat. So I'd wait until another wicket goes down.
Yeah, and you know the deficit's only 39. There'll be. Foakes turns his bat on that one, but because there are 4 men positioned in a line on the onside, can't penetrate that inner ring. England finished with that dot ball on 265 for 6 at the end of that over.
Leah says, controversial opinion, Butler is a better keeper than for the subcontinent than Foakes. I'm well prepared and willing to die on this hill. And Josie X says, we'll now lose another 4 wickets for 13 runs.
Thanks.
Colin Tutu talking about tuning says Radio also had a couple of drop D tunings in their newer stuff, and he's prolific. Colin Tutu, he's doing the next 2 tweets as well. He says you've been at the Gabba talking to Mog and talking to Leia. Says FIFA is closer to the mafia than the ICC. That's a strong statement.
Yes,
might not be wrong, but it's a strong statement.
None of them ever come up smelling of roses, really.
Well, did you see the latest one from Infantino this week about a 32-team World Club tournament to be played every 4 years?
Yeah.
Yes, no thanks.
Yeah.
Leave it be.
Announced without consultation with any of the leagues involved.
Well, what could possibly go wrong with that kind of approach? Strange. It's very strange that these people, who are obviously got talent, end up at the top of the pile of organisations, and then their sort of inner megalomaniacal insanity seems to overwhelm them.
Well, I think it's, as has been proved in politics, it's how thick-skinned they are.
Yes, there's also 25% who are actually termed technically psychopaths who are CEOs as well. You're not a psychopath, are you, Ryder? You're okay.
Oh, I don't think so.
No, you don't.
So.
No,
he has feelings. He can't be a psychopath.
I think very much not a psychopath. I don't think anyone is really a psychopath on the world of cricket that I'm aware of. Round the wicket comes Nauman to Rehan, who rocks onto his back foot and plays that one. It's a dot ball.
The one thing I've heard about Rehan is he does like to get on with it when he gets the bat in his hand, so this could be an interesting period of play.
Probably one of the other reasons he was picked.
And
that's gone, I think.
That's out.
Second ball, and Rehan's may have avoided the pair in his first test match, but he's gone for 1, just caught it short mid-wicket there off the bowling of Nauman.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? No!
They're not the greatest of shots. It's a good catch, to be fair, but it's not the greatest.
Yeah, well, yes, looking to get on with it from perhaps not a bad idea to get your eye in first, but I don't think there'll be any criticism. I was getting confused because the other batsman seems to come off at the same time, and I assume that they're getting drinks from the man with the high-vis vest and some water.
Yeah, he just didn't quite get hold of that. He just slapped it very gently to mid-wicket. Turned in his hand a little bit as well, the bat, so I think he was aiming a little bit straighter than that, and didn't quite keep control of the bat face to get it where he wanted it to go.
Yep, well, where are we now? 265 for 7. England trailing by 39, so it could hardly be more evenly poised, this match.
Well, this is the thing I noticed in the South Africa versus Australia game as well. No, you can get long periods of nothing happening, and then you get a wicket and they suddenly come in a rush. 2 or 3 come straight afterwards. There was certainly something noticeable in the West Indian match. in the not West Indian, the South African match.
Yeah.
Was that they plug away, and then suddenly they get a wicket, and suddenly 3 wickets fall in no time at all.
The cheery Mark Wood has come to the crease. I'm sure he's got some sort of a jingle. He's got 50 in Test match cricket.
He has.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. What?
Seeing a replay of that catch. It was actually pretty well taken by, I think it was Shakir, wasn't it? So over his head. First ball to Wood from Nauman. Third ball of his over.
I think the one thing wrong with that shot from Rehan's perspective is he tried to hit it too hard. If he did it with a bit more control and a bit more, he'd have got it over the fielder and where he wanted it to go.
Probably a bit of a rush of blood. Dot ball first up to Woods. Second ball he's facing from Nauman.
Oh no, you're saying he had a rush of blood to the head? We'll have all the Coldplay people on now.
Oh God, no. Please, no. I was saying to Messengers actually, watching Australia is a bit like watching Coldplay, kind of equally dull in some ways, even though it's efficient and practical and does a job. But anyway, find out if anyone's a big fan of Coldplay out there. The Vultures are beginning to hover around Mark Wood. He's got a Sidley point and a wide slip and a short mid wicket, but that one's another dot ball to Nauman. No one in the crowd much to speak of. Rather disappointing, isn't it, Riley, the attendances we've been seeing here?
Yeah, it's for a pretty historic series. It's
well, the first 2 tests were pretty good. This one is not, I don't think.
I suppose it's a bit. Yeah, it's 2-0, isn't it? It's not a dead rubber, because I don't really think there are any dead rubbers in Test cricket. But yeah, definitely disappointing.
Very disappointing. Okay, well that completes that over. 4 dot balls to Mark Wood from Nauman, and I'll hand over to Jason to see if anything's happening.
Messages gives a response to Linux Lear about Butler as a keeper in the subcontinent. That's a suicide on a mountain. That's a great phrase. Butler is rubbish as a keeper. Mogg said, I just assumed short of 2 days is how it's done now, talking about Baz Ball. Mogg also says that unless they're running through a good old HM2 pedal, then I ain't interested, talking about music. And Collins says, I remember going to a death metal gig in Poland wearing a kilt and a dancing top. That was a strange night. I'm sure it was. Tell us more.
Well, from death metal to death bowling, perhaps, from Wasim. Not sure that entirely worked. And that one's right on his toes from Ben Foakes. He clips it off his toes. He comes through for a very well-deserved... Yes, 50. Off 100 balls exactly. That's his third 50. He's got 200s in Test match cricket. Congratulations to him.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
His average is actually 31.8, which is not miles behind Johnny Bairstow's, which is what, about 36, is it? 35,
Yep.
36?
Probably around there. Yeah.
At least a 3,000 runs though. Oh.
Yes, absolutely. Wasim in again. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Which, well, it's one of those Yorkers that sort of beat everything, got between bat and toe and leg stump. If it got a little bit of Mark Wood's foot, then it's a candidate for RBW. But since it missed leg stump anyway, it's unlikely to have been given.
I think Wood's got the very thinnest of bits of bat on that. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
No, good spot. Okay, I thought it came off his foot, came off his bat.
Great ball, though.
Just as well he did. Just as well he did. He would either have been LBW or cleaned up had he not. So Wood gets off the mark. Foakes, who's on 50, off exactly 100 balls, starts on his second 50 by playing it down to the square leg, comes through for a single, moves on to 51.
Do you know what? I'm going to be controversial here and say I'm not sure he would have been out actually, because I think that was tailing in so much he was going to miss leg stump.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably. I mean, yes, might well be the case. Just having a look at Wazim's last over, which was, as you say, tailing in a bit. Probably a bit of reverse swing. Surprised that I didn't see reverse swing a little earlier, really, given the dryness of the outfield. Wazim throws his matinee idle head back. It's ready to canter in. Big appeal. A big, solid appeal from Wazim, backed up by the keeper. Don't know what you thought of that one, Riley.
I didn't. Yeah, they're not convinced. Babar will leave it to the last second anyway.
4, 3, 2.
Interesting.
Yes. What has he?
I thought he went for it.
It's a DRS. It's very hard to tell whether it was a DRS. It was almost like he was shading his eyes while he put the other arm up, but I think that counts as a.
They have reviewed.
It's their last review. Possible last review, anyway.
Yeah, it's a good point as well. That might have given cause for hesitation.
Didn't get up. Yeah. I think that could be umpire's call on leg stump.
Yeah.
I think it's unlikely to be hitting more. Very unlikely to be hitting enough of leg stump. That's clipping, but we shall see.
But if it's umpire's call, they retain the review.
That's true. Good point.
That is true. Yeah.
And it's fairway back in the crease, so it may well be clipping. Very much doubt it's out. Never know. It's the Mark Wood, by the way, who's on 1 off 5. I didn't mention that. You do wish sometimes that we could just go straight through to the end game and just say, is it hitting or isn't it hitting? And after that, sort of do the review in reverse, because fairly sure that that's not.
But they have to follow the protocol.
Yeah,
yes, I wish they wouldn't.
Yeah, missing.
Is, as we thought, missing.
Yeah.
And that's all the reviews burnt.
Yes, and the review is lost. That in the age of 3 reviews, that doesn't happen that often. Famously happened at Headingley in 2019, of course.
It didn't look like a great shout, to be honest. It was not interesting that they chose to review that, to be honest. But yeah.
Because it was Wood, not Foakes, but there we are. That one's even wider and going wider, and it's a particularly good take from the man behind the stumps. Well done, him. Got ball. Any predictions, Riley? How do you see this match ending up? Maybe that's a bit unfair to put you on the spot.
No, I mean it's. I think this is a difficult one because past 2 tests, past 2 tests, to be fair, have been difficult to predict in kind of the outcome. I think the first test definitely. Yes. A lot of people were saying a draw, and then England pulled out the hat. So I think it really is a difficult one to predict, to be honest. I mean, it'd be great to see England go on and win 3-0. I think it will depend on how many England get here. Get a bit of a lead, and then who knows? A couple of early wickets, I think it will go England's way. But this is a tough one. This is a tough one. I'm gonna go England, because I want them to win, but it's definitely a difficult one.
That's
4 defensive dot balls are completely over. 268 for 7 at the end of it. Jace, anything happening there?
Yes, we are due a switch. I shall run through some tweets whilst we're doing it. Leah says maybe right, but it'd be a glorious suicide. Lots of slain enemies at my feet. Roger Money says yes, FIFA, the most corrupt sporting body in history of sport.
Well, the IOC will say, hold my beer with them.
And Message says, FIFA took the template from the IOC and enhanced it. Talking about corruption. And Leah finishes off with, the only time I watch Coldplay for crimes against humanity at The Hague. Nickelback to be co-defendants.
Okay, Riley, it's on you.
Well, Nauman Ali to continue as a bit of a reverse sweep there from Foakes for 1. So,
Hi, Riley. My name's Alan. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It's interesting contest here. How are you doing?
For this time of a Sunday morning, I'm doing okay, actually.
And I'm Messi or Jeremy. I don't think we've been on before either together.
No. But good to meet you too. And hopefully we can see England build a bit of a lead as Nauman continues and Wood just defends. But what do you reckon then, Alan? Do you reckon England are going to build a lead, or Pakistan going to get back into this?
Well, I'll try and answer you between balls. Good question.
Nauman continues, and Wood steps down the track and, well, smashes him away. A good cut off there by the fielder, and it's going to be 2 to Mark Wood.
I think we're at the stage where you would call it, the sort of comparative parity.
Yeah.
So I think to that end, job done.
Yeah.
I think that this is going to be a pitch where it gets progressively more difficult to bat on. So I wouldn't put too much chance on us repeating this score for a 4th innings. So I think it becomes really important. Probably more important now about how we limit the 3rd innings.
Nauman again, and Wood, a little bit of a cut there, and that might actually go for 4. Is it going to be cut off, or that might get checked? I think the fielder did very well there. It's
Azhar Ali. That is cold, unforgiving ground on the other side of the boundary spot.
Yeah. I think he did. He has done.
That is great work.
That's very good work. I think. Yes. I think he stopped that.
Yeah.
I think he stopped that.
Yeah.
That's great work from the soon to be retired Test cricketer.
I think those immovable advertising hoardings need to be maybe 1 step further back.
Yeah, they are a bit close, aren't they?
Yeah, because he's clattered his foot and his ankle into it.
They're quite. We've seen quite a few fielders being injured due to the advertising hoardings. Obviously, Reece Topley and I don't know. Reece Topley might have been on the boundary sponge actually at the T20 World Cup, but I think he's done well there, Azhar.
God, how often are they going to need to look at it?
Yeah. Again.
Give him the benefit of the doubt for the effort.
Joel, you may signal whatever you feel.
He's signalling a halt.
Yeah.
We're going to check it again.
Joel, if you wouldn't mind waving to the crowd.
Oh dear God.
After all that, it was 3 to Mark Wood as Nauman continues to Ben Foakes. Ooh, that one's bounced a little bit. Foakes.
Why would you play a shot to that? It's 2 feet outside the leg stump. He's not trying to hit it anywhere. Why don't you just leave it?
Well, it's even more confusing to play a shot to that because Pakistan have been bowling sort of leg side-ish for the past kind of 30 minutes or so, as this one is in by Nauman. It's flicked away by Ben Foakes. It's just the 1. It is just the 1. So that will bring the over to a close with England 29 behind. And
sorry, give us the score.
They're 29 behind.
29 behind England. 275 for 7.
You do the math.
Okay. John Batham, with all his normal optimism, says Pakistan are well ahead in this game now. In all likelihood, a one innings match, with England batting last. If Ahmed was sent in with instructions to hit the cover off every ball, then fairly crass given the match situation and a set batter at the other end. Well, I think, John, you miss entirely the point. I think he was given a licence to play attacking cricket, which he's more comfortable with, and in this case it didn't work. But frankly, given England's attitude, what do you declare it in terms of setting them a target in the fourth innings? 400? They might get it. So I think it's even Stevens at the moment for me.
The thing to take away from it is that it was a really good catch. Babar Azam had to both feet had to leave the ground. Yes, it was right over the top of his head, but you know, if you have to leap to be able to get the ball, you know, it's a decent catch. Can we forgive the natural exuberance of an 18-year-old on day?
I think he'd been told to go out there and just play. You know, I don't think there was any. You know, he's 18 on debut, as Mohammed Wasim comes into wood and defends. Just a note on that. On the last over, it was a no ball by Nauman Ali, and Mark Wood played the following ball. Drove it for one, or drove for one. As Wood defends to Wasim. But yeah, I don't think anyone will begrudge Rehan Ahmed for just having a go. Really.
I have a question, Riley.
Go ahead.
With your wisdom. So Wasim's getting the ball to reverse a little bit. Mm-hmm. He's been quite lively, hasn't he, the last couple of overs?
Definitely, yes. If Wood defends again to Mohammed Wasim.
I do wonder. It makes it for me. It was interesting that at the merest sign of this thing maybe beginning to reverse, that you wouldn't go with pace at both ends.
Yeah, I touched on it earlier. That it's surprising that Fahim Ashraf hasn't bowled. He's bowled one over, I think.
Yeah.
And he's a very canny operator. It's very surprising. I think he is still definitely on the field. I haven't seen. I don't think we've seen a shot of him as Wasim continues, as Wood sort of half drives at that, and it's just squirted out to Azhar Ali for no run. But yeah, I'm surprised as well that they haven't gone at least with Fahim Ashraf. I thought they would have gone with. Well, I think they opened up with Nauman at the start of the session, and I thought they would have gone with Fahim at the other end. But yeah, it's surprising to me because at the moment they're operating very much with a three-man attack. As Wasim continues, Wood defends again. Defends back down the pitch for a run.
Dave Wood just made an excellent point. He says, at the age of 18, Ahmed has scored more test runs than all of the commentary team, and I suspect all of the listeners too.
Exactly. No, that is a fair point.
He's taken 2 more test wickets than I have. He scored 1 more test run than I have.
You were so close.
And I feel that those are.
But then you can say the reverse, that I've only taken 2 less wickets than Rehan Ahmed. Yeah. So there you go. But
that's more glasses half full than I am.
As Wasim continues to Foakes, who defends this one. But I think anyone really having a go at Rehan Ahmed in a game where the series is won, I think let the kid play. I don't think there's anything. Yeah, I think if it was a different situation and England were maybe 60 for 7, then or 60 for 6, then you could perhaps argue against him.
I'm very interested about what happens to him in the summer.
Yeah, as Wasim bowls the final ball of the over to Foakes, who this one's a little bit of bounce, a bit more bounce than I think Foakes was expecting there by the look on his face as he lets it go through to the keeper. England 278 for 7. Yeah, I think it'll definitely be interesting. I think, obviously he played a few games in the Blast last year, a few first-class games. It'll be interesting to see if he is continued to be around the England squad. Obviously, with the summer ahead, it's unlikely he will play, but who knows? But he's got a big future.
Yeah, and given the propensity of people to get injuries, you just never know. Interesting stat they just showed on screen is the average amount of swing today. First session was 0.5 degrees, second session 1.5 degrees, third session 2.7 or 2.4 degrees, I think it was. So there's a lot more swing around now than there was.
Now Manali in, and Wood goes back and defends or pushes for no run. Yes, I think, which makes it even more surprising that they haven't gone with Fahim Nasrat. But hey ho, I haven't seen a shot of him in the field. I don't know if he is injured as Nauman continues, and Wood goes for a big shot. Has that gone for 4? I think it's 4 6. But there's a great shot from Mark Wood. It's 4. Lovely swing of the arms. I think it's.
And if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot crossing a boundary.
It's amazing what confidence in the surface will do to players of this sort of caliber.
Nauman continues, and Woods gets a lot of reaction from the Pakistan slips and keeper as he goes back, but he's able to negotiate it away for no run. Yeah, definitely. The form that Mark Wood he's in a little bit of form with the bat, to be honest, as Nauman continues, and he swings away again. This one might be that one might be better, or is it 4 more?
I think it's 4 more.
I think it is 4 more.
But I was about to accuse you of commentating on a replay, but it's just the same shot again.
It is pretty much the same shot. I mean, yeah.
You can accuse Wood of playing a replay.
Yeah. You can see the advice. I always love when the wicketkeeper comes down the track to give advice of like, don't bowl there.
Yeah.
Bowl somewhere else.
Cheers. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's well, Mark Wood. Well, this is, a few more of these, and England will be into the lead. They only trail by 18 now, and I think there's a fielder gone out there. I think the fielder is going back there now, which might discourage Wood.
You'd hope so.
As Ahmed continues, and Wood goes to that kind of sweep round the corner, balloons up in the air.
Is that Mark Wood, or is it just someone in a Mark Wood mask?
Well, he's always, as he comes through for 2, Mark Wood. He's always been known for. I mean, obviously he has got a Test 50, Mark Wood.
Didn't he and Jimmy do really well for the final wicket in the previous Test?
Yeah, well, I think Wood made 30 odd, I think. Or maybe, so he's no mug with the bat, Mark Wood, certainly. As Nauman continues, and Wood goes for a big shot. It's going to be just the 2. Didn't quite get that cleanly as he comes through for 2, but a big over there for England. As now 290 for 7.
The way he's thought that out has been amazing, because he's played the 2 slog sweeps over deep mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And then we know that he's put the fielder out, so then he's lap swept.
Yeah.
And then so he's forced the bowler to maybe give him a bit more room around the off stump. And yeah, it's not the most sweetly timed shot through the offside field, but the way he's manoeuvred the bowler around is something you'd expect of a batsman higher up the order, Jez.
Yeah, that's true. Madam Mohan Sharma says, the way Babar and Nauman have been bowling without break. I remember a story. Once when a Test was heading towards a draw, Warwick Armstrong summoned 2 bowlers to bowl from either side, and himself stood near the boundary line and started reading a newspaper. And Jason said, didn't he also famously manage to bowl himself for consecutive overs, one at the end of a session and the next at the start of the new session? And Madan Mohan Sharma said, yes, I read that. There was a dispute when he finished his over, and after the break when the players came back, he bowled one more over. Cheeky bugger.
They've come to see me bowl.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. John comes back at me. Oh, sorry.
That's right. And as Wasim continues and Foakes clips it, his legs for 1.
Go on, Jess.
John says, I wasn't criticising Ahmed at all. If he did what he was asked to do, then fair enough. I just think he's a better player than that. Let's face it, I'm always grumpy, and this is my 5th day in bed with COVID, so grumpier than you.
Well,
fair enough, John, and I do hope you feel better soon. You have been copping it badly, haven't you?
Get well soon. If I went out there, even at my, dotage, at this stage of my life, someone would have to remind me which end of the bat I'm supposed to hold. So,
yeah,
nerves would definitely take the better of me. I know that.
Wasim now continues to Wood, who just jams. It's a attempted Yorker from Wasim. Wood just punches it back to the bowler. But yeah, I think I would agree that Rehan is definitely a better player than the shot he played. But obviously, just to go out there on Test debut, and I imagine McCullum or Stokes have just said to him, go out there and play. Doesn't matter what happens. And he's got out there. I mean, he got a run off his first ball, which I think that'll do him. I imagine his confidence is a bit higher after that, and just played.
Just the sense of being in the team.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
It's a good ball, but Woods managed to negotiate that, and it's just popped back to the fielder.
That's
a cracking Yorker from.
That's hooped in, hasn't it?
It has actually. And we'll see. And Woods played that very well actually.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But,
he really has.
That's every bit as good as the slog force.
As Wasim comes in, and it's a short ball. Wood pulls this one away, but just to Azhar Ali on the boundary. Wood now to 21 from 25. Wasn't long ago he was 1 off 7 in the midst of a review, which wasn't out obviously, but now he's moved up to 21 from 25 balls. He's given, well, I don't imagine in this partnership, I don't imagine Foakes has scored that many. 2 or 3 maybe.
I think Foakes has just said, right, I'm at it.
Yeah, I mean, if Foakes can do his job as Wasim continues, and Foakes just dabs this one back to Mohammed Wasim.
So, question for you guys. So, Foakes came in at number 7, which we might traditionally consider to be an all-rounder position.
Yeah.
So, we're okay now that you can have, batting all-rounders, bowling all-rounders, and now a wicket-keeper all-rounder. I'm just wondering how big Foakes' average has to be in order for him to keep his place.
So Wasim finishes the over and Foakes punches it, but just to the fielder. There is no run. England 292 for 7. It's certainly an interesting one, because I think that you'd have to go, back to Johnny Bairstow and Josh Butler, who are batting at number 7.
No, I think they might have stumbled on a wizard wheeze with Ollie Pope behind the stumps. But
possibly, I think with the thing with Pope is he's not a regular keeper, so perhaps. I mean, I would like to see him given. Well, I guess 2 Test matches in a row is probably. It's not really an extended run.
I would certainly start the summer with Foakes as my number 1 keeper. I wouldn't go with that.
Well, I mean, what has he done that what has he not done that he's been asked to do? And
well, that's just it. It's interesting how with not much change in personnel. In 9 months, all of a sudden from going, well, you know, they all need to go, and I've got no idea about who you bring in, to this mindset of an embarrassment of riches, and this flexibility and adaptability all over the place. And it's like, well, we can take, you know, in potentially spinning conditions where you need a wicketkeeper. Oh, we'll just play Ollie Pope and that'll be fine. We need an extra bowler.
Change in bowling for Pakistan is Babar Ahmed. As he bowls his first ball, Wood defends. But yeah, I mean, it's a good problem for England to have, isn't it? But, as Babar continues and Wood defends.
Well, I think, Riley, they've only got 3 bowlers. Seems to be holding firm.
I mean, it's as Babar carries on and Wood just takes a few steps down the track, attempting to drive, and drives down to long off on for a single. But yeah, I mean, I am slightly confused as to why they haven't gone with just. I know they bowled Salman Agha for 1 over, but as well. But I mean, they did pick up wickets. They did get Rehan out and obviously Brook, but as Babar continues, and Foakes just a play and miss at that one. Babar just stares on, perhaps a bit frustrated.
I think, I mean, that one seemed to take an age to get to him. That's 80 kph. It's almost like he's been done by the slowness of the ball.
You can see there that Foakes played it a lot earlier as Babar comes in, and Foakes clips this one away for a single. Yeah, I mean, it's Babar, I think, is definitely Pakistan's biggest threat. I would feel, and even. I mean, you can see his figures 2 for 117. It's not, but then again, he has bowled almost 30 overs now, which perhaps is letting him down slightly as Babar continues, and Wood goes back and just plays it straight back to Babar for no run. England 294 for 7, trailing by just 10 now. Mark Wood has put a very fine hand.
Colin Sider generalising from the particular, as we all do. See what I did there? Says, we've all had a few questionable decisions in life, especially in music. Hawkster's with us. He says, the argument about Foakes is moot. Why would you not pick your best wicketkeeper who can score runs? Skip ahead to Bairstow, Pope, etc., dropping Steve Smith on 3 in the deciding Ashes. Moot. And Colin Soder says it's mental how different the lineup questions in 2021 was from 2022 now.
Yeah, no, I always find it's amazing the practicality of this idea of, well, it doesn't matter, whatever we put out there, it all just kind of works out. Don't know what the pixie dust is, but it seems to be working.
Now, here's something you may be able to address. I don't know. Just Ideal says, I see Brian Close has lost his precocity record to Rehan Ahmed. Given my only recollection of him was in his 40s and therefore hard to reconcile, can any guerrilla criticers shed any light on Close's prodigy period? Well, he was around during my time, but I really didn't follow him much, so I don't know if anybody else did.
I'll let Riley come to.
Wasim starts his next over, and Foakes defends to him or pushes it up to feel there is no run.
His latest comeback is before my time.
Right. I'm sorry. I overaged you there, didn't I?
That's okay. Beneath this athlete's exterior beats a heart of pure arthritis.
Wasim continues to Foakes, who flicks it away to the man at long leg for 1. And this on to 56 from 56 from 113.
And Mog does concede Colin's comment about questionable choices. He says, I brought a Prince CD single once, so yeah. And Colin says, yeah, Purple Rain.
Hey, listen, there's no bad choices when it comes to Prince. That stuff gets better with age,
As we all do.
as you would hope. You know, I'm in my prime. Riley, you've got
reached
all
it
this,
yet.
You've got all this yet to come, Riley. You know, I'm middle-aged and responsible, and Messi just annoys people by pretending that he's deaf.
Sim bowls his third ball of the over, and Mark Wood just gently, I would say, just clips that to the fielder, but there is no run.
May I ask you, if it's not too indelicate, Alan, how old you are?
I am 47 years old.
Oh, well, you are prime then.
Yes,
And so am I. I'm 71, which is also a prime number.
I'm reaching a point where recovery time becomes the biggest part of my life now.
I know that one.
Yeah. Whereas Riley could take like 2 hours sleep and carry on regardless. For me, it's
youngsters.
With Sim bowls to Wood, who just gently dabs this one away, and a single out to deep backward point.
It's all jealousy, Riley. I hope you know this.
No.
We gotta tell ourselves something.
Yeah.
So just 2 balls left in this over as we get a lovely shot of the ground. A few shots of fans in the stadium, but this shot from above does really show the lack of fans in attendance as Wasim continues to Foakes, who just punches this one, but there is no run as the fielder does well there. I think that's Shan Masood possibly coming in to field. There it is, Shan Masood.
I think we're due a change after this ball.
I believe so, yes.
Riley, grand job, mate. Grand
Thank
job.
you.
Yeah, good on
Thank
you.
you.
Well done.
And I believe I'll be handing over to Alan as I will see out my stint with this last ball from Mohammed Wasim to Ben Foakes. And Foakes drives it back down the ground. It's a lovely shot from Ben Foakes. And it should go to the boundary. It will go to the boundary. That's a lovely shot to end on. Ben Foakes now moves on to 60, England 300 for 7, trailing by just 4.
My innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
Thanks, Riley.
Thank you, Riley. Thank you, Jez.
Good job. Cheers. Next tweet is Madan Mohan Sharma.
Cheers now.
So,
Very
parity.
good, guys. Thanks very much.
Riley has brought England to almost parity. The gap, I think, is 4 now.
And down the average age of the country team.
Yes, by about 10 years. God bless him.
Oh, what that? Surely.
God bless him.
Right. Tweets. So, Madan Mohan Sharma. It looks that Captain Babar Azam is not trying to get English wickets. Rather, he is waiting to let English batters
I
to
will
offer
reveal to you.
wickets. You okay there, Forty?
Yeah, 40. I think he might have frozen. It's very, very stern face from 40. Yeah, I think maybe the way that Ahmed chipped to him at mid-wicket may well have put him instead of, well, they're going to throw their wickets away. But Wood has played with controlled aggression, as I am rejoined by Mr. Ian Forth. Can you show some movement, Ian? Make sure that we're live. No, he's you might
Stone man.
You might be doing double duty, Colin. Double duty.
I must admit, yeah, Woods looked fairly assured as a batsman, oddly. Where's this came from?
This.
Don't say he's an all-rounder and that he's a good batsman.
No.
I've fallen into this trap before, plenty of times with England.
No. I think there's a certain amount here where the they've got enough faith in what they're playing on that it's like, okay, I can take some of the doubt and risk into my own out of my own mind, and I can play a little bit more positively. And I think it's
it's a fair assessment of that. Yeah, 'cause the pitch had been turning, but it's sort of died down again from what I can see from it. It's only the very occasional ball that seems to be spitting and turning. Most of them are just a gentle off break or a gentle leg break that's not actually confusing any batsman so far.
So, just saw Barbara Asm talking to your Wilson.
Playing. Hello. I had some connectivity issues there. It's playing pretty similarly to Rawalpindi in many ways, isn't it?
In the words of Gloria Gaynor, and so you're back.
and now for that rendition of Gloria Gaynor is in fourth.
I should have changed that stupid key. I should have made you change that lock if I'd have thought for 1 minute, etc., etc.
It's better for the lyrics than I would have remembered from it.
Oh, listen. All you need is the first domino to fall with songs like that.
Yes.
Everybody knows it.
First I was afraid, I was petrified.
There we go, that was what I was after.
Without you by my side, and I spent so many nights and thinking how you did me wrong, but I was something
strong.
And I learned how to get along, and so on.
And we've got 1,000 YouTube viewers.
Yeah,
that happened.
Yeah. See, Colin, if I just sung to you before you'd be all over the bare necessity. It's all it takes. It's all it takes. Oh, Abra has been stopped in his tracks.
Used to play Bare Necessities on Ed Stewart's Junior Choice very regularly. Did you ever used to listen to that on a Saturday morning?
No, as that ball is defended by Mark Wood as we revert back to cricket ever so slightly.
Yes.
Defended, but there are fielders around the bat trying to cramp Wood's eye line, I think, as he takes 2 steps down the track and heaves this through the offside field, but there is a fielder in the deep, and all that hustle and bustle will lead to a single.
Looking pretty good, Mark Wood. You probably covered this when I was unconnected.
Colin is very much anti Mark Wood is now an all-rounder.
Well, yes, I wouldn't quite go.
Dismissive, I would have said, of his batting prowess.
You could maybe say that with every English batsman so far, who they have quoted as an all-rounder.
That's right. As Foakes goes back in his crease and pushes down to long off, and he will jog through for a single, and the distance between the 2 first innings scores is now 2.
It's quite a significant innings for Ben Foakes, though, isn't it? There's always the individual battle within the team game, because his place in many ways is most on the line.
Yeah, yes, maybe looped up by Abra, and Wood stands and delivers and smacks this through extra cover, and there is a desperate sprawling drive which prevents the boundary, but 2 runs to Mark Wood, 26 from 34.
Good bit of sprawling fielding by Mohammed was in there.
Can't go wrong with sprawling fielding. And the scores are level.
Scores are level. Parity. Are you on your rig, Colin, or are you on the mainland, so to speak? Oh, there's a ball.
Heaved through deep mid wicket on one leg by Mark Wood. 2 bounces.
I'm not sure.
No, I was asking whether you're on on terra firma on the mainland, or whether you're on the rig.
Yeah, I'm at home.
Right.
I thought you would have managed to tell by the background.
Well, yes, but
with the wine glasses and such.
Well, you can never be certain. People sometimes create backgrounds, don't they?
Slightly quicker ball by Abra to end the over, defended to mid wicket by Wood, and England are 308 for 7 and are now ahead in this Test match. Who's on tweets?
I am, and we continue on with Mog saying, "My name is Prince." I'm not quite sure believing that, but just ideal.
And I'm disgusted.
Just ideal. None of the Pope proponents seem willing to consider the potential for long wicket-keeping duties to affect his batting, just when he has begun to solidify this aspect.
I think if you've got a whole team, a whole squad buying in to the team ethos, then what you'll have is sacrifice for the good of the team, and that's I think that's all that you can say that you can see is that they've gone to Foakes and they've said this is what we want to do, and it means that you're going to have to sit out this first game, and I think he's bought into it. I think if you have that conversation 12 months prior, 12 months before this, prior to the current regime, I think you have a very, very, very good conversation.
He's going along at 50 runs per 100 balls here, folks, which is absolutely fine, but do you think that it counts as buying in?
I think it does. Wasim in for the first ball of his over, defended to mid-on by Foakes.
I unfortunately think he's the one guarantee that's not going to be in the test team coming up.
I think English summer condition. I think it's all situational, and I think you have to take it in the context of where they're playing and what they wanted, how they wanted the squad to be slightly differently balanced than in the summer. I think he's right there as he guides this ball through the covers. There isn't a deep fielder there. Now, will the ball beat the fielder? No, just in time. But there will be 3 there, I'm assuming.
The main reason I think he won't be there is because they'll see the averages and they'll just look at it on paper rather than looking at anything else and say,
well, if they do that, his average is only 3 or 4 less than Johnny Bairstow, and he's a better wicket keeper.
Yeah, I think it's. I think it's not as analytical as we might be thinking. As Wood decides to play the ball on the up, no real footwork from Wood. Mistimed drive fielded by the bowler. He's on 30. The partnership's on 46. Almost a run a ball. Most of that Wood.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff actually. It's when Stokes was out, you'd have Pakistan very clear favourites, but not anymore.
I'll have to have a look at the batting in just a second. Wood waits as Wasim is in. That is a full toss which has been clipped off the shin down towards long leg, and it's gone for 4. Well timed, Mark Wood.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Brings up the 50 partnership, and now England are ahead 40. The margin for error for these Pakistani bowlers seems to be narrow.
Yes, I'd say so. It makes you anxious, I think, doesn't it, when there's still 3 wickets to get, and this is a bad time for a fielding side, particularly when they thought they were in a sniff of getting a clear lead of 50 or so, because you don't know what this wicket's going to do.
I'm just wondering how. I mean, I know that the answer is more runs, but how many runs? At what point? How does the happiness scale increase with the amount of the lead here?
Yeah, the unknown variable is I simply do not know the degree to which this pitch will deteriorate over days 4 and 5. We've yet to find out.
Absolutely. There's ball just outside the off stump, no swing this time, and Wood plays the ball down to a wideish third man, almost a deep backward point, and jogs through for a single.
Might just jump in and say,
yeah,
Mark Wood's high score is 52 out.
Yeah, he's got 1 Test 50, hasn't he? So he'll certainly be eyeing that up if he's human.
Yeah. New ball due in 5 overs.
5 overs, yes.
But when they took the first new ball, they bowled 2 spins. So because it was right at the end of the day. So Wasim is in. This one tries to swing. Foakes can't beat double mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over. Foakes is 64, doing a grand job. Wood is 35. And England's lead is double digits. Colin.
Leah, to paraphrase Astrid Lindgren Carlson, I'm a man in my prime years. Which years are man's prime then? All of them, at least in my case. Mog saying 47. That is old as dirt.
Well.
Messages, but 47, like 71, is a prime number. So Al and I are both in our primes.
Listen,
very good.
The fact that we are past where Marty McFly jumps forward to in Back to the Future, and I don't have a hoverboard is a niggle. Changing the bowling, I think.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And Mog, yes, you can keep on telling yourselves that.
So, we thought there was a change in the bowling, but actually I think we've been fooled. It's Abrar to continue. That ball just defended to square leg for no run. Wood has come down, tried to chip the ball over short mid-wicket, and is out. Great catch. Absolutely stunning catch. I think that might be one-handed off one leg.
I think it was. Flamingo style.
Flamingo style. So Wood's extended cameo comes to an end, 35, but that is well caught by mid-wicket. That's a great catch.
Yeah, it's a great catch.
Full-on Nelson catch.
Yes, indeed. Even better than the one that got rid of Ahmed.
Caught Shafiq, bowled Abrar, 35 off 40.
I wonder why Wood and Rehan Ahmed have came in before Robinson.
And Leach.
Well, Leach is recognised as the full tail ender, normally for blocking terms, but Robinson they kind of waited to come in and have a good swipe at it.
So we're expecting Robinson next.
Leach is quite technically correct, but you wouldn't ask him to go.
Don't say it.
What?
Don't say it. That used to way to come out with is a decent batter.
He's an all-rounder, Colin. He's an all-rounder.
Does a top test score of 91 mean nothing to you, Colin? 91 in a test match?
Definitely means nothing to me.
I've caught a Colin fish. I've caught a Colin fish.
Rather like Ultravox's Vienna, it means nothing to you.
Yeah.
And it is indeed. Ollie, he's our fourth all-rounder in the side. Robinson.
It's a team packed with all-rounders. We're very blessed. Another man made a test 50, isn't it, Ollie Robinson, which obviously qualifies him as an all-rounder.
I mean, what other parameter is there?
You pair of shithouses.
Colin.
Yeah.
Colin, you know all that stuff you wrote in the WhatsApp feed about England losing to France?
Yeah.
That is short, and that is pulled away by Robinson with the gusto of a upper middle order batsman, and that has gone like a rocket for 4 runs.
Oh yeah. I was going to say, Al, a top order batsman would be proud of that shot, wouldn't you say?
Joe Root dreams of a shot like that.
Well, he does it in a minute.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, considering the ball he got first up, I mean, the look on Joe Root's face was just like, oh right, one is a good comeback ball from Abrar, right on middle and off stump, and Robinson defends back to the bowler.
Joe Root at the beginning of the year thinking, I'm going to score a ton of runs going to Pakistan by the end of the year.
Robinson down on one knee and slogging this ball away, and it's gone for 4.
Magnificent batting here.
it's just. I mean, the new ball can't come soon enough, can it? I mean, all joking aside, that between the three of us. But this is about circumstances. Robinson just lets this ball go through to the keeper. It bounces no higher than mid-shin on Robinson. And the score is 324 for 8 and a lead of 20, Colin. Do you have any sympathy on social media?
Of course I do. Just comments agreeing with me to everything I've said. Don't ask me to actually
name anybody.
Name any of them.
Oh
and leave them out. I'm just going to leave them out because we'll assume they're all there.
You are Guerrilla Cricket's answer to Elon Musk.
There's one from a Margaret Suter who says, "I very much agree."
That is one of my relations. Hopster, I Will Survive, written by Dino Farrakis. It was about getting fired by Motown Records, where he was a staff writer. He then heard one of his songs on the TV and thought, as a writer, I will survive.
Wow.
I actually didn't know that. Okay, that's good to hear.
And the first of many to go in there, Mog, I'm with Colin. Folks will be first to get the arse when the crunch comes.
Right. It is going to be...
I'll ignore the rest of them.
We'll come back to them. It's just that we've got a change in the bowling. Wasim's vigil has come to an end. We're going to have spin from both ends as Nauman is going to come to the crease. So the two new ball bowlers are in, as that is defended by Foakes to mid-off.
Yes, Nauman to Foakes has very much been the theme of the last 2 or 3 hours, isn't it?
Yeah, fairly much.
28th over now for Nauman.
And Foakes comes down the track, and that has gone high, but has it gone far? It has not.
No, it's not.
And Foakes has holed out to Nauman for 64. Good catch indeed. Good idea, just didn't quite have the distance. Big ground this. Knew it from the moment it left its bat. And England are 9 down. Maybe a feeling of wanting to try and
it's always easy to be captain hindsight, but even with Robinson at the other end, and I'll step into Captain Hindsight's chair, but did he really need to do that with Robinson doing exactly that at the other end?
That sounds like, is that Captain Hindsight or is that Captain Saxon?
Well, you take your money, you make your choice.
Yeah, you face your choice there. There might not be much difference between them.
My Captain Hindsight, I would have been waiting for the new ball, where that probably would have flown that extra few meters to go for.
It's just Ben Foakes looks like the bank manager who slipped into the disco trousers. He just doesn't look right playing that sort of shot.
Yeah, what was that sketch again? Is it the two Ronnie sketch of answering the question of from the previous question?
Yeah.
Oh, the mastermind skit. Yes.
Yeah, it's like that. I'm answering the how I play from the previous regime sort of thing.
Yes, that's right.
England's everyman. England's premier spinner. Number 77 on the scorecard, number 1 in your hearts, Jack Leach. Is coming into
I like Leach. I can't remember if you two got. Are you?
It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. On Jack Leach.
So Nauman, with the potential for a 5-wicket haul, bowling into the footmarks, and Leach dabs that ball on the 45, and it's a well taken single between numbers 10 and 11.
Yeah,
I don't normally see good running between two lower order batsmen like that.
Well, when one of them's an all-rounder, he's got a lot of experience. He'll marshal the lesser player through, perhaps.
Yeah. In the confusion of who's who in that scenario,
That's true.
The 10th wicket will probably fall.
Well, both got 50s.
Well, that is true. That is true.
There was an England side from many years ago that had hundreds all the way through Wilford Road.
That's just a lovely dab into the offside field by Robinson. Well called by his partner, and like a pair of well-established batsmen, they've come through for the single. And every little helps in terms of adding to the total. The lead is 22.
Just see what they can get here.
Resolute in defence. Leach there as the ball turns in off the footmarks and keeps really low. This has all got to be. We often talk about being able to take some enthusiasm from how the ball is behaving while you're batting as a bowler, but Leach can certainly take that, as that is something it's turned and it's played away by Leach. It's just missed short square leg, but fielded at regular square leg, and that's the end of Naum's over. 3:26 for 9, a lead of 22. Colin.
Christopher White on Twitter. Mark Wood, all-rounder. He's clearly Ashington's answer to the great Andrew Flintoff. In fairness, he knows his way around the bat, around with bat in hand, especially on a flat pitch without too much pressure on him, where he can play his shots.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's the point we were making, Colin, wasn't it? Really?
Yep, pretty much. Leah, declare already, you cowards. and Mog, disco trousers, indeed.
Abra in to bowl the first ball of this due over, and Robinson again has just played this to the left-hand side of mid-wicket, and Leach and Robinson, I quite like this idea. It's got to be just so frustrating to have numbers 10, 11 just tap and go. I think it's quite cool. Robinson is on 10 from 6 delivery. Leach on 1, and we've got spectacle on spectacle action here. Abra, double spectacles. It is the two. It's the two Ronnies, Abra to Leach, and that has been floated beautifully just across Leach, and a play and a miss there, and it's only just missed the outside edge. It's only just missed off stump. Fabulous ball by Abra there.
This is what the man on the Karachi omnibus wants, spectacle on spectacle action.
Absolutely. This one he holds a little bit back, tempting Leach into an offensive shot, and he is, well, let's just say that he's missed the ball by some considerable distance. Quick about his business, and again, this one's too good for Leach. I'm surprised actually that Abra's pushing the ball across him, but maybe to go the other side of the wicket, bowl around the wicket, might be an idea here.
But he might be taking 2 or 3 paces down the wicket, but I don't know if that's Leach's go, really. He's more of a French cricket, play it from as far back as you can, Merchant, isn't he?
Abra in, and this one has squared up Leach. A half, quarter strangled the field for LBW, but nowhere near.
He went full French cricket on that one.
Yeah, too high, way too high. And he is going around the wicket for the last ball of the over.
They've got no more reviews left anyway, have they?
Well, I thought they kept one.
I think they've got one left.
I think they've got one. Yeah, they didn't get someone out, but they kept a review, I think.
Did they? Okay, I thought they were all out.
Abra chooses to go very much towards Leach's legs with the last ball of the over, well defended, and that's the end of the over. Colin.
Roy Palm, is this a good recovery, or have England thrown away a chance to get a good lead?
No, I was going to say actually, I think that this is of the three wickets that England have played on in this series. I think this is by far and away the most tricky.
There's not been too many gimme wickets that England have given away, and that's probably your best way of guessing if they've deserved it or not.
Nauman with a filthy delivery, very short, and it spins wide outside Robinson's off stump, but so surprised is he by the spin that he fails to make contact.
Pulled out. Messi just confirming there are no reviews left for Pakistan.
My mistake. Apologies, as that one is a fuller delivery just outside off stump, defended back to the bowler.
Nauman's got such an enthusiastic action. You actually see quite a lot of his midriff as he sort of bowls through. His shirt rears up towards his chest area.
Well, it should be tucked in.
It should be.
Cricket with shirts tucked down, honestly. It actually looks like it's too small for him. Because that's just the little tickle of a left sweep shot by Robinson down towards fine leg. And by the time the fielder has returned the ball, Robinson and Leach have scampered another 2.
Yeah, I think when you're on a plane and you get a little bit too hot and you want to take your jumper off, I'm always very paranoid about revealing my midriff, which might scare some small children in the vicinity, so I have to think quite hard about it.
Robinson back in his crease and defends this next ball back to the bowler. No, I'm fairly much of that. of that size of midriff myself. Nauman quick about his business. And that's a ball that pitches on middle and leg and spins, and I think Robinson does quite well there to defend the ball back to the bowler.
He's a decent batsman.
Nauman, Colin seems to spin the ball a bit more than Abra.
Probably not convinced.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's only the occasional ones that are actually turning decently. So
that one was wide, going wider. Robinson reaches rather than uses his feet, but plays the ball out to deep cover. They'll walk a single. Robinson will retain the strike. I think, yes, he will. Robinson's on 13, Leach on 1. England 330, leading by 26. Colin.
I'd say maybe Nauman's stock deliveries are turning more than. Which should probably.
That is the end. That's the end of us, or at least the end of me. See you guys. See you guys tomorrow. 40.
No, Al, you wouldn't have seen it on WhatsApp. You're being proposed for the overflow shift at noon. Are you okay for that?
For the what? Sorry.
There'll be an overflow shift at noon.
All right.
Are you up for that?
I'll hang around. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks, mate.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah, 40 and Jason are on for that as well. Thanks, guys.
And we resume with Abra to Robinson. Odd little sequence of events, and Robinson really backed away. I'm not quite sure what happened there actually. Let's have a look at it again on the replay. Completely missed it, and the ball bounced out of the gloves. This time Robinson has launched it into the leg side. I think it's safe. Yes, it is. Not only safe, it's 4 of these.
Now my innings going great guns. I hit the ball 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
So Robinson moves on to... Yes, agreed, Colin. Robinson moves on to 17 off 14, so he's overrun a ball. Don't think anyone else is quite that in the innings yet. So unlike the first test where everything went absolutely bonkers, perhaps a slightly more circumspect approach, which would be fitting the pitch. Leach is back.
I don't think any of us could have kept up with that bonkers.
It was insane, wasn't it? It was about 6.5 and over.
It's game on though now at the moment, because I think we've lost. England have left 50 runs or more out there on the pitch with.
Yeah, maybe, but we said that last time, didn't we?
But I also think it's part of that double-edged sword.
Managed to find a gap between first and second slip, and they've come back for 2 runs. Leach moves on to 3. Sorry, Messi.
England will have to.
Well, I mean, the other side of that coin is that they could say they've picked up those 50 runs because of attitude. Innings like Woods, which were sort of bonus runs in a way because he took such an attacking approach.
I tend to be more on Team Messi on that one, I must admit. And that one is played. Is it picked up on the half volley, or is it picked up on the full?
They're not complaining, so I think that's on the half volley. He looked awfully close to being off a catch, but no, it's 6 inches short of him, if that.
Yeah, about 3. Yeah.
Reverse sweep time from Jack Leach of all people, and I think he's got it away. He has. He's got it away for 4. Well done him.
Cheeky bagger.
It's all giggles in the crowd and the dugouts.
Quite a bit of hilarity in the pavilion. I'm more concerned. I don't think they've ever seen Jack Leach play a reverse sweep before, but he managed.
Well, we have, but it wasn't very well executed because you got out first ball.
Josie Oakes says,
yeah.
Josie Oakes says, should England get Pakistan in now or try to keep going into tomorrow? Well, we've got another hour's play, Josie. So, anyhow, I think in these circumstances you get every run you possibly can, don't you?
Maximise the runs. If they have to bat for an awkward session.
341 for 9 at the end of that over.
Sorry, yes. And easy roll. Ollie says Leach has opened the batting for England and scored 92, lest we forget. Fair point.
Am I watching live cricket here? If I am, then
you are now. Yes.
I thought I saw a remarkable catch. It's probably some sort of a replay. I don't want to fall into elephant trap Tony Bishop. That was launched by Robinson over mid-off, and they've come through for 2 runs. This is yet another useful little cameo from a late order England batsman. Robinson's moved up to 20 off 16.
They were showing the replay of the superb short leg catch off Nauman Ali in the last Test match.
It was quite one of the best catches you will ever see. He was going one way, stuck an arm out and just picked it up an inch above the surface.
And
up the new ball has been taken by the look of it.
Makes sense.
And it's the spinners with it. I think it was Wazim Akram pointing out this is the first time round the new ball was taken. The first time that 2 spinners took the new ball in Pakistan. So this will probably be the second time in the same innings. Robinson advances down the pitch, has a big old scythe at it, and gets away with it because he gets an inside edge. There's no one. The man has to run round to 45. It doesn't go very fast. He just comes through for a single. He moves on to 21.
You're not supposed to be beaten by pace with the spin bowler, but that did dip on him, and he did hopefully scuff it up as he hit it into the ground.
Yes, it wasn't a glorious shot, but have a look in the scorebook. Still counts. So it's Nauman to Jack Leach, who's on 7 off 11, comes over the wicket, and Jack plays for a slightly more exaggerated spin that wasn't there, and it goes past his outside edge, but no nick. Dot ball.
Potentially one of the things that the new ball will do is it won't turn as much, but it will skid on more. And I think he just played inside that one, playing for turn that wasn't there off that ball.
Yes, that's right. Good analysis, Jace. That one did turn a touch more, and Jack just defends it. His pad stop ball.
I could say Nauman's a pretty good bet for a 5 for here. If Leach continues to bat like this, he's looking not exactly confident at the crease.
And have we seen this before? Jack Leach advancing down the wicket. Certainly he seemed not entirely sure what to do when he got to the ball, and the ball smears out in a rather ugly fashion on the offside rather than sailing over the umpire's head, but he gets a single nonetheless, moves to 8.
Yes, lucky he had a nice bailout zone. There wasn't a point up for that one, otherwise he'd been out walking back and get ready to open the bowling.
They're certainly chancing their arm and chancing their luck here. It's definitely only a matter of time. Nauman round the wicket to Robinson, who's on 21, reverse sweep.
That's nice.
And he just get it past the man at sleep, and he's done a really good job. It's going away. Will it get to who will win the race? Yes, it's gone all the way. That's 4 runs.
so wrong to think of a sweep going to third man. It really is.
Yeah. Yes, that's where a reverse sweeps third man, and that's the distinctive zither playing from the soundtrack of the film Third Man, of course, written by Graham Greene, starring Orson Welles. Just put you completely in the picture. Oh, there's some light-hearted banter, which is good to see, actually.
Don't do that. You'll end up with a broken leg.
Always glass half empty, Joyce?
Okay, so
we don't have many world-class cricketers, and he's one of them. So wrap him up in cotton wool.
Leach facing. He's got a short leg and a slip. They considered putting 2 slips in, but decided against it. Man at 45. It's spectacle on spectacle action once more. Mohammed Abrar begins a new over to Jack Leach.
I like this setup a bit better with a short leg and a slip. With 2 slips, you know that it's going to be a googly every ball pretty much, because the 2 slips are in play then. But this way, you're attacking both edges of the bat.
Keeps you guessing, doesn't it? And that's launched by Jack Leach. It's an extravagant shot by Leachian standards. It's gone out to the man at the deep square leg, and then just come through for 1. But good shot, Jack. Robinson back on strike.
Is it me, or are the shadows a lot longer now than they were this time yesterday? They seem to be.
They can't possibly be.
They can't possibly be, but it has that impression on you.
Just trying to work out the physics of that one. That's again a reverse sweep, and again it is 4 of these.
Oh dear, these are good runs.
These are going to be very annoying runs.
Very annoying runs. The lead is now 50. I can't remember what the score was when these two came together, but this is a healthy little partnership. Embryonic
29 ahead, I think we were.
Yeah, so 21 already. That's pretty good for a last wicket partnership. Oh, he's bowled him. He's probably the old skidder that Shane Warne had came through on him faster than he imagined. Robinson's out for 29. The England final total is 354. He's bowled, and the lead is exactly 50.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, I suppose in the context of the game, that's probably fair enough. England will be relatively happy with that score. They've got a lead, but they do have to bat last, so make of that what you will. Abrar has bowled well, Naman Ali has bowled well, and in fact also Mohammed Wasim has bowled well in his spells of flogging a dead pitch with a hard ball. But
yes,
and now Pakistan have to endure a testing 35-40 minute session.
Yeah,
indeed.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Leah says, sorry.
No.
Leah says, oh damn! England will win more tests in this series than Pakistan. Sorry, this series in Pakistan than they did from the time Pakistan got test status 2 months ago. Well, that's true, but it wasn't a high bar in a way. I can also tell you that Sydney Thunder have maintained their reputation for drama in the BBL. The first match, they won by 1 wicket on the last ball of the match. The second game, they were all out for 15. And today they lost by 4 wickets on the penultimate ball of the match when Aaron Finch took himself to 68. Which for him is remarkably good in the current scheme of things. So there you go. 70 he made, sorry, Aaron Finch. So it's all go in the BBL. Well, it's not really.
Right, I'll just quickly go through the scorecard. Zach Crawley was out for naught yesterday, LBW Ahmed. Then the first to fall today was Ben Duckett, LBW Naman Ali for 26, with a ball that snuck in and was just a little bit quicker than expected. And then Root followed the next ball, caught by Agasaman at slip off Naman Ali for 0. And then a good partnership between Pope and Brook, but before Pope got absolute jaffa from Abra Ahmed, just after he got his 50, and departed for 51 in good time off 64 balls. Stokes and Brook then took us to lunch, and after lunch Stokes was sold down the river slightly by Harry Brook, trying to turn for 3, and Brook had nothing to do with it. Well, had something to do with it, and was run out. And then another good partnership between Foakes and Brook before Brook was over to Wasim for 111. Rehan Ahmed came and went very quickly. He got 1, and Mark Wood and Foakes had a good partnership before Foakes was out hitting the ball straight up in the air when he really probably didn't need to at that situation. Out for 64 off 121 balls, and then Wood and Robinson played cameos at the end. LBW to Babar Ahmed and bowled Babar Ahmed, and the bowling figures: Babar Ahmed 4 for 150 off 34 overs, Naman Ali 4 for 126 off 30 overs, Mohammed Wasim 1 for 71 off 15 overs, and then Fahim Ashraf and Aga Salman a single over each. So I'm assuming that Ashraf must have been injured, otherwise he would have bowled an awful lot more than that.
You think?
It's odd though to bowl 1 over. You think if he was injured he'd bowl either 0 or he's kind of okay, he'd bowl 15. Odd to have 2 bowlers in an innings that length to bowl 1 over each.
So so in bowling terms that's a really good effort by the 3 bowlers to work their way through a side.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there have been some murmurings overnight from the Pakistan camp that there's a bit of friction maybe between the captain Babar and I know not who, and I don't know whether that played. He didn't arrive as captain for the first half hour, 45 minutes.
There was something to do with it. He chose to go to the ground separately because he was protesting against something to do with the security team. I think. That's what I saw on a tweet. Yes. I don't know whether it's verified or not.
Certainly, one shouldn't take security lightly in Pakistan. And if there was any suggestion that he was inadequately protected, then I understand that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so. So an interesting. Well, what have we got now? We've got probably
about 40 minutes.
45 minutes, 40 minutes by the time they come out on the pitch.
Yeah.
So 10 overs, perhaps at the most. You never know how quickly spinners can bowl.
Yeah. If they lose more than 1 wicket, then I think Pakistan will be doomed. But if they can get through without losing a wicket tonight, I think it'll set it up for a really interesting.
Well, it'll be almost parity with. With 3 days to go, I don't think time's going to be an issue in this game. No, we tend to be going through innings a day, so I think this is going to finish in about 4 days, 4.5 days at the worst.
I don't think it would personally be a disaster if Pakistan did win this Test match. I think it would be not trying to be patronising anyway, but I think 2-1.
It would be a fitting measure of how competitive the matches have been. I think
2-1 would be a fairer scoreline than 3-0 certainly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a bit. Which series was it? South African series that England won 3-0, and everybody thought that was underselling South Africa's performance.
Absolutely. I think the reason for that series win was the South Africans didn't pick Janssen when they should have in one of the Test matches.
There were some very very sliding doors moments over the English summer, weren't there? Particularly with New Zealand and Colin de Grandon, one's mind goes back to.
The bookies have got England as very slight favourites, and the draw at 15-1. I think that's probably about right.
Surprised me. I would have said Pakistan are very slight favourites if they can get a decent third innings score. They need. They need 200. They need 250 to let them chase 200. I think.
Yeah, but England's form in terms of chasing is pretty fucking impressive, isn't it?
It is, but I'm not sure this wicket is the same as all the others that they've been on recently.
That's the big unknown, isn't it? How will this wicket play on You know, from about 24 hours from now, and over days 4 and 5, if we get that far.
Yeah. But I think England have more threats in their bowling than they had in the previous test. They've got young Ahmed seems to be a real find. He bowled well in his first innings. I think in the second innings he can relax a bit more, get more confident than he did in the first innings. He was confident enough already. And England have got Mark Wood, who seems to extract more pace out of the pitch than anybody else.
Yep, no, I agree with that. Good varied attack. Stronger than the last. I mean, all kudos to Jacks for bowling as many overs as he did, but you would say that Ahmed's an upgrade.
Yes, I agree. In terms of the threat from the arm, he's a better option, better fit for the team in this circumstance.
Yes, I'd say so. Anything happening in socials, Messi? We're all up to date.
Twitter is particularly quiet. We've got Shashwat Kumar on YouTube says, no need for Foakes to go out for those shorts. He should have scored a century and batted the whole day today. Well, he did pretty well all the same, I think. I wouldn't be unhappy with Foakes' performance.
He did come in at a crucial time and steady the ship with Brook and Wood.
Oh yeah, surely no one's criticised. I missed that comment, but surely there's no criticism level of Foakes.
And I mean, when he did get out, it was a time when there were 8 wickets down. It was time to be hitting out if he could.
Yeah, I mean, you could say, well, he could have maybe sort of held back a touch and let Robinson do all the hitting, but whatever. I mean, when you're 8 wickets down, you see see it as you see it.
I don't think he's going to be cascaded in the changing room for that.
Not at all.
No.
Not at
I think
all.
no. His value had already happened, but the players are now out. And the opening batsmen are going to be these guys.
Abdullah Shafiq's technique. Abdullah Shafiq's unique.
Is joined by
Sean Masood was born in Kuwait in October 1989. Less than a year later, Saddam Hussein invaded. Coincidence?
And fresh off his...
Well, as the world continues to turn upside down, Jack Leach will be opening the bowling by the look of it for England.
Nicely warmed up from his batting.
So who will have opened the bowling in both innings?
It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach.
Al reckons max 9 overs if light permits, and it is Jack Leach in for the first ball of the innings, and that is Shafiq on strike, and he rocks forward, and that's defensive shot. So having a look at his dismissal from the first innings there, and of course Jack Leach got him on the inside edge. LBW second ball of this innings, immaculate forward defensive from Shafiq. When was the last time that an English spinner opened in both innings of a test match? One for the Twitterverse.
I'm not sure that Jack Leach didn't do it in New Zealand a couple of years ago.
What was the last time someone who wasn't called Jack Leach opened as a spinner in? I can't remember. It's not something that happens particularly frequently. That one's played down on the onside by Shafiq, and short leg, no run. Continuing the trend of rattling through overs in this test match.
That's a decent shout, but it's
that
not going to
one
get given.
him on the inside. I think it's going down, and that's what Jack Leach is indicating. Didn't quite straighten enough, but it was a very similar ball, one that got rid of Shafiq in the first innings, in fact.
I think that's just too high as well. I think that's umpire's call on height. I think Ben Stokes is not going to give it the go.
Stokes has decided against it. Let's have a look at this one again.
Yeah, it's right on the knee roll.
They even have pitched outside leg. And certainly looked a bit high. Not too much going for it, but except for the fact that Shafiq looks already be a little troubled by Jack Leach, who's bowling very well actually. That was a really good ball, that turned, but Shafiq got just enough of the outer half of his bat to defend his wicket. Dot ball.
And Duckett is moving over to another catching position in the covers.
There's a slip and a short leg and a short cover, as well as in comes Jack Leach, and he's dropped that one a touch short, but Shafiq doesn't take advantage of it, just defends. At the end of the first over, it's a maiden, and Pakistan are yet to get off the mark.
Dave Sarah says, how does Anderson feel about being rested? I thought he wanted to play all the tests he could. Well, the word was that he had actually asked to be rested, but I strongly suspect that would not have been the case if this hadn't been a dead rubber, effectively.
I think that's probably true. He wasn't over-bowled in the first couple of matches, but at 40, depends what you define as being over-bowled, I suppose. More than I could bowl at 40, that's for sure. Oh, it's Joe. When was the last time Joe Root opened the bowling for innings?
Actually,
for England?
Yeah, it's this man.
He's Joe Root, and his home is ever on the ground. Joe Root, wherever there are runs, he will be found. It's Joe Root. It's Joe Root.
Not heard that one before. It's not Joe Root actually, it's Joe Root some other jingle.
Yeah, it's a habit, Joe Root.
Joe Root coming round the wicket, trying to get quite a bit of purchase on that one. It's played down by Shan, the left-hander. Perhaps influenced by the fact that it is the left-hander on strike, I suppose.
Yes, that might be the option.
Root in again. Tosses that one a bit further up, and that's up-ish. Oh, he got slightly fortunate to get away with that. Could easily have gone to hand. He wasn't in control of the shot. Goes out to the man at deep point for 1 run. Having a replay of Shan's dismissal in the first innings, which was to Joe Root again. He was absolutely traumatised by it. Caught by Crawley at slip first time round. Now we've got the right-hander on strike. Shafiq, they'll be a little bit annoyed that Root doesn't get quite a few balls to work over Shan. Shafiq, the right-hander on strike.
I think with the new ball he's trying to get the low scuttler in play because he's bowling around the wicket looking for an LBW here.
Yes, I think you're right. So that's a very full ball, as Jace suggested. But so full, it was effectively a half volley, which was clipped off his toes, fielded by Ahmed in the deep. They come back for at least 2, possibly 3.
Just 2, I think.
Just 2. Well, they're probably wisely coming back for 2, because I'm sure it's more sense for Shafiq to face Root and for Shan to face Leach.
Ben Stokes, ever the tinkerer. He's a tinkerman. He's Claudio Ranieri. He's moving people after every ball.
El Tinkerman. We'll look at a couple of probably celebrities that I can't recognise in the crowd. Don't know who they are. In comes Root again. And that one is just drifting onto the leg stump. Played down to Pope at short leg.
So Stokes is the Tinkeroo, the tailor, soldier and spy.
Yes, indeed. What a great book that is, and terrific film and TV series as well. That one was just drifted wider still, taken by Foakes down the leg side, no run.
Surely Taylor is James Taylor.
Oh.
Yeah. Titus Oates on the Scott expedition's nickname was Soldier, so we can have him for Soldier. The Spy was actually, that's a dot ball. The Spy was actually a relative of mine. That's Kim Philby.
Philby?
It's my mother-in-law's cousin is Kim Philby. Not something I'm particularly proud of, but as I say to every member of my family, I don't have traitor's blood in me. Can't say the same for you lot. Just me and the dog. Just me and the dog doesn't have traitor's blood.
I bet that goes down well at Christmas dues.
I was just thinking, yeah. I bet they're sick of it, actually.
Quite happy to repeat it. That's the end of the over.
And Twitter's gone very quiet on us. Sunday morning restful time, I suppose, is it?
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, it could be church time for some people.
Yes, it could be indeed.
So I'm going to have a kip after this, so I can wake up for the soccer, I suppose. Not that I'm really into soccer, but I.
Oh, are you going to? Yes, I don't know.
Well, it's 11 o'clock here, so it's not so bad.
2 a.m. where I am, so I don't think I'll do that. I'll watch it tomorrow morning on time shift. Leach over the wicket to Shan this time, the left-hander. And just played out to the man at short mid-wicket, dot ball.
Mog says, I assume there's a bunch of quislings and owls in the family tree too then, Forthy.
No quislings, no Norwegian quislings. Yes, indeed.
And no Benedict Arnolds?
I've got my own cousin. I'll come on to him in a moment. Not my cousin by marriage. That's played out for dot ball by Shan.
Good job he gets back on that. That was absolutely plumb if he missed.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right, yes. So my first cousin once removed. Leach bowls defended by Shan. Was the guitarist in Lindisfarne, the Newcastle folk group, who had a hit with Gaza with
Fog of the Pain.
Yes. Rod
yeah,
Trent.
I think first cousin once removed is a little distant to take much credit for.
Well, my father's cousin then, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
There we are. I don't think he knows of my existence, to be fair. Never actually met. Jack Leach, that was a dot ball. Coming in for his signal. Sorry, we got a little distracted there. And Jack Leach in for his fifth ball. He's got the field exactly where he wants it now. Over the wicket. Nice bit of turn with a touch 2-4, no problem. Shan displays it off his legs. The man short mid wicket dot ball.
Well, the shade is now fully. Oh no, it's not. It seems to be fully covering that area anyhow. The pitch
Yes,
area.
doesn't it? Yes. Forward defensive, smothering any potential spin. Last ball of the over from Leach to Shan. Pakistan remain on 3, trailing by 47.
Leah says, yeah, sure, Jason. As we are such a pious bunch, church services also start at 10 or 11 and don't last for 6 hours as they're not orthodox. My great-grandfather in the mid-19th century was a pusher of the Gentleman's Revolution in Ireland, but much more importantly, he was also the owner of a distillery, which I think was a much better idea than being involved in a Gentleman's Revolution. Yep.
Gentleman's Revolution? Not sure what that looks like.
Look it up on Twitter, on Wikipedia. It's quite an interesting thing. It's a sort of intellectual exercise more than anything else. But he was sent to jail at one stage.
Sounds rather as if Sergeant Wilson from Dad's Army was organising a revolution. There's Joe Root coming around the wicket to Shafiq, defended, dot ball. Would you chaps terribly mind sort of rebelling against the monarchy if you would be so
if you would be so nice, yeah.
If it would be terribly nice if you could maybe eliminate the monarch. So that's lifted by Shafiq over the infield, and it's gone all the way for 4 of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It's a fairly safe shot. It's into the untenanted wild areas of mid-wicket.
Yeah, they're right, because even if he'd missed it, he was so far down the wicket, he couldn't really have been given. Nice forward defensive propping forward from Shafiq, who's beginning to get a little confidence perhaps after that shot. Joe Root, beginning to see the cogs of thought going through his head. How can I outwit?
He's waiting for the round arm ball.
Yes, indeed. And that one's floated up, actually, but just a little wide of leg stump. Joe Root betraying his more occasional status by not being able to maintain a steady line as the regular spinners do, and that's played out to deep square leg for a single.
We might well actually see it now because it's the one he tends to dart in and really give it a rip. And he might use that against to try and pin Sean LBW.
Yes, good point. Let's have a look, see whether he follows Jace's advice.
He doesn't.
Well, unfortunately I didn't see it because of my feed, so you'll have to describe that one, Jason.
He doesn't. That was wide of off stump, and he just rocked onto the back foot and pushed it very neatly through point for a single. So Sean moves to 2 and Shafiq's back on strike off the last ball of the over.
Seeing some smiling Pakistani faces, which is great to see in the crowd. There did seem to be a few more people in today. Adjusting the field, Joe Root, just how he wants it. With the entire Karachi stadium, it's a bit more compact than some of the subcontinental mega stadiums. That one's just defended out by Shafiq off the last ball of the over. Root's number 9 off 2, and also Pakistan. He's conceded all the runs so far in the Pakistani innings. They're 9 for none.
So I'll swap out to let Al back in.
Right.
And I'll also send you a link on Twitter to Denny Lane, not the singer, my great-grandfather, the Young Irelanders Revolution of 1948, it was also referred to. There you go.
Oh, okay. I did not know about that. Hello, Al.
Hello.
I think you're ball by balling, aren't you?
Am I? Okay, I can be.
Oh, hang on. Let me have a look. Jace can probably confirm who's doing what.
I haven't seen the latest rota for the Eversfield period.
Do you want to swap ball by ball by ball?
Oh, we haven't done that for a while.
I know I'm on special comments because I remember reading that bit. So whoever wants to do which.
Turned through mid-wicket. Leach, as soon as I come on to talk, immediately Leach runs. Pakistan 10 for no wicket now with that single. Shan on 3, Shafiq on 7. I'd like to see the young wrist spinner get a couple of overs here.
So would I. I think that.
The end Joe Root is bowling at. There's a lovely little rough patch, which I think he could rip the ball out of.
I really do think that he'll get Joe Root will get 3 overs and he will get 2.
I hope so because just at this point, throw mud at the wall, see if it sticks.
Yeah, agreed.
So Leach is going to come around the wicket. There's a slip. There's a forward short leg. There is a very short mid-off. That ball just outside the off stump. Defended away by Shafiq.
Is there a difference between forward short leg and short leg?
I don't know.
Short leg is normally square of the wicket. Forward short leg is just in front.
Okay.
Now it's backward short leg.
Backward short leg at the moment.
There we are. Ask a question, get the answer.
And that is spun beautifully. Draws Shafiq forward, beats the outside edge. Oh, wholesome stuff from Jack Leach.
Yeah, it was just probably a yard short of being the perfect delivery, but it looked great.
Nevertheless, it puts something in Shafiq's mind now. He's going to be playing for turn, and hopefully he will sneak the straight honour on to get him LBW if he's lucky.
Yep. Yeah, good analysis, Jace.
That one does turn from off stump. Shafiq goes deep in his crease to play defensively. Leach coming up there to play. Delivered 2.4 overs, conceded just 1 run. Steps in. Shafiq lets that ball go on line.
He does, yes.
Confidently.
You want to make sure very confident leave. You wouldn't want to misread that one.
No, now is not the time to do that. Last ball of Leach's over. That one more on the stumps, but defended back to the bowler. Although Stokes steps in front and stops him from having to stoop down, and that's the end of the over. Pakistan attempt for no wicket.
Colin Chiz says, you know they get pubs open at that time. F going to church. I can understand.
A church of sorts.
Yeah. Messages has sent us a link to his relative, Denny Lane, the young Islander. And Dr. Hugh Sheridan says, interesting proportion of vegetarian vegan options, reflecting ever-increasing vegetarian food available in some super. This is in relation to Tony Bishop's breakfast earlier.
Yeah, I think that's the last statement in a long line of comments.
Yeah.
We are going to see leg spin.
Yay! Let me jingle him up.
I'm chuffed about this. I'm chuffed.
He's a very stocky character if you haven't seen him live, which will allow him to get great purchase on the ball, I would say.
He's coming around the wicket, looking for that, spins in and on the bounce, hits short leg. Let's wrap all those positions up into short leg. But he's searching for that rough patch outside of Shan's off stump. Well, it's quick through the air. Rehan's delivery, 82.9 kph, and played defensively by Shan. As the clock ticks towards 5:10.
In some respects, his wrist action reminds me of Paul Adams, although he doesn't have to dipping head and frog in a blender other parts of the delivery.
But that was my first observation yesterday when he came on, but I didn't want to overdo the comparison because he had an absurd action really.
A little bit of drift from Rehan there. Enthusiasm from the captain, played defensively by Shan towards the leg side field. That one is the wrong one. And it was wide and it tempted Shan into a injudicious cut shot.
Yeah. I mean, the other bowler who was had his head at an absurd angle when he first started playing Test cricket was one Jimmy Anderson. He didn't do too badly.
That is true. Because this is the regulation leg break, which is played defensively to the covers. The lovely stat that I saw was that on the day that Rehan was bowled, Jimmy Anderson was playing his 10th Test match. That is last ball of the over, played defensively straight back to the bowler, and I think that is a lovely first over.
Very good.
Yep.
He's very nervous at this stage in the first innings, but seems to have settled into his place in the team. I'm happy about that.
Yep, right on the money. Great. First over, 6 balls that most importantly 6 balls that Sean and Shafiq had to play. No, we don't want to be wasting deliveries at this point.
It's the play and the miss at the googly kind of gave me pause for thought that his googly is good, but also Shan didn't pick it necessarily because he was You don't want to just sort of measure things by Ashes tours, but it's quite a useful little benchmark. And since the last Ashes, I think we've had at least 4 Test cricketers emerge who look as if they've got real potential in Robinson, Ahmed, Pope, and Brook. You could add Duckett to that as well.
Yeah, maybe Duckett as well.
Reach to continue to Shafiq. That ball, full length delivery on the off stump. Shafiq plays defensively, fielded by Stokes at the short mid off position.
Good time to be bowling. These batsmen are intent on defence.
Absolutely. Good stop by Harry Brook. Beat mid wicket, but Brook in a mid-on position, a wideish mid-on position. Covered some good ground, stopped the 4, but Shafiq will take the single and bring Shan on to strike, and again
it's all change.
Well, it's all change, and there's just, it doesn't necessarily look too rough, but that rough area still exists outside Shan's off stump, and it's a wide.
But it's symbolic of a much more proactive regime there is so much change between the right-handed and the left-handed to the spinner, and they've obviously done a huge amount of homework on exactly where to place these fielders.
And now we get somebody walking behind the bowler, just at the wrong moment.
As ever. Some things never change.
Nope. Reach over the wicket. That one dropped a little short. Shan on other days may feel that he's missed out there as he's failed to beat mid-wickets / square leg, but no run.
It's the thing that's preventing Jack really sort of turning into the next level of Test match spin bowler. He does allow that ball to drop short too often.
That one though, right into the area of rough outside the off stump. Shan takes a step forward to try and negate the spin and bounce, and was so successful.
That said, it's been encouraging start for Leach because it's 2 runs off 3.4 overs. He's often started a lot less well than that. Oh no,
not really any criticism about how this spell has gone. It's asked all sorts of questions. There's now 4 men around the bat because we've got a leg slip in place for Shan. Ahmed doing work at mid-wicket, fields that ball, and Leach has 1 ball left of his 4th over. 11 for no wicket Pakistan, and really the runs at this stage, they'll think about runs tomorrow. It's the for no wicket which is the important aspect of what we're dealing with here. We believe this might be Leach's penultimate over. That one a little short, but a little quicker. Shan gets his bat down in good time, plays it the short mid-off, and England are trying to minimise the time to get themselves ready for the next over. Jason, you called it. Ahmed's getting 2.
Well, you say that, but we haven't seen a light meter come out yet, unless they're doing it right now. And so it could well be that we might sneak in an extra over or 2 beyond where we got yesterday.
I think it's a matter of, it's not about the time, it's about the overs in the day, I think.
Are the floodlights on?
Yes.
Or is that late afternoon sun which is causing the shadow?
A little bit of both.
Right.
Time wasting and gardening by the batsman asking for his guard again, I think.
Yeah, sure.
That's never happened before.
Doesn't know where his bat's going to go.
Yeah, not once. Can you tell me where he's going to bowl this? Because that ball is... because he's still bowling around the wicket, Ahmed. So he's trying to push the ball across Shafiq.
Yeah, he pushes his pad quite a way across. It's plumped right in front. So he is an LBW candidate here, isn't he?
He is. That ball, the ball did straight, just hit the inside edge of the bat before it cannoned into the pad.
Summoned a short leg as a result.
That one though is probably too far down the leg side, not spinning enough out of the rough. And Shafiq has turned that ball down towards long leg and will take 2. He moves to 10. The total to 13 for no wicket. But England can't be too disappointed if there is no Pakistan wicket to fall. They've asked all the right questions.
Yeah.
That one spins across Shafiq. He plays it into the offside field.
It's a rather beautiful stadium we're seeing from above on presumably the drone, multicoloured pastel colours of all the stands. The sad thing is though, we can see all the multicoloured pastel colours because no one's sitting in them.
Good full length delivery, turned to mid wicket by Shafiq.
I think it's the oldest currently operating stadium. I think there was a previous stadium they used in Karachi.
Oh, is that right? Right.
That one, maybe a little bit of that, maybe a little bit of glove and pad. It's beaten leg slip. Joe Root hairs back to be able to prevent the boundary, but I think 3 runs have been taken, just looking for some sort of signal about whether that was leg buys or runs.
Straight off the edge, I think.
Yeah,
it was an edge. I think it's be too harsh to suggest there's a possibility of a catch for Foakes. It's too big a deflection.
Oh yeah, it very much ideally in the gap between.
No, actually, that's leg
leg
wise. They've
slipping.
not accredited it to Shafiq.
No, it's not correct. That one is kept very low as it's spun in towards Shan's pads. It's just got his tap down in time. Shan's trying to think about what tomorrow morning's going to be like.
Nice jab down on that one.
He's just about got his back down in time.
This is what we saw in England's innings, the effect of the heavy roller for the first 10 or so overs, maybe even 15. You are getting those balls shooting through, and Rehan's Ahmed's the man to deliver them.
So, from what I heard, in between innings, they said it was a maximum of 9 overs, so this may well be the last over of the day.
Okay then.
And it does say overs left 1 on the scoreboard, so this will be, as they say, it. Jason, have we got anything on social media we can talk about?
Just Nicky, something's about saying, did all the people who come and go stop and say hello to him, talking to messages about...
Yes, I think that's a pun from Penny Lane, re Denny Lane.
Yep.
3 men around the bat, this ball onto the legs of Shafiq. It can't be forward short leg. Or short leg. Looks quickly at it. This one turns and squares Shafiq up. Back down just in time. 4 balls left to go.
This will be, a worst 1 down tonight.
Yep.
Yes, indeed.
But even 1 down would be horrendous for Pakistan. This one, again, back down just in time. Good stride forward.
Come on, Stokes, get another man in. There's only 3 balls left.
Yeah, they're wasted on the boundary now. There's no way they're going to have a big shot.
There is now 4 men around the bat. That one more angled towards the leg stump, but again,
should we bring in an extra man per ball for this, pretty much?
Shafiq only trying to play the ball forward. 2 balls left of the day. Let's make those balls count. Jack Leach. Leach in. Shafiq looks to sweep, and it's gone behind square on the leg side. Crawley is quick, but the ball is quicker, and that's gone for 4 runs.
Oh, has it? Sure it has.
Yeah.
Elmer Fudd's not happy. It was
Last ball
was Elmer
on the
Fudd,
bench
wasn't it?
today coming up.
I think there's some joking comments passed between bowler, captain, and some fielders.
Something like, it'd be really bad to get out now.
Face wrapped with concentration. Good ball on off stump. Shafiq turns the ball back to the bowler, and that is time, gentlemen, please. Is it? Or is Leach going to bowl a ball again?
Anticlimax. Looks like he will.
I think.
I'm struggling about what's going on here.
Was there a no ball? I'll just check.
No ball.
Yes, it was a no ball.
No ball. Well, wouldn't it be hilarious if he got a wicket off this ball?
Oh, and it's not even close. Hang on. A portion of that is behind the line as his foot lands. That shouldn't really be a no ball, even if it's in the air.
Could be controversial.
It's not.
Slightly further outside the off stump, defended by Shafiq, and that will be time.
Well, yes, congratulations.
Horrible display of violence.
Shafiq and Shan for negotiating that very tricky last half hour or so. They did well there. And it sets up, once again, in this intriguing test series, the game is very evenly balanced.
Yes.
Great day's play, very evenly balanced at the end of it.
Would you go as far as to say that it's a crucial first session tomorrow?
I would go so far as to say that, Alan. Yes, I would go so far as to say that.
So 7, 8, 358 runs in the day.
I'll have a look on. I can't have a look on.
350. Yep, 358. Yeah, rapidly totting that up. Next
I don't
358.
I don't know if the GPL was open.
It was. I don't know if there are any entries, and I can't log in here at the moment. So
GPL stuff will be resolved tomorrow.
we will let people know if people won on the GPL today.
Yeah.
You think you're sitting on 358, then you can have sweet dreams tonight.
Indeed.
Anyway, I think that's the end of that. I should just finish up with some last tweets and we can go through the card such as it is in this innings. Just 2 tweets. The Shah of Blah says it's still better than the bloke at the back of Rang Bavan, who screamed for the doors at a Chico Freeman concert. I'm thinking they're talking about Coldplay there. And Leah says, I have to say that I really do like a scoreboard that has people looking out of it. Old style.
Yeah, old-fashioned stuff put into it. Yeah, I like the idea of that. So, where are we? England's first innings is finished.
Yep.
At 354 all out. Giving them a lead at 50. Brook top scoring with 111. Abrar and Nauman taking 4 wickets each. Foakes doing really well, supporting and contributing with 64. Pakistan's second innings began with 9 overs. This evening, they've reached 21 for no wickets, so they still trail by 29 runs. But as Forthy, you have said, delicately poised for day 3.
Yes, I would say so. The funny thing is, I think in most of the years of Test match cricket's history, this would be the situation: stumps on day 3, and the draw would be very much in the equation, and possibly even marginal favourites at this point. But the point being, it's stumps on day 2 with still 3 days to go, which makes it fascinating cricket, really, much more fascinating, and it's anyone's game.
Absolutely. There's no anticipation of a earlier start tomorrow because we're all up to date on time.
Yep.
So somewhere between 4:40 and 4:45 is where we'll probably go on air. I'd like to thank everybody's contributions for today. If you've been with us all day, you would have heard from messages from James, from Colin, from Riley, from David Brook, from messages, also from Ian Forth. Spectacular as always, Jason Hiscox, doing wonders behind the scenes.
The baby bear.
Baby
bear
bear
in training.
Is he? Are you Boo Boo to his Yogi? Oh, you've opened up a whole can of worms with that one, mate. Say good night, Boo Boo.
Good night, Boo Boo.
My name's Al Hotch, and we will speak to you all again tomorrow. But from all
Thanks
of us
for listening.
here, thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin,